Raw Spirit, In Search of the Perfect Dram, by Iain Banks. Narrated by Tom Kocher. Everything in here is true, especially the bits I made up. In a bid to uncover the unique spirit of the single malt whisky, author Iain Banks has decided to undertake a tour of the distilleries of his homeland. His tour of Scotland combines history, literature, landscape, and the personalities behind the water of life. And now, Raw Spirit, In Search of the Perfect Dram.
Introduction. Out of Our Heads. Banksy, hi, what are you up to? Well, I'm going to be writing a book about whisky. You're what? I'm going to be writing a book about whisky. I've been, commissioned to write a book about it. About whisky. Malt whisky, actually. You're writing a book about whisky? Yeah. It means I have to go all over Scotland, driving mostly, but taking other types of transport. Ferries, planes, trains, that sort of thing. Visiting distilleries and tasting malt whisky, with expenses, obviously. You serious? Of course I'm serious. Really? Oh, yeah. Do you need any help with this? Beginning with something ending. In these perverse times, this seems somehow appropriate. But first, a sort of mission statement. This is a book, more than nominally, about single malt whisky, about the art of making it and the pleasure to be had in consuming it. It is also partly about the business of selling and promoting the stuff, about the whisky industry in general, about drink in general, even about mood or perception-altering substances in general. It's not just about whisky, because drinking whisky is never about just drinking whisky. We're social creatures, and we tend to drink in a social context, with family, friends, or just accomplices. Even if we resort to drinking alone, we drink with memories and ghosts. It's a book about the land and country I love, about Scotland and its people, its cities, towns and villages, and the landscape around them. It isn't going to be a book of detailed tasting notes. Frankly, I don't have the nose, appearances being deceptive, though there will usually be a brief description of a whisky's generally accepted character, and occasional attempts to describe a particularly favoured dram in a more personal manner, where I think I can get away with it. It's not a guidebook to Scotland either, though a few restaurants, hotels, cultural sites, scenic areas, and tourist traps are bound to be mentioned. I'm going to travel to the far north, to Caithness and Orkney, to Dumfries and Galloway, to Skye and Mull and Islay, to Speyside, Murray, Aberdeenshire, Perthshire, Argyll, Clydeside, Lothian, and wherever else I can find distilleries. I'm not going to every single one, though I do intend to sample the wares of each, including some that are closed or no longer exist, because, frankly, they're not all worth seeing once you've a general idea how distilleries work, and also because they're not all set up to receive visitors, and, after a few feet-finding, hand-holding pro-style tours at the start, I'm not looking for any special favours just because I'm writing a book. It will, appropriately, given the subject matter, be a staggered tour. I'll be taking in distilleries in clusters and individually, over single weeks and day trips, returning to my home in North Queensferry in between, at least partly because I'm intending to buy a full bottle of as many single malts as I can, and with about 100 distilleries in Scotland, plus the closed ones, I'll need to get back fairly frequently to offload and free up some boot space. North Queensferry, the ferry, as we locals tend to call it, is where I lived until I was 9, and it's been my home for the last 13 or so years. I have family here, and it's home too to a lot of memories. It's my hub, my docking station, and I make no excuses for returning here to recharge. Roads, cars, quite a lot of roads and quite a lot of cars, come to think of it, and one motorbike, are going to feature heavily in the book, as well as ferries, trains and aircraft and any other forms of transport I can find, which can be shackled into the narrative if there's even the least semblance of an excuse for it. This is a search for the perfect dram, undertaken in the full knowledge that such a thing probably doesn't exist. That doesn't matter. It's a quest. and any quest is at least partly its own point. And besides, you never know. This book will inevitably be about me, my family and my friends too, especially those friends who have been persuaded, with, you may not be surprised to learn, no great deal of body part manipulation involved, to take part in this project. As a natural result, old adventures, several of them involving no illegal activity whatsoever, and ancient anecdotes of dubious and disputed authenticity will be ruthlessly exhumed, exposed, exaggerated, and exploited. This, let's face it, is a book about one of the hardest of hard liquors. And for all this, let's be mature. I just drink it for the taste, not the effect. Honest. 2 units a day only stuff. It is basically a legal, exclusive, relatively expensive but very pleasant way of getting out of your head. And talking about being out of our heads, this book can't help being about the war. You know the one. The Iraq War. Gulf War II. This time it's personal. My travels are starting just as the war begins, which makes it kind of hard to ignore. And anyway, what's happening around me as I make my way across Scotland, visiting distilleries, has to have some bearing on matters. I don't intend to ignore the people or the places or the scenery or the weather around me as I make these journeys, and I can't ignore the political environment either, both at home and abroad. This is not as peripheral as it might sound in a book about whiskey. The stuff, certainly as we know it, has always been up to its pretty little bottleneck in politics. So, that ending at the beginning. Yesterday morning, on what was officially the first day of spring, my wife and I cut our passports in half and sent the remains to Mr. Blair's office in Downing Street. 1. These drugs of subtle virtue. Hiya, Banksy. Written any good books lately? Not if you believe certain critics, but I'm going to be writing one about whiskey. A book about whiskey? Yeah, malt whiskey. You're kidding. Not as such. This means you're going to have to do the R word. The R word? Oh, research. Yeah, basically, going to have to drive round Scotland or, well, be driven around Scotland, take trains, ferries, planes and such, go to distilleries, taste whiskies, that sort of... And they're going to pay you for this? They've already started. Right, I see. Do you need a hand? Friday, the 21st of March, 2003, is a good 3-ferry day. It starts kind of weirdly. I get up very early and print up a load of A4 posters with your standard anti-war slogans. No blood for oil, not in my name, and Tony Blair. My personal favourite, though probably not really all that effective. While those are printing, I watch the breakfast news coverage of our bouncing day-old war. I plaster the posters across the Land Rover. One in a transparent sleeve taped across the spare wheel on the rear door, 6 on the side windows. There's even one in the sunroof, though I think I must have been getting a bit carried away by this stage. The only people ever likely to see that one are passing helicopter pilots, and people who happen to be walking over motorway bridges as I drive below. After I've taken the scissors to our passports, I compose a brief covering letter, send an email explaining why we're doing what we're doing to the Guardian's letters page, and head into Inverkeithing to send the passport's remains via registered mail to 10 Downing Street. I come home and say goodbye to Anne. I'll be away almost a week on Islay. After that, though I'm supposed to be making for the West Coast, I head into central Edinburgh and drive around for a bit, trying to show off my posters along Queensferry Road, Charlotte Square and George Street, before crossing Princes Street and going up the Mound, past the temporary Scottish Parliament building to the castle, and down the Royal Mile, then back to Princes Street. In the city centre on this bright, fresh, sunny day, singularly inappropriate for my mood, but there you go. That's the pathetic fallacy for you. A few people notice the posters and some of them nod or give a thumbs up. The people who disapprove just tend to look away. But most people don't look in the first place. Maybe I should have used coloured sheets of A4, or even just printed the words in something other than black, however big the font and however starkly pointed the gesture seemed at the time. Maybe I should have honked my damn horn. I head west, out past the airport for the M8 through Glasgow, to cross the Clyde from Gourock to Dunoon. Looking down at the trucks and cars sitting on the open vehicle deck on the ferry, I can't even see the poster on the Land Rover's sunroof. It's one of those stippled black glass sunroofs that just hinges up a little, rather than slides right back, and because of the fine black mesh effect on the glass, the writing on the poster is only visible from directly above. I stand in the sunlight, listening to the cries of the wheeling gulls, as I drink a styrofoam cup of tea and munch on a soggy, microwaved shell pie. I watch the depressingly decrepit remains of what used to be the modestly majestic Gourock Pier fall astern, to be replaced by the arse-out aspect of the old tenements, whose more respectable fronts face out into the main street on the far side. A glitter of windscreens in the seafront car park where a few guys stand with fishing rods, then the outdoor swimming pool and the rising slope of pleasant Victorian sandstone villas and early and late 20th century bungalows. I look around at the canted streets, budding trees, and wind-covered slopes crowned by the Folly on top of Tower Hill to the east, at the hills and mountains to the north and west, at the broad river disappearing to a bright horizon in the south. I used to live here, in Gourock. I used to work there, on the pier. When I was young, from the age of about 10 into my mid-teens, I'd lie awake at night in the summer in my bedroom, high above the bay and the great curve of Gourock Pier. Each fair night, in those warm months, I'd hear through a cracked open window the sound of a distant engine, puttering quietly away from the quayside a half-mile or so away. It came from one of the dozen or so ferries and steamers which always tied up there during the summer season. It was the end of the Clyde's golden age, when not that many people had cars, and a lot of Glaswegians still took day trips and whole 2-week holidays down the water to resorts like Largs, Dunoon and Rothsay. I worked on the pier, catching mooring ropes and hoisting gangways mostly, for a couple of summers while I was at university in the early 70s, along with a couple of full-time pier porters and 1 or 2 old school pals from Gourock High. In retrospect, I feel privileged to have been there, witnessing the end of an era. We caught the ropes off the Waverley, the world's last sea-going paddle steamer, and still to be found thudding and splashing its way around the seaside resorts of Britain during the summer. And we watched the newfangled hovercraft come roaring up the beach near the pilot station at the downstream end of the pier, spitting stones from under its skirts like bullets, and generally making a nuisance of itself. As I say, the Waverley's still hanging on in there, but the hovercraft never really caught on. Some eras come and go almost before you realise they've started. Now all the great steamers are gone, and just the car ferries survive. There are a few small boats running across the Clyde to Helensburgh and Kilgreggan, and the odd booze cruise, sometimes on the Waverley, if it's on the Clyde, to somewhere further afield, but that's your lot. And many of the old piers are crumbling away. Even Gourock Pier, home to the Dunoon ferries, is mostly a ruin. The trains stop outside, further down the platforms, instead of running on into the long galleried curve of the serried glass roof, most of which has been demolished, and even the pier's surface has disappeared once you go beyond the car ferry's Ro-Ro ramp. All that's left are the concrete foundations, which used to support the wood and tarmac above. It all looks a bit like somebody's mouth, just after they've had most of their teeth removed. I think, if you'd never seen the place before, you'd find it ugly, just on first principles, but for somebody like me, remembering how handsome it used to look, it's saddening too. I hear there are plans to redevelop the whole seafront in Gourock and, always providing it's not just the usual excuse for developers to cram the maximum number of tiny flats into the one space with minimal facilities, it can't happen soon enough. Public space, private space. I cheer myself up, partially, by gazing at the Defender. The Land Rover, a paean. Ah, the Land Rover. It is to give its full title a Land Rover Defender 110 County Station Wagon TD5. It's the particularly agricultural-looking model of the Land Rover stable, the ugly one in a family, not noted for being overburdened with outrageously good looks in the first place. It has straight up and down sides and flat plain glass all round, except for the wee curved windows set into the edge of the roof, which are for looking up at mountains, allegedly. Engine sounds like a bucket of bolts in a tumble-dryer. And, for some strange reason, I love this vehicle. I never thought this would happen. I am a petrol head, I confess. I like cars. I like motorbikes. I'm pretty fond of most modes of transport, but I especially love stuff I can drive myself, because I just plain enjoy driving. My favourite fairground ride was always, and still is, the Dodgems, for that very reason. You are, at least marginally, in control. Once I accepted that going the wrong way round and trying to hit as many people as possible, while exciting, was against the rules and promptly got you thrown out, I played it the other way round, trying to have as few collisions as possible. This was slightly less exciting, but much more satisfying. The attraction of the modern extreme theme park ride, where the competition amongst the designers seems to be to discover who can terrify the captive customer the most, in the shortest time, almost entirely escapes me. I strongly suspect that if I still lived in the southeast of England, I wouldn't enjoy driving so much, or I'd do a lot of track day stuff. But because I'm lucky enough to live where I want, in Scotland, and Scotland away from the central belt, indeed still in places within it, is full of great driving roads, I have a deeply full and fulfilled driving life, and a rather splendid ongoing relationship with my vehicles of choice and the roads I use them on. So, what am I doing driving a 3-ton diesel device with the aerodynamics of a scaled-up half-brick and apparently officially classed as a bus? I'm not just driving it, but really getting a kick out of driving it. I mean, this thing is trapped in the 60s. No air conditioning, no central locking, not even electric windows. And as for airbags, airbags! Airbags! Defenders aren't especially soothing and pleasant places to be when they're the right way up, and the road ahead is smooth and straight. You weren't seriously expecting to have a crash in comfort, were you? What on earth do I see in this motorised Portakabin, this crude, noisy, rattly, stilt-tired throwback with a comedy heating system that takes 20 minutes from coal to produce the first slight, damp hint of just about above ambient temperature air from its wheezing vents, whose turning circle is rivalled for tightness by your average canal narrowboat, whose front seat belts are cunningly sighted so that they naturally fall into a position where they jam the door when you close it, and whose aerodynamics are bettered by most motorhomes and several bungalows. What can be the attraction? Well, for one thing, the Land Rover has been chipped. Something called a Stage 2 conversion has upped its horsepower by 50%, replacing, or at least reprogramming, the original engine management chip and fitting a beefier turbo. The T in TD5 stands for turbo, and it's a 5-cylinder diesel engine. This does not exactly transform the Land Rover into a Ferrari, but it does mean you can keep up with normal traffic and can tackle long motorway inclines without the ignominy of having to slow and change down from top gear. It has 5 forward gears, but could use a 6th. Keeping the original gears means that you do tend to have to whisk through them pretty quickly on the way up. There aren't many cars where you can comfortably change up to top gear at 40 even while going uphill, and the thing does feel a bit over-revved at motorway speeds. Still, there are useful peaks of acceleration to be found. You can sweep past startled slower drivers and caravans in the Land Rover too. In other words, you just have to remember to slow down for the bends. And you can do things to them, customise them, fit what is, in effect, chunky, landy jewellery to them, like ladders up the back, wading snorkels up the front, vehicle-long roof racks, foot plates on the wings so you can stand on them without scratching them, dinner plate-sized driving lights, rear spotlights, front towing hitches. They pretty much all have rear towing hitches. There's even stuff you can do yourself if you're not utterly mechanically incompetent. I took off its 4 wee spring-loaded side steps all by myself, and replaced them with beefy-looking running boards over a year ago, and they still haven't fallen off yet. On the inside, the long wheelbase ones in particular let you stow vast quantities of junk in them. This is a vehicle with almost no conventional cubbyholes or storage bins to speak of. What it has instead is a ludicrous number of nooks and crannies, once you start looking for them, mostly behind and under its many, many seats. And you can fit a winch, the better to extricate yourself from awkward ditch-involving situations, where even your low-ratio differential-locked 4-wheel drive and mud-plugging tyres won't get you out of your sticky predicament, or so I'm told. Personally, I've never used a winch for that, but it has come in handy for boat pulling out duties, and once got our old Drascombe lugger, that's a boat, honest, not rhyming slang, onto the trailer, and then the trailer out of the sea, in circumstances probably no other vehicle but a tractor would have prevailed in. The only trouble with all the ironmongery up front is that you're making an already deeply pedestrian-unfriendly vehicle even more lethal. Of all the things on the road you don't want to walk out in front of, a tooled-up Defender must figure pretty near the top of the list. The first thing you'll hit— no, let me correct that. The first thing that will hit you is an industrial-looking winch capable of hauling 5 tons or so attached with extreme rigidity to a beefed-up bumper you could hang a lifeboat off, which is in turn bolted to an exceptionally sturdy steel ladder chassis, which is attached to everything else. There's no give there, anywhere. Does this thing have crumple zones? Yes, they're called other cars. In the Defender's defence, all I can say is that, realising all this, you do tend to drive even more carefully, especially in towns, given the sort of mess you could make of other people or lesser vehicles if you hit one. The impressive view is useful here. Being so high up gives you a much better idea of what's going on between and beyond parked cars, and, on the open road, helps with planning overtaking manoeuvres. The Defender's windscreen starts about where most cars' roofs top out, and from a Defender, especially one like ours, fitted with tall 750 series tyres, which would hardly look out of place in a tractor, you even get to look down on Range Rover drivers. And walls. You and your passengers get to look over walls and hedges and fences. Even a totally familiar route opens up the first time you drive it in one of these beasts. Other Defender advantages? They're hard to lose. Take your average car into a crowded supermarket car park, forget exactly where you left it, and you can spend ages searching for the thing. A Defender is different. As you push your trolley out of the supermarket's front doors, you can easily spot a Defender, because it's the object blocking out the sun in the near, middle, or far distance, depending. And, talking about supermarket trolleys, Defenders laugh in the face of those savage despoilers of metallic finish car bodywork. Honestly, you can still feel deeply proud of and even attached to the thing, but you just stop caring about dings, dents, and scratches. In fact, a Defender doesn't really look quite right until it's got a few dents in its aluminium panels. Defenders look somehow distinctly embarrassed when they're all clean and gleaming too, and as for the alloy wheels you sometimes see them fitted with, dearie me. Plus, the high floor, at hip height on me, and I'm just over 6 feet, is perfect for loading heavy stuff, much more spine and disc friendly than a low car boot, however commodious. And with a little experience, you can throw Defenders about to a surprising degree. They lean a lot, and you're kept very aware indeed that you're driving something over 2 meters tall and only 5 feet wide, but, to some degree, they can be hustled. You can even get the tyres to squeal, though such larks do tend to alarm one's passengers and, as a result, are very much not recommended. They are also very much not recommended because that squealing noise from the rubber bits generally means you're a frighteningly small speed increment away from executing a series of Spectator spectacular but incumbent injurious rolls come somersaults immediately prior to becoming an embedded part or parts of the nearby scenery. Last advantage. This really only affects people in London for now, but if I read the rules correctly, you can drive a Land Rover like mine into the central charging zone of London without having to pay the congestion charge. I'm not saying you should, of course, but I think in theory you could. This is because a 110 county station wagon of this vintage has at least 10 passenger seats. In theory it has 11, believe it or not, but that includes the central seat in the front right beside the driver, where your passenger basically gets sexually assaulted every time an even-numbered gear is selected. Most people replace this effectively useless so-called seat with a cubby box for storing handy-landy stuff. As a result of this bizarre proliferation of seats and seatbelts, the vehicle is effectively classed as a bus, and while it does mean that you face the added expense of an MOT from year 1 of ownership, not year 3, this would easily be outweighed for Londoners by the benefits of even just a couple of weeks free driving into the city centre. Still a fine, bright, sunny day. Not warm, but mild, even on the water. The ferry shoulders its way through the knee-high waves. Gourock's drawn-out southern limits draw away, and I walk to the other side of the boat to watch Dunoon and Argyll come closer. What the hell am I doing here? It all started a few months ago with my agent. The way things are supposed to when you're a professional, after all. I was sitting at home in North Queensferry, reading the paper, and minding my own business on a cool October day, when the phone rang. Hello? Banksy, it's Mick. I may have something for you. My agent is called Mick Cheetham. She's one of the best, kindest, nicest people I've ever met. But that's in civilian mode. As an agent, she has the great and invaluable merit of treating the authors she represents like her cubs. She's a tigress, and you don't get between her and them, or even think about doing anything unpleasant to them, unless you want to be professionally mauled. Mick is a very good friend, but when she's in full-on agent mode, I'm just mainly glad that she's on my side. What was Wellington's remark about his troops? I don't know what effect they'll have upon the enemy, but, by God, they frighten me. Something like that. Anyway, Mick knows through years of experience and a deep tolerance of my congenital laziness that at least 95% of the proposals that people contact her with concerning spiffing projects they want me to be part of, she can either say no to without even asking me, though she'll always mention it later, or promise to pass on, but with the warning that there's relatively little hope that I'm actually going to say yes. And if Mick says she might have something for me, it must be a proposal worth thinking about. The last time she sounded like this, I ended up driving a Formula 1 car round the Manicourt circuit in deepest France for Car Magazine, and having a great time, with reservations. I discovered I'm really a pretty rubbish track driver. Uh-huh, I said, successfully containing my excitement. How do you fancy being driven around every distillery in Scotland in a taxi and drinking lots of whiskey, and then writing a book about it, for a not insubstantial sum? What do you think? Interested? I was so excited, I think I took my feet off the desk. I thought quickly, no, really. Can I drive the taxi? Then you can't drink. I'll do the drinking later. Then I don't see why not. Why a taxi, anyway? I think they're going for the incongruity factor, a black cab around the Highlands, puttering through the misty glens beneath the fearsome peaks, that sort of thing. These people are from London, aren't they? Where else? Plus they thought you might share some witty repartee with a garrulous Glasgow cabbie. So they don't know me. Good. Anyway, Banksy, what do you think? Can we ditch the taxi? I mean, they're fine in cities, but some of these distilleries are hundreds of miles away in the middle of nowhere. What do you propose to do? Walk? No, I'll just use my own wheels. I'll drive myself. To drink. Ha! So you'd be alone? Yes. Then where's the witty repartee? maybe I can get some of my pals to come along and help with the driving and the tasting and the repartee side of things. Some of my friends are quite witty. Well, they're always insulting me. That's the same thing, isn't it? Of course it is, my dear. And we are talking expenses included here, right? Petrol, hotels, More petrol? Of course. And you really think they'll agree to this? You can hear somebody smile over the phone sometimes, just by the quality of their voice. Leave it with me. Brilliant. I'll do it. Which is why I find myself standing on the deck of this ferry, heading for sunny Dunoon, about to start the research phase of, my first non-fiction book. This next week on Islay should be fun, if I don't let the war get me down. And then there's Jura, of course. I want to get across to Jura this time to visit the distillery there and maybe get to see Orwell's old house near the northern tip and even, just possibly, finally see the Corrie Vrecken, the great tidal whirlpool between the north of Jura and the south of Scarba, which I've heard about and seen some footage of, and mentioned in an earlier book or two, but always wanted to experience for myself. I mean, a whirlpool. One so ferocious you can hear it from miles away. How cool is that? From Dunoon along the coast road, past the peaceful again Holy Loch, where the old US Polaris subs had their floating dock and support ships, to the first of the great wee roads we're going to encounter in this book. Officially it's called the B836, but I'm really bad at recalling road numbers, so to me it's filed in my head as the Great Wee Road to the left, just outside Dunoon before you get to the Youngers Botanical Gardens that take you towards the Kyles of Bute, the Collintrave ferry for Bute, Tinnabruch and the ferry for Tarbert. Or something like that. At the head of Loch Striven, I pass a field filled with huge dark brown wooden poles lying in the grass in the hazy sunlight. They look like oversized telephone poles, but must be due to carry power lines. The smell of creosote fills the Land Rover's cabin. Sometime round about here, I realise I'm going to miss the next ferry to Tarbert, where I've been hoping to drop in on some old friends, and thus complete a clean sweep of ex-editors this weekend. So I take a detour to Otter Ferry via a precipitous wee road curling over the hills towards Loch Fyne. Great Wee Roads. A digression. A great wee road, in my terminology, just means a small road that isn't a main route, and which is fun to drive. Often it will be a shortcut, or at least an alternative route to the main road. It will virtually never be quicker than the main road route, but it will be a pleasure to drive. Perhaps partly because it has less traffic, partly because it goes through lots of beautiful scenery, and perhaps because it has lots of flowing curves, sudden dips, challenging hills, or fast straights, though GWRs rarely have many of those. A GWR can be extremely slow, often way below the legal limit, and still be enormous fun. It can even be a single-track road, quite busy with traffic, and so somewhat frustrating, and yet still be a hoot. And some roads only really become GWRs when it's raining and you have to slow down. Anyway, that single lane with passing places route over to Otter Ferry, snaking up some decidiously wooded slopes towards the broad flat tops of the low hills and their close-ranked bristles of pines, is definitely a GWR. By the side of Loch Fyne, I head north again and back down Glendorrel, finally having to press on once more, as I've ever so slightly underestimated the time required, again, and so end up gunning the Defender up the long curving slopes towards the viewpoint, looking out over the Kyles of Bute. This is one of the best views in Argyll, maybe one of the great views of Scotland, a vast opening delta of ragged joining lochs, flung arcs of islets, and low-hilled island disappearing into the distance. This must be the first time, certainly the first time in decent weather, I haven't stopped to take in that great sweep of view. The Land Rover tackles the hill fast in top gear, leaning mightily on the bends, but still seated a pant secure. It feels good, but I'm annoyed at myself for not being able to spare the view more than a glance as I whiz by the car park at the summit. Getting onto the ferry from Portavadie to Tarbert is a bit easier than it used to be. Last time I was here, you had to reverse onto the boat, which must have been fun if you're towing a caravan. Back then, a few years ago now, my car was the only vehicle on the ferry, which felt kind of romantic somehow. I was on the way to meet an ex-girlfriend for lunch, a strictly platonic visit, but still, there was a certain poignancy there. A year or so later, the same ferry figured at the start of the first episode of the TV adaptation of The Crow Road, with young Joe McFadden playing the central character, Prentice McHone, standing all alone on the deck, coming back to his family home for a funeral. I remember watching that first episode in a pre-transmission video and being very nervous. The Crow Road was the first book I'd ever had successfully adapted for the screen, and when I saw that first image and made the connection with the ferry journey I'd taken a year or so earlier, I had one of those, it's going to be all right, good omen feelings that I'm not sure atheists like me are really allowed to have, but appreciate now and again all the same, and relaxed, deciding that probably this was going to be a good adaptation, which, I'm happy to report, it was. For the whole journey, I've been listening to a mixture of the radio and some ancient select tapes. The radio for the latest news on the war, and the old compilation tapes because I'm still feeling a bit emotional about the war, I suppose, and want something nostalgic and comforting to listen to. I brought my Apple iPod too, along with the adapter that lets it communicate with the Land Rover's tape player. CDs are far too high-tech for defenders of this vintage. I counted myself lucky it hadn't arrived with a 70s stylee 8-track, but I haven't bothered connecting it. So, my listening consists of a mixture of breathless embedded journalists telling me how much progress the US and British troops are making, dashing across the sands towards Baghdad and Basra, and old songs from the decade before the First Gulf War. Tarbert to Kennacraig, where the ferry for Islay leaves, takes 10 minutes. The voyage to Portellen lasts a couple of hours, the late afternoon becoming night. On the boat, I sit in the bar reading the paper, soaking up the war, then read some of the whisky books I brought along as research. I drink a couple of pints. Usually, if I'm going to be driving later, I don't drink alcohol, but if I'm on a long ferry journey with a very short drive at the far end, I'll allow myself up to the legal limit. 2 pints of export is safe enough, though it's also heading up towards my other limit when I start thinking, quite fancy a fag. Blame the dope. When I first started smoking the occasional joint, it was always resin crumbled into tobacco. I don't think I saw grass for about 10 years after my first J. And later, especially during what you might call binge smoking sessions, when my pals and I were arguably too wrecked to roll another number or load just one more bong. It was just sociable as well as a hell of a lot easier to have a straight, smoke an ordinary cigarette. So as a result, I have a sort of sporadic part-time addiction, and have decided that yes, that old piece of poisonous propaganda my generation were peddled is actually true. Cannabis does lead you on to stronger and much, much more lethal drugs. Well, one, anyway. Specifically, to tobacco, if that's what you mix it with. Ah, the joys of cretinous prohibition. We'll be returning to this theme later, just in case you're under any illusions. But it's odd. When I'm sober, I hate the smell of cigarette smoke. I'm the kind of person who tells people smoking on non-smoking trains to put their fag out. Thinks. I believe the technical term for this is hypocrite. No? I even do this on the last train, when people are often drunk and seem to think that makes it okay to smoke, and I've been known to do this even when they're bigger than I am, or there's more of them. However, just let me sink a few pints or a few whiskies or a few whatever, and especially if I'm with people who smoke, I start thinking that a cigarette would just round a buzz off nicely. Usually I manage to resist. Sometimes, very drunk, feeling extremely socially relaxed, I succumb. I start cadging fags off my pals. And while I may not pay for my habit in financial terms, apart from the occasions when I feel I've smoked too many of somebody else's fags, when I'll go and buy them a packet, though they're never my fags, you understand. They're my friends, because I really don't smoke, see? I do pay. Extensive research has revealed that my hangovers are consistently between 50 and 100% worse the next morning if I've been smoking, compared to the control group of standard bad hangovers and their usual indicators: number and type of painkillers required, extent of sighing and quiet moaning, ability to string more than 3 words together, depth of desire to consume large greasy breakfasts, etc. On the ferry, I also have a Cal Mac chicken curry and chips, with lots of tomato sauce. This is, I realise, your basic poor horriblest cuisine, and almost as awful a confession as owning up to smoking, but it's become something of a tradition for me on Caledonian McBrain ships, especially on the 5-hour journey from Oban to Barra, where Anne and I spend a week or so most years. We're talking the sort of curry you used to get in school, like chip shop curry or a Chinese restaurant curry. Curry like they almost don't do it anywhere else anymore, and for good reasons. Frequently all glutinous, with too much corn flour, and with the chicken muscle fibres usually boiled and simmered down to fibres, the whole thing coloured a suspicious-looking dark mustardy yellow, doubtless loaded with sodium and E numbers. Plus, the chips are rarely better than OK. However, as a strange sort of slumming-it treat, it works for me. I actually look forward to one of these when we're planning trips to Barra, and I was genuinely pleased to find that they had the same dish on the Isla service. On the Barra trip, I always know to take a dumpy little bottle of tomato sauce with me, so I have a decent helping with which to slather the chips. But even without that, and being forced to use a handful of those annoying little sachets instead, it is a joy, albeit a guilty one. Of course, when I get to where I'm going, I find that my hosts have cooked some fresh off the farm's own fields lamb, with gleaming new potatoes and a selection of succulent vegetables, and I really feel guilty about the mass-production time-warp pseudo-curry I've just eaten on the boat, but that's just the way it goes. Anyway, I have a couple of glasses of wine, and then another couple of glasses of wine, and then a second dinner, partly out of politeness, but partly also because it all just looks and smells so good. And that, I strongly suspect, is the start of a process which sees me put on nearly a stone in weight during the laughingly entitled research phase of this book. 2. Does not rhyme with outlay. Banks say, "What's this about you writing a book about whisky?" It's true. They're going to pay me to drive round Scotland, or be driven round Scotland, whatever, visiting distilleries and drinking whisky. So it wasn't a joke. No, not a joke. And you're sure it's not a dream you've, mistaken for reality? Definitely. I have a signed contract. Want to hear it, Russell? Just wanted to be sure. So you'll be wanting help with this. The first signpost you see coming off the ferry at Port Ellen on Islay has only 2 words on it. It points right to Ardbeg and left to Bowmore. Brilliant, I thought. A road sign that is made up 100% of distillery names. A proclamation that you are on an island where the making of whisky is absolutely integral to the place itself, where directions are defined by drink. This was, patently, a great place to start the distillery tour. I love Islay whiskies. There are 7 working distilleries on the island, pretty good given that there are less than 3,000 people on the place, each producing their own distinctive whiskies, and I have a deep affection for all of them. I have favourites amongst those 7 basic malts, but they're basically all in my top 20 Scotchies. This may, I suppose, change over the course of the next 2 or 3 months, as I visit distilleries throughout Scotland and taste whiskies I've only heard of before, and in a few cases never heard of before. But I doubt it'll make that much difference. it's hard to believe there are tastes as dramatic as the Islay malts that have somehow escaped the attention of me and my pals. The reason I've taken to them so much is, I suppose, that Islay whiskies are just generally bursting with flavour. Actually, make that bursting with flavours, plural. I came to the realisation many years ago that I like big, strong, even aggressive tastes. Cheddars so sharp they make your eyes water. Curries in general, though preferably fairly hot. Thai meals, garlic-heavy Middle Eastern mezes, chili-saturated Mexican dishes, hugely fruity Aussie wines, and thumpingly, almost aggressively flavoured whiskies. For the record, the things I don't like are Brussels sprouts, marzipan, cherries, and amaretto. Plus one other category of foodstuff that we'll come to later. It's a bit embarrassing. Distinguishing between the different styles of Islas, the most obvious micro-area lies in the south, on the short stretch of coast, extravagantly frayed, wildly indented, profusely hummocked, and multifariously cragged, facing southeast towards the Mull of Kintyre. The three southern coastal whiskies of Islay, with Laphroaig in particular providing the most radical example, constitute what is almost a different drink from whisky. The distinction is that sharp. I know several people who like their drink, love their whisky, be it the stuff you'd serve to somebody who's severely overstayed their welcome or the special reserve you'd only bring out for the most special of special occasions, who hate Ardbeg, Lagavulin, and Laphroaig with a vengeance. Of the three, they usually especially hate Lagavulin and Laphroaig, and out of that pair, reserve their most intense aversion for Laphroaig. Pronunciation. A word. In the previous paragraph, there are, in order of appearance and coincidentally alphabetical order, one that's fairly self-evident, Ardbeg. One that's not as tricky as it might look to the untutored eye at first sight, Lagavulin, and one definitely iffy example, Laphroaig. And can we please deal with the difference between loch, which is either a thing found on a door, or a way of raising or lowering a boat on a canal, and loch, which is generally the name given to a body of water in Scotland, which in England would be termed a lake. The ch sound, as in loch, broch, and indeed och, is a soft, sibilant noise, made at the back of the mouth, with the tongue drawn back and upwards. It sounds a bit like distant surf, if you want to get romantic about it. What it does not sound like is k. Well, unless we're talking about either of the occurrences in Brook Laddie or Glen Garioch in Aberdeenshire. And let's not even mention the Lake of Menteith. One last thing. Back when I lived in London in the early 80s, an ad agency was running a campaign for the duty-free shops at Heathrow, and one of the posters I'd see in the tube stations showed a bottle of, if I recall correctly, Laphroaig, with the byline, "I lay for less outlay." This implies the two irrelevant words rhyme, and is wrong. The first bit of the island's name sounds like isle, and the end is just la. That's simple. So let's not have any more of these gratuitous cross-border mispronunciations. Now, those southern Isles. Some people can't stand the taste of the three, but keep trying every now and again, wishing that they could appreciate these strange, fierce, acerbic whiskies the way other people obviously do. Others are just perplexed that anybody would want to drink such bizarre-tasting stuff, but leave it at that, while others seem to hate them the way you despise an especially loathsome politician. Their most intense regret, bewilderment or venom, respectively, is generally reserved for Laphroaig, as the most intensely different, even willfully incongruous example of extreme whisky. The comparison I think is most apt, in the wider field of drink, is probably Chateau Moussard. This is one of my favourite red wines in the world, but it is profoundly different from other reds, especially other reds generally considered to be worth a place in a decent wine list. It is spicy. In fact, It's spicy in a way that is utterly different from what a wine taster will normally mean when they apply the word spicy to any other fine wine. It's a bit like the difference between somebody having red hair and somebody wearing a red wig the colour of a British postbox. The word red is the same, but once you know the context, once you know what sort of red is being talked about, the image you have of the person being described alters drastically. So with Chateau Moussard. It's so different from any other fine red wine, it practically needs a separate category of drink to define it. In Michael Broadbent's Vintage Wine, an authoritative and astoundingly comprehensive overview of 50 years of wine tasting, it merits a categorization all of its own. Chateau Moussard is made by a man called Serge Hochar, son of Gaston, who started the enterprise in circumstances which have over the years certainly and frequently merited the description difficult. When other winemakers talk about a difficult year, they mean there was a late frost or a too damp September. When Mr. Hochar says it was a difficult year, you suspect he means that there were landmines to remove from between the vines, or that there was an unexpectedly high number of extremely brief, sudden and entirely unannounced visits from the Israeli Air Force. Chateau Moussard is from Lebanon. Specifically, it is from the Bekaa Valley, notorious over the decades as the location of training camps for terrorists, freedom fighters. The listener is invited to choose as appropriate to their dogma. Wags had been known to shake bottles of the stuff by their ear, claiming to be listening for the telltale chinking sound of shrapnel. Despite all this, Mr. Hochar has succeeded in producing a vintage every year apart from one, and not just producing any old harshly ropey but high novelty value gut rot either. Moussard is in every sense a fine wine. But very different. Again, some people, solely through taste rather than prejudice, can't stand the stuff. Just like Laphroaig, it is sometimes referred to as an acquired taste, though I'm not sure about this. I suspect more people stick with their original reaction to both drinks, rather than start out hating only to end up loving. Whatever. Laphroaig in particular is a hell of a drink, especially if you don't like it. It's oddly peaty. Oddly, because there's much less peat involved in the making of it than in most whiskies we think of as peaty, and positively bursting with smell straight out of the medicine cabinet, the quayside, a road repair depot, and even an industrial plant. Mouthwash, disinfectant, iodine, cough sweets, actually make that cough sours, seaweed, tar, diesel, oil. Pungent, no-holds-barred stuff, though arguably not quite as remorselessly astringent as it used to be. I think the truth is that, as well as having changed somewhat over the years to a slightly mellower formulation, Laphroaig is just a very slow-maturing whisky. It still has enormous, restless, raw energy and character at an age when most other whiskies would be starting to take on too much of the character of the barrel they've been matured within, turning woody. Not this stuff. At 10 years, it's ferocious, full of antagonistic flavours, sweet and sour and tarry, redolent of peat, pepper and burnt toffee. It shouldn't all work together, and, as I say, for some people it never will, and yet it does, magnificently. 5 years later, it's still powerful, though more balanced, slightly sweeter, less demanding, and deeper, while at 30 years it's finally getting to the, just about perfect stage. Apparently. I've never tasted Laphroaig this old. I'm relying on usually reliable sources here. Lagavulin, barely a whisky a barrel's throw away along the coast, is a close second on the in-your-faceness stakes, which was kind of the idea, as the guy who had the place built, Sir Peter Mackie, was trying to make a whisky like Laphroaig. What's there in the site now is the result of a combination of 3 separate distilleries, themselves the distillation of about 10 distinct bothies with stills, which used to make spirit back in the pre-excise days when it was all just a cosy wee cottage industry and everybody was basically semi-pro. Once upon a time, distilling as a cottage industry. In the old days, people made whisky because it was just part of the life of being a crofter, a croft being the Scottish term for a small farm. You grew barley, you harvested it, and what you couldn't feed your family or your animals with, you could either sell or make into whisky, which you could also use yourself, or sell. Turning barley into whisky was a good way of storing your surplus. Barley goes mouldy in a damp climate. Whisky doesn't. To people like this, making beer or whisky from their crops was as much part of their lives as sowing the seeds at the start of the season, or bringing in the harvest at the end. To them, the government was a distant entity with little day-to-day relevance to their lives. When, during the gradual commodification and commercial exploitation of whisky, the politicians decided that people would no longer be allowed to make their own whisky unless they did so on an industrial scale, and paid the government for the privilege, it must have seemed as outrageous to the crofters as if they were to be taxed for heating a kettle of water or making soup. Little wonder the excise men, charged with policing these new and generally hated laws, and bringing in the loot they would produce, were so despised, obstructed, and vilified. Lagavulin, made in pear-shaped stills, which are so pear-shaped they look like they were deliberately modelled on pears, has a dry, salty taste, and is usually more sherry-influenced than a similarly aged Laphroaig, though still reeking of smoke and peat. For a long time this was my second favourite Islay, a short nose ahead of the wonderful Ardbeg. My tastes do seem to have changed over the years, and these days I'd put Bowmore near the top of the list, just under Laphroaig. Bowmore is north and west of the south coast's Big Three, on the relatively balmy coast of Loch Endal. As a producer, Bowmore has a richness throughout its range of whiskies that makes it one of the handful of very best distilleries in Scotland. As well as the 12, 17 and 21-year-olds, they have others with names like Legend, 8 to 10 years old, Mariner, 15, and Darkest, probably about the same age as Mariner, though there's no age stated. There are lots of other expressions available given sufficient time and money, but that's enough to be going on with for now. Put it this way, those mentioned range from merely very good indeed to utterly stunning, with a power and opulence of taste bursting through the older whiskies that beggars belief. There's intense smoke, though like summer bonfires, not just peat fires, wind scent on a sea breeze, plus the entire contents of a well-stocked florist. Just the most glorious, life-affirming stuff. I can accept that people might not like Laphroaig, and maybe the other South Coasters, but if you can't find a Bowmore to fall in love with, you may have to consider very seriously the possibility that you're wasting your money drinking whisky at all. Distillery Aesthetics, a highly partial overview. Many distilleries are quite beautiful. A lot, probably the majority, are set in scenery which is somewhere between rather lovely and utterly magnificent. There is obviously no real link between the nobility of the distillery's environs or its architectural attractiveness and the worth of the whisky made there. There are a few quite gorgeous distilleries, jewels in fabulous settings, or just extremely interesting architecturally, which produce whisky of no great singular merit, though they often contribute significantly to fine blends. On the other hand, there is, for example, Glenlivet, which, while it rests within some perfectly pretty Speyside hill and glen scenery, from any direction I've ever come at it from, looks like a bit of a mess, sprawling across its hillside in a bedraggled mixture of building styles, proportions and textures, which end up being anything but easy on the eye. And it doesn't matter, because Glenlivet is rightly regarded as one of the great Speysides, indeed, one of the great single malt whiskies. It would be nice if it was produced in something obviously befitting its intrinsic stature, something of either perfectly natural, almost organic vernacular elegance, or of painstakingly careful design by Lutyens or Sir Richard Rogers. But that would just be a bonus, and it's better that the attention of all concerned is on the whisky itself, not the buildings. rather than the other way round. The Islay distilleries are all pretty spoiled when it comes to setting. The two least favoured are Bruichladdich and Bowmore, the former because it's just a pleasant assemblage of buildings by a nice wee village on a stretch of shore, which is by turns sandy and rocky, with a broad, shallow sea loch in front and low tree-lined hills behind. See, it's actually in a pretty damn spiffing situation, but we're talking relative values here. The latter because it's in a roughly similar context on the opposite side of Lochindale, and is part of the town of Bowmore. In fact, the distillery is so integrated into the rest of the town that when its stills are producing, the excess hot water helps to heat the municipal swimming pool next door. Again, Bowmore, Islay's effective capital, is a fine, attractive little town, and no disgrace at all to the smart, tidy distillery on its southern perimeter. It's just that the other Islay distilleries are so much more dramatic in their surroundings. The three south coasters look out to the long arm of sea that is the... well, to be honest, I'm not sure. Even after scrutinising my dad's old Admiralty charts, I can't decide whether it's a sort of outpouching of the Irish Sea, part of the Atlantic, or the start of the Sound of Jura. Anyway, it's deepish water, and can be wild in a winter storm. Small islands, more like jagged scatters of rock, pierce the waters offshore, and the distilleries look sort of nestled into the broken folds of the sea-facing land, as if they squatted there amongst the boulders, lochans and trees, and then sort of wriggled about to get themselves hunkered down and comfortable. They look elegant. They have whitewashed walls, black roofs, and black detailing, pagodas standing proud, clipped lawns, and a general air of discreet pride. Handily, all of them have their names in very large letters, painted in black on their tallest seaward walls, so if you take a photo from the right angle, you never need to scratch your head and mutter, well, I think it looks like Laphroaig, but maybe it's Ardbeg. Cailleach and Bunnahabhain sit in even more dramatic scenery, wedged at the bottom of steep hillsides, as though teetering on the brink of falling into the sea, looking respectively across and up the Sound of Jura, with the paps of Jura rising in an appropriately, if colossally, mammiform manner across the water. There used to be a quite spectacularly complete but rusty wreck lying at a steep angle up on the rocks just along the coast from Bunnahabhain. I remember seeing it from the ferry as we approached from Colonsay a dozen years or so ago, but the same stormy seas that drove the ship there in the first place have pounded it to pieces since, and there's little left to see now. Given its remote and wild situation, it seems almost odd that Bunnahabhain produces what is in some ways the lightest, least dramatic Islay whisky. It's still quite oily and salty, while being moderately sherry-sweet, and has a hint of peat. But it's a mellow drink compared to the others, and also compared to its dramatic, thrown-down setting. I feel I'm kind of damning it with faint praise here, but it's actually a very fine malt, and if all the Isles were as ferociously heavy-hitting as Laphroaig, brandishing their peat, smoke, and iodine in your face, the island would lose a great deal. Bunnahabhain is more the strong, silent type, and none the worse for that. Quite a lot of it goes into black bottle, making it perhaps the best reasonably priced blend on the market, certainly for Islay lovers.
This ends Disc 1. Raw Spirit, In Search of the Perfect Dram. Disc 2.
On Islay, I'm staying at Ballyvicar Farm, near Port Ellen, with Toby and Harriet Roxburgh. Toby is a rotund, ruddy figure, avowedly Scottish, yet with an accent he himself describes as cut glass. Toby has the best basilisk stare I've ever encountered, though never happily in anger, and once told the late Robert Maxwell to fuck off, and lived, and remained employed to tell the tale. I think hopper loads of respect are due on that count alone. Educated and erudite, witty and well-read, I first got to know Toby as the man who bought The Wasp Factory for paperback when he was editor of Futura. Later he took on Consider Phlebas, my first science fiction novel, and we really got to know each other at the first SF convention I ever attended in 1986. I say got to know. What I mean is, I lay on the floor in the bar under a table with a pint of beer balanced on my chest, wondering vaguely why the ceiling seemed so close, while Toby generously plied my wife with champagne. It was at the same convention, Mexicon 2, that I first encountered John Jarrold, a famous fan. I have no intention of attempting to explain the intricacies or even the basics of British SF fandom in the late 20th century, its customs and mores. You'll just have to accept concepts like that of a famous fan. John later became a respected editor, and not just of science fiction. John and I haven't met up for some time, and neither of us has seen Toby and Harriet for years, so a rendezvous on Islay has been arranged. John flying in earlier on the Friday afternoon from Hastings via Heathrow and Glasgow. We'll meet up with photographer Martin Gray tomorrow. Martin has taken on the unenviable job of trying to take a decent photograph of me for the book's cover. My editor for this book, Oliver Johnson, will appear on Monday, arriving on the plane that will take John back down south. John sits in the Roxburgh's kitchen, having just finished some of the lamb I at first refuse and will later tuck into. He is resplendent in an impressively thick white cable knit jumper, and what certainly appears to be an equally impressively thick white cable knit beard and moustache. John has a seemingly photographic memory for Shakespeare, the words of every musical ever committed to celluloid, and the dialogue from most films of the past 50 years. This, coupled with a profoundly ingrained desire to share this knowledge with you, does, of course, make him a deeply annoying person to watch a film with, if you haven't already seen it, and he has. But it's a small price to pay. Well, that and the fact that when he starts quoting Shakespeare and you think, "Ha, I know this bit," and join in, you inevitably find that the segment you know only extends to cover the next couple of lines, whereas the verses John's regaling you with seemingly stretch on through and indeed occasionally beyond the next act. Never mind, the guy's a joy to be with, and he did arguably save my life once on a hotel balcony in Brighton very early one morning back in the late 80s, so I shouldn't criticise just because he knows stuff I don't. We'll come to the dangerous details of the balcony scene and Toby's just a few drinks for friends party later. Harriet, Toby's wife, is equally wonderful, and even more ruddy-cheeked than her husband, with a great, peelingly infectious laugh, and a neat ability to control a fully loaded quad bike, while remaining undistracted by a small platoon of accompanying dogs and children. She drives a mean chariot too. They have a chariot made from plywood, an old car axle, and what looks like bent scaffolding poles, which gets lashed onto the Clydesdale and pulled around the fields with Harriet and a bunch of bouncing, whooping, yelling children aboard. No idea why. Harriet is usually to be found tramping across the farmyard with a bucket of something noisome, or just plain smelly swinging from each arm. The Roxburghs and their farm present an image which, for all its eccentricities, encapsulates fairly representatively what British farming at a certain scale, i.e. not gigantic, has become. Heads are kept above water by extreme, almost tortuous diversification, so that as well as the animal husbandry side, involving both sheep and cattle, and both enterprises perpetually and grotesquely complicated by a brain-boggling array of EU and DEFRA rules and regulations for which the adjective Byzantine seems woefully inadequate, hinting, as it does, relatively speaking, at a regulatory scheme of sweet reason and minimalist elegance compared to the carbuncular reality. Money is made from the holiday flats converted from stables attached to the main farm building, from a pony trekking business and livery sideline, from a waste paper shredding scheme, and from Toby's 1 week a month job as editor of the Ilich, Islay's very own newspaper. NB. Regardless of how Islay itself is pronounced, Ilich, which means somebody from Islay, is pronounced Ilich. Sorry about this continual pronunciational complexity, but as my computer occasionally informs me in its Stephen Hawking voice, it's not my fault. When we arrive at the farm, Belinda, Toby and Harriet's daughter, has not long returned from maternity hospital in Glasgow. Living on an island like Islay for any substantial amount of time will, unless you keep in very rude health indeed, eventually convince you that helicopter air ambulances are very noisy and not that glamorous after all. Belinda has returned with her tiny, beautiful, brand-new baby daughter called Beth, sister to Rachel. Rachel is 4 and very strong-willed. She is an uninhibited singer at bath time and hums when she draws. A lovely, single-minded, head-down determined, even grumpy child. It's too early to tell whether she's inherited the female Roxburgh laugh from her mother and grandmother. I like her a lot. Belinda is married to Robert, who is chef at the nearby Machrie Hotel, and does wonderful things with local scallops, venison and beef. We're driving out to the Machrie for lunch when we see a buzzard. "Oh, wow," I say. "A buzzard! Look!" Anne and I are big fans of buzzards. We're members of the RSPB, but not very dedicated ornithologists, and a buzzard is one of the few large birds we're able to identify confidently. They're becoming much more common than they once were, but it's still literally remarkable for us to see one near where we live. The specimen we spot on the way to the Machrie is a big, slow-flapping adult, making its way empty-taloned across the fields to nearby telephone pole to perch and scan. "Ha!" Toby says bitterly, glaring at the thing. "Buzzards. They're the reason we don't have any songbirds at Ballyvicar." "Oh," I say, crest rapidly falling. What a townie you're showing yourself to be, Banks, I think. "And as for the otters—" "You have otters," I say, delighted again. "I love—" Toby growls. "Damn things keep eating the ducks." Ah. Islay is a fertile, fecund place, which is surrounded by, almost infested with, wildlife. There are orcas, dolphins and seals off the coasts, feeding on unseen numbers of fish and crustacea. There are 3 species of deer scattered through the forests and hills, each of them apparently pursuing lives largely dedicated to jumping out in front of cars at night, with the absolute minimum of warning in, one has to assume, some misplaced spirit of sportingness. There are multitudinous birds of prey, including those songbird-snaffling buzzards, clouds and carpets of wintering geese, just passing through to refuel from and leave fertilizer on fields, again at least 3 different species, pheasants, plump, brightly coloured birds prone to wandering around fields, hedgerows, verges, and any intriguingly tarmacked surface with a distracted air, looking vaguely lost, as though they have the sneaking suspicion they should be somewhere else. Basically, roadkill waiting to happen. Otters. Boo, hiss, bad otters. Hares. Lots of hares. Usually seen bounding away on back legs that somehow look too long for them, as though they've borrowed them from a young gazelle. Rabbits, plus a whole slew of smaller creatures that are generally only seen in squashed form, decorating the lumpy, undulating, peat-floated road surfaces of Islay, with brown-red splodges of fur, meat, and bone. These are, especially when fresh, and indeed preferably twitching, of enormous and consuming interest to the noisy flocks of crows, which would otherwise be happily employed looking for sheep recently fallen on their backs, so they can peck out their eyes, or get stuck into the juicily vulnerable nether regions. There's so much wildlife on Islay, it even interferes with the whisky-making. Worst culprits are the geese, who've been known to devour entire fields of barley destined for the honour of becoming whisky, but this hasn't stopped fish and mammals from trying to get in the act as well. The day we went to Bunnahabhain, they were taking apart one of the cooling columns in the still room, because a trout had got into the system from the sea, wedged in the heat exchanger, and stopped the whole operation in its tracks. It was even, and evenly, cooked, due to the proximity of the place it got stuck to, the hot bits of the pipework, though whether anybody actually ate it afterwards is not recorded. They were discussing putting a better baffle plate or something on the inlet pipe when we left, and talking about how that otter managed to get itself wedged in the same place last year. It may not exactly be the Serengeti, but living on any farm, especially one in a place with as many wild animals around as Isla, seems to constitute a rapid lesson in the brusque realities of animal life and death. If you didn't accept the red and tooth and claw stuff before you get involved with country life, you very soon will. I suppose it's one reason why farming seems to be a largely hereditary occupation, and why many people who think it'll be nice to work with animals on a more permanent basis end up having a very short career in the business. I've never met a farmer yet who didn't have a whole herd of grisly animal horror stories, often as not involving choice phrases like prolapsed uterus or maggot-infested wounds. They are only too willing to share these tales with you in gaspingly forensic detail, presumably to remind you of the non-monetary cost of the food in your belly. Food which, given the sheer god-awfulness of some of the stories, they are often in considerable danger of shortly being able to inspect for themselves. Even the purely arable farmers without a true beast to their name seem to have a stock of tales fit to turn the stomach of a starving vulture. Life at Ballyvicar strikes me as a complicated, often physically and emotionally strenuous, but ever-involving and frequently rewarding existence of sustained bucolic chaos, surrounded by chemicals and feedstuffs, hay and manure, machinery, vehicles and tack, by chickens, cats, dogs, sheep, cows, ponies, horses, that ever-present cornucopia of local wildlife, and a glorious, bewildering squall of absurdly apple-cheeked children, running, roaring around in dusty paddocks. Barefoot, yelling, caked in muck, and generally having what certainly looks like a totally brilliant time. You find yourself having an engrossing conversation with a bright, happily snot-nosed 4-year-old who's come up to ask your name and show you a length of plastic pipe they've decided is a trumpet. You look around in the sunlight at the primary surroundings. Bright green grass, rich red earth, and pure blue sky. And you think, grief, who'd raise a child in a city? Then you think, well, billions do, because they have to. Because that's the way the modern world's been moving for centuries, and there doesn't look like much around to reverse that course. And suddenly you worry about the child you're talking to, imagining this sunny openness, this cheery, inquisitive innocence, being transplanted to the big bad city, where instead of being one of the most happily beautiful things you've seen, it becomes a liability, a point of weakness, to be exploited by those unscrupulous enough to treat trust as gullibility, and people as collateral, to be damaged. Finally, though, with a little more thought, you accept that what you see before you still represents such a great start in life that just as a childhood spent in the muck and glore, eating dirt and falling into the nettles, turns out to be a much more effective way of inoculating a child against infections and allergies to come than keeping them antiseptically spotless and clean. So this farmyard, outdoorsy life of crowded rough and tumble must have its own full suite of lessons about trust and betrayal, allegiances and self-reliance that will translate to any future situation. Children are more resilient than we fear, and wiser than we think, and we probably worry more than we need. Childhood, a sentimental detour. It seems to me that almost nothing in life is so important as being loved and cared for as a child. Maybe only an early death ever means more, has more bearing on the ultimate shape of an existence. Even a vast lottery win or some other great stroke of fortune means little in comparison, because the legacy of one is liable to affect so profoundly the reaction to the other. Somebody who's been loved, who has been brought up to feel respect for themselves and to feel and show respect for others, who has felt cherished and cared for, and has been sheltered from harm as much as possible, while never being deceived into thinking that life will essentially always be painless, has something more valuable than inherited fortune or title, and stands a far better chance of coping with whatever challenges life subsequently throws at them than somebody with only material advantages. Nothing guarantees success or even survival, and any auspicious start can be overwhelmed by future calamity, but the chances of avoiding tragedy are better, and even the journey to any eventual bitterness all the easier, with a childhood informed by love. I have to confess an interest here. I had the great good fortune to be born to parents who loved me, and did all they could to give me the best possible start in life. I was an only child, and so, I suppose, I had all the love they had to spare. And perhaps I was even more cherished than I might have been otherwise, because my parents had had a child a couple of years before me, Martha Ann, who was born with spina bifida and died after only 6 weeks. For whatever reason, I started life with all the taken-for-granted advantages of the only child, plus a few more, maybe because my father, faced, say, with the best cut of meat from a joint, would smile and wave it aside and say, "Oh, let the boy have it, he's growing." And that was always the way it was, and so I grew up kind of assuming that matters should be arranged largely for my convenience, and I should have the pick of things. In fact, this assumption of superiority was so ingrained that I usually wouldn't even mind if somebody else was occasionally given precedence. I'd just smile tolerantly and think that was nice for them. Really, whatever they just got should be mine, obviously, but it was good that other people got a share of the spoils now and again, even if they didn't really merit it, and I could even take pleasure in my own, albeit imposed, magnanimity. The only area where I conceded rank on a continuing basis was in general smartness. There was a pretty blonde girl in my class in North Queensferry Primary School called Mary Henderson. Mary always came top in tests, and I was always a worshipful second. There was one time after she'd been off school ill for several weeks when the positions were reversed, but even in Primary 2 I knew that didn't count. Brains and beauty. Naturally, I fell as completely in love with her as it's possible to fall at such an undeveloped age, and Mary became my first girlfriend, from the age of 5 to when we were both 9, and I left the village. It didn't entirely end there. Not that she ever knew, because I kind of fell hopelessly in love with her when I was 14. But that's another story. We kept in sporadic touch, and years later, when she was working for a firm of lawyers in Edinburgh, she sold me my first flat in the city. In any event, I had a happy childhood. A lot of people who've read The Wasp Factory and have fallen for those old nonsenses about people only writing about what they know, and first novels always being autobiographical, seem to think I must have had a really awful, disturbed and even abused childhood, but it just ain't true. Years ago, the launch party for Canal Dreams was held in Edinburgh. This was a first for me. All my book launches until then had been in London. However, my publishers had finally given in to years of me whining that we always had these shindigs in London, where they were frankly a bit lost in amongst all the other launches and general media clutter. Wasn't it time to have one in Scotland, where it might be a bit more of an event? So they'd relented. Desperate after my years of wheedling to make sure that the evening wasn't some awful one-man-and-his-dog affair where almost nobody turned up, I'd invited as many of my family as possible along, including my parents. The bookshop was full. I'd done the usual reading and answered various questions. Everybody seemed happy, and I was sitting signing copies at a table, when a young male exchange student from the States said, as I scribbled over his book, "Gee, I just read The Wasp Factory. You must have had a really disturbed childhood." Aha, I thought. For once I can deny this with witnesses. "Nope," I said, "and I can prove it." I pointed. "See that little old grey-haired lady there? That's my mum. Ask her about my childhood." The guy wandered off, and, a few signed books later, I heard my mother's voice floating over the assembled heads. "Och, no, Ian was always a very happy wee boy." Consider my case well and truly rested. 3. Exploding custard factories. Banksy, It's true you're writing a book about whisky. Yep, you're going to get me to drive. You'll be needing a hand. Count me in. Mr. Gerald and I, slightly hungover, spend a quiet, pleasant, sunny Saturday going round lots of closed distilleries so I can take photographs of the distillery names in very big letters painted on their whitewashed walls. At first I'm a bit mystified that the distilleries are closed on a Saturday. I'd kind of been hoping to get off to a flyer here and be able to tell Oliver, the editor, how determined I've been to start doing my research. But then, these are basically light industrial units with a 5-day week which happen to have guided tours and visitor centres as well. They're not, certainly before Easter and the start of the season, full-time tourist haunts, and that is part of their charm. We have lunch with a view of Lochindal and the harbour in the Harbour Inn. This was only supposed to be a snack, but somehow it turned into a full 3-courser when we started reading the menu. I stare at my pudding and consider the merits of not bothering to eat it, but just strapping it directly to my waist, for which it is surely destined, but then eat it anyway. Then we waddle, round to the Bowmore whisky shop, and stock up on a case full of whisky. Basically, one each from all 7 of the working distilleries on the island, plus an old Port Ellen. Port Ellen Distillery, forming the western limit of Port Ellen the town, no longer produces its own whisky, but instead provides the malted barley for 5 of the other distilleries on Islay, and so still plays a significant part in the island's economy and the overall quality of the Islay whiskies. The Bowmore whisky shop is very well stocked indeed, and I get a bit carried away, spending an eye-wateringly large amount of money, effectively buying the oldest version of each of the whiskies on offer. Actually, distillers don't call them versions, they call them expressions, which I suppose does sound slightly classier. Also, buying the oldest was a bit stupid without doing more research. Age isn't everything. All I can say is, it seemed like a good idea at the time. We drive around a bit afterwards, taking more photos and getting very good at spotting the distinctive pagoda-shaped ventilators, relics of the old drying floors where each distillery used to malt its own barley, that tend to denote the presence of a distillery. That'll be another of those distinctive pagodas there, then. It will indeed. Hey, look! There, outside that house, a life-size plastic goose. Hey, there's loads of them. And they're only 35 of your earth pounds. I'm going to buy one, maybe 2. You really have lost all sense of value, haven't you, Ian? Wonder if they light up, Sorry, what? Whisky. The how-to bit. If you already know how whisky's made, you may want to skip this section. Well, unless you're one of these know-all types who wants to look for mistakes or something. Whisky is made from barley, which is a type of grain that grows well in Scotland's relatively cool, damp climate. You harvest the barley, soak the stuff in water to start it germinating, then dry it off again to stop it actually sprouting too far. The idea is to turn the starch in the barley into sugar. Barley's not much use as it is. I mean, all you can do with it is let it turn into another barley plant or eat it, basically. Sugar you can do something useful with, i.e., start the process of turning it into drink. It's during the drying process that you can add the peaty flavour. In the old days, peat fuelled the fires that dried the germinating barley, and naturally some of the smell of the smoke got into the barley. Back then, every distillery would do its own malting. Malting is what the whole process so far is called, and it produces malted barley, or just plain malt, hence the name malt whisky. Once steeped, nothing especially technical in the word, just Scots for soaked, the germinating barley would be laid out on enormous malting floors inside the distillery, and guys would walk up and down, dragging boards behind them to turn the barley over now and again, basically ploughing it to let the air get at every grain. The whole malting process can take from 1 week to nearly 2. Only a few distilleries still do this themselves. Balvenie on Speyside, Bowmore and Laphroaig on Islay, Springbank in Campbelltown on the Mull of Kintyre, and Highland Park, just outside Kirkwall, on Orkney. The rest source their grain from specialist malt mills, specifying the level of peatiness they want. Then you mill the malted barley, stopping before it's milled too finely, when it would just be flour, until you have stuff called grist. At this point, distilleries have been known to explode. No, seriously. Any fine organic dust mixed with air in the right proportions will explode, if there's a source of ignition like a spark. A bad explosion in a custard factory must sound perfectly hilarious unless you're actually present at the time. And because barley's grown in the soil, it usually arrives with a few tiny stones in it. The stones can get caught in the metal rollers in a milling machine, produce a spark, ignite the malt dust, and bang! So, distillers take some care to make sure all the stones are removed from the barley before it goes into the milling machine. After this, you make beer in a teapot, transfer it to a bucket, and then boil it in a kettle. Thereafter, barrel, bottle, and serve. OK, this simplifies the process a little and glosses over vast amounts of skill and potentially decades of time, but them's the basics. The grist goes into a large cylindrical metal vessel called a mash tun. These usually hold many thousands of litres. Hot water is added, the resulting mixture is stirred to keep things going, the water is allowed to drain through the sieve-like floor of the mash tun, and the process is repeated twice and some waters are recycled. Finally drained, the mash tun contains draff, which, converted into pellets or cake, makes a really good cattle feed. Sadly for the cattle, there's no alcohol left in this stuff, so if a distillery tour guide tells you they have happy cattle nearby, just smile tolerantly. The stuff that's drained away is a sweet brown liquid called worts. And goes into one of the unsung containers in the whole distilling process, the underback. The mash tuns and washbacks get all the attention. It's not fair. Then it's those washbacks. These are impressive big things which are usually made of Oregon pine and look like giant upside-down wooden buckets. Yeast is added to the worts, and this is where fermentation happens. Looking into a washback once the fermentation process has gotten underway is very impressive. It's a little Corryvreckan going on in there. You'd swear it's all been kept swirling and thrashing around with a big propeller stuck in the base. But it's all just the energy unleashed from the sugars by the yeasts. In fact, the only motor in a washback is usually set into the lid to power a thin bar that revolves to knock the bubbles down. Otherwise, the foam threatens to overflow and escape, like a cheap special effect from a bad 50s science fiction movie. Handy hint. Don't stick your head into a washback at this point and take a deep breath. The carbon dioxide has been known to knock people out. Once all this excitement's died down, what's left smells like home-brewed beer and has an alcohol content of about 8%, so it's pretty strong by beer standards. It also tastes like shit by any standards, frankly, though it apparently acts as a highly effective laxative in doses above, say, about half a teacup. This fairly horrible liquid is then transferred to a still, the copper-constructed, deeply glamorous photogenic part of the whole business. Photogenic, that is, if they'll actually let you take a photo. Most of the Islay distilleries are pretty relaxed places and don't mind cameras, but a lot of the more corporatized mainland ones won't let you use cameras inside, citing the danger of a flash setting off the spirit fumes. I find this dubious. Do they think people are still using 19th century technology? You know, the little sticks like miniature builder's hods loaded with flash powder, which those photographer Johnnies once utilised to take daguerreotypes of hackney carriages and passing zeppelins with. I mean, honestly. There are two still types, usually, and they are used in succession. They are both just big kettles, heated by peat or anthracite direct flame in very traditional distilleries, or by gas or oil-fueled jets or steam pipes elsewhere. The first is the wash still. The alcohol in the mixture boiling away inside the still turns to a vapour before the water in the mixture does, and rises to the top of the still to depart through a pipe called the line arm. The vapour is cooled, becomes liquid, and then goes to the second still, the spirit still, where the same process happens all over again. The liquid that's sent from the wash still to the spirit still is called low wines. What's left in the wash still after it's finished its distillation, not a pretty sight or smell as a rule, is called pot ale. Sometimes that gets added to the cattle cake too. Still no happy heifers, though. After both stills have done their bit comes a sort of testing cabinet called a spirit safe, also quite glamorous in a brassy, glassy sort of way, where the distillers do some fairly basic chemistry experiments to decide which part of the resulting stream of clear liquid they're going to use. You can't use everything that comes out of a still. The first stuff to come out is overly strong and contains too many chemicals you wouldn't want to swallow, while the last bit is sort of all weak and pathetic and gets sent back into the wash still to try again. That first part is called the foreshots. The good bit is the middle cut and the last bit is the feints, though sometimes you'll hear them referred to as the head, heart, and tail. There's a big rectangular tank involved at this point which receives the spirit and is imaginatively called the spirit receiving tank, another unsung container, still unfair. Then it's off to the cask filling bit. Now, you could keep the spirit in bottles, ceramic jugs, or even well-cleaned oil drums, but at best it would stay just as it was when it was first poured into the container. At worst, it would eventually go off. The wood makes the difference. This may have been a class thing. In the old days, poor people kept their whisky in bottles or flagons or a pail or something. The better off would have had empty casks in their cellars because they could afford to buy stuff like wine and sherry and that sort of bulk. And using the emptied barrels to store whisky in must have seemed a prudent and canny idea. These days, the casks used for malt whisky are usually ex-bourbon barrels brought in from the States, often broken down into their individual staves and circular ends to save transport costs. The barrels are reassembled in Scotland and the flavour of the bourbon adds an extra depth to the developing spirit, whisky. Sherry casks provide an even more salubrious environment for young and impressionable whisky as it matures, but they cost more, about £250 a throw compared to £50 for a bourbon cask. Some of the more adventurous distilleries have used barrels which have contained other drinks like rum or red wine, and produced some very interesting whiskies indeed. More of this later. Whatever, after the filling, it's off to the warehouse. The pace slackens off here. A lot. 3 years minimum by law before you can even call what's in the barrels whisky. It's still spirit until those 36 months are up. Most whisky spends at least twice that amount of time in the warehouse. Wonderful, cool, beautiful, fabulously fragranced places, and most single malts will age for a minimum of 10 or 12 years before being allowed anywhere near a bottle. The reason these dark, quiet, usually earth-floored warehouses smell so damn wonderful, it is hard even for a heathen like me not to think of them as hallowed, is that, not to over-sharpen the point, even the best-made wooden barrels leak. The fumes find their way out of the casks and into the atmosphere. They even penetrate the usually very thick walls of the average bonded warehouse, turning those walls black because there's a particular airborne fungus which thrives on just those vapours, and which, is black. This happens at the rate of about 2% per year, so a cask that's been sitting for 10 years will have lost about a fifth of its contents. This sounds wasteful, but it isn't. It's a bit like the infant human brain losing synaptic connections as it grows and matures. What's left, the network of strengthened pathways in the brain or the concentrated flavours remaining in the barrel, is all the better for what's been given up. This 2% per year loss is usually called the angel share, presumably because the fungusy share doesn't sound quite so romantic. Once bottled, whisky doesn't mature or deteriorate as long as the seal remains tight, though if it is uncorked and then, for some unfathomable reason, not finished, it will eventually go off in a year or two. I am mildly horrified that this has been discovered. Oh, and store it upright, not flat. That's it. Hello, my darling, how are you? The phone won't stop. Won't stop what? Ringing. I've had all these newspapers calling the house wanting to talk to you about us burning our passports. I'm going crazy. But we didn't burn. Why are you always away when these things happen? Good timing. Ha! Just kid. It's not funny. Well, no, but I'm going insane here. I had some woman from the Scotsman on earlier. I thought this was why we went ex-directory. How did those... Never mind. I don't know what to do. Well, take the phone out. I'm worried they'll come to the house. That's a point. The fucking Daily Mail doorstepped me that time I said drugs, just say yes. And I'm missing you. Help? Well, why not come out here? Come to Islay. Harriet and Toby were, dreadfully disappointed when I turned up without you. A less secure person than myself could almost have formed the impression it was you they were really looking forward to seeing, not me. Bizarre though that sounds, obviously. But yeah, come on out. How? Drive? Oh, come on. You know I hate driving. Well, then, train to Edinburgh, another train to Glasgow, then. I think there's a bus to Kennaicraig, or something like that. Probably. Oh, come on. Right, well, Fly? There are no more flights till Monday. You've checked? I've checked. Ah, what the hell, just charter a plane. What? Charter a plane. Drive over to Edinburgh Airport or get a taxi and charter a light plane from there. What, really? Well, no, not really. I could look into it, I suppose. Well, is that okay? You really wouldn't mind? No, I suppose, if you're really missing. Where would I find that sort of thing? Yellow Pages, I suppose. I'll call you back. Bye. Which is how, after a succession of false starts and on-again, off-again phone calls, John Jarrold and I find ourselves at an otherwise deserted Islay airport on a Sunday afternoon, meeting Anne off a dinky little twin-engine Cessna, which left Edinburgh just 40 minutes earlier. What was the delay? First one of the engines wouldn't start, then the door wouldn't close, then there was mist over the runway, then there was no air traffic control. The pilot was called Lorna, and she was only 25. I said sorry for making her work on a Sunday, but she said she'd only have been doing the decorating. It was brilliant. Me, suspiciously. Have you been drinking coffee? The rest of Sunday, after Anne has settled in, had a welcoming dram or two with Toby and Harriet and promptly gone for a snooze, I spend with Martin, the photographer, revisiting most of the distilleries John and I drove to yesterday. They're still closed, of course, but looking very picturesque in the gently hazy sunshine with a calm sea lapping quietly against the rocks. We take what feels like about 18 rolls of film, including the one that's on the back cover of the book. Real whiskey, unnatural grip. That's photography. Martin is staying with friends near Loch Grunut in the northeast of the island, but later comes to stay in the other self-catering flat along with Oliver, and apparently turns out to be an extremely good guitarist, though Anne and I missed the impromptu concert. Later it turns out we know people in common. Martin's done a lot of album covers, including one or two for Shugal Nifty, one of my favourite bands, plus I know a couple of the guys. Actually, the last time I saw Malcolm, the guitarist, was at my birthday bash in February. I vaguely recall getting all excited about a plan we hatched together about doing a joint musical literary tour of Cuba with, hopefully, British Council money. I have a nasty feeling I was supposed to write the letter proposing this to the BC. Done. I'd better tell Mark about my gratuitous passport-destroying antics. We go mob-handed to the Machrie for dinner, utilising the bus-like carrying capacity of the Defender to transport everybody in one go. It's on the way back in the darkness that I'm warned about the kamikaze proclivities of the local deer population, especially between the hotel and the farm, and so crawl dutifully along at 30 miles an hour, eyes peeled for antlers craftily disguised as branches, lurking with malevolent intent amongst the roadside trees. Each evening I'm watching the progress of the war. It opens without the shock and awe we've been promised, but on the other hand, there are no sudden chemical or biological counterattacks either, which is good, obviously. Yet just a micron suspicious too. I mean, if you've got weapons of mass destruction, as we have been so assiduously and indeed almost desperately assured Saddam has, isn't now, when you're being invaded by troop concentrations heading straight for your major cities, when you'd use them? Anyway, it all goes very quickly and smoothly for the invading forces. The Brits sort of take Basra, the US Marines across the Euphrates. Then everything stalls, and it almost looks like another of the nightmare scenarios is going to kick in, with stubborn resistance in depth and behind the various fronts, irregulars attacking the supply chains. Then that all fades away too, and it's on to Baghdad. Despite one or two scares, still no chemical or biological weapons turn up. I sit in the flat above the old barn each night, nursing a whiskey, unable to believe this is really happening, that we've gone to war because, well, basically, because George W. Bush and his right-wing pals wanted to, and Tony Blair was determined to do whatever Bush asked of him, seemingly happy to risk destroying the UN and sundering the EU just so that the US could have its second pushover war in 2 years. But then, hey, I couldn't believe it a couple of years ago when Bush lost the election, and yet got given the presidency, and hardly anybody seemed to get upset. Certainly almost nobody in America was reported as getting upset. Not much national or worldwide outrage at the fact the most powerful nation in the history of the planet had been taken over by a cross-eyed cretin backed by a gang of drooling, mean-spirited, proto-fascist shitheads. My bedtime reading, when I'm not looking at other books about whiskey, is Stupid White Men by Michael Moore. It's good. A little tabloid with the italics and so on, perhaps, but very to the point given the current situation. In fact, painfully so. I can only take it a few pages at a time before my blood starts to boil. This is where a stiff whiskey really does make all the difference. No matter how fucked up the world may get, a good dram will make it at least slightly more bearable. And flippin' men to that. Our first proper distillery visit. Doing the tour, talking to people, checking out the visitor's shop, me assiduously taking notes, is on the Monday. I take John to the airport and meet Oliver, the editor, off the wee plane that will take John on the first leg of his long journey back south. Oliver, the editor, Oliver Johnson, is a big, friendly, comfortable-seeming kind of guy. As well as both being writers and having a certain interest in whiskey, we've definitely bonded over two more important character-defining interests: curry and maps. Oliver is a fellow cartophile. We've met a couple of times before. The first time was to seal the deal on the book in the vaults, HQ of the estimable Scottish Malt Whisky Society. That's where we started anyway, with quite a lot of single malts. Then we took in a bar across the road, where I had entirely the worst whisky I've ever tasted. It was some sort of homemade blend made specifically for a regular in the bar, allegedly. Whereupon we ended up in the Omar Khayyam, my favourite Edinburgh restaurant. The second time we met was a month or two later in the middle of February, when we went with Martin the photographer and a video filmmaker to Dalwhinnie to make a short promotional video for the book to be shown to the Random House sales force at the next sales conference. This also let Martin take some photographs, one of which ended up on the cover of the book. Dalwhinnie was, in a sense, the first distillery visit of the book. I'd been round exactly 2 other distilleries in my life, Highland Park in Orkney and Ardbeg on Islay. As an introduction to the whole business, Dalwhinnie could hardly have been bettered. We met up with some extremely helpful people from Diageo, the company that owns the place. Diageo, formerly United Distillers and Vintners, owned 30 other distilleries in Scotland, giving them nearly a third of the total and making them the biggest players in the market. We were treated to some very good and extremely welcome soup on a very cold day, and given a comprehensive tour around the distillery itself and the visitor centre. Plus, they let us clamber all over the place, taking photos from the roof and all over the grounds. Dalwhinnie is the highest distillery in Scotland, lying at over 1,000 feet above sea level. It was originally called Speyside, which is technically not as daft as it sounds, given that the Spey passes about 5 miles due north of the distillery. It's just that the area is so not what people mean when they talk of Speyside. I confess I hadn't realised the Spey rises so far west and south of Speyside proper. In all the years I've been swinging along the road near Cat Lodge, it had never crossed my mind that the river, briefly looping around on the plain near Laggan, was the glorious Spey. As a distillery, Dalwhinnie looks very proud, distinct and smart, standing on a swell of ground beyond the village, its pagoda towers rising above the surrounding trees. The day we visited, there were piles of snow in the car park, higher than my head, but the staff were still doing their best to make the place look presentable. Indoors there are 2 big onion-shaped stills, and outdoors there are a couple of condensers, making use of the cool air. They had a really neat-looking and colourful programme running on their computer in the stillhouse, displaying and controlling all the valves, pipes and containers the raw materials for the whisky have to negotiate on their way through the process, which, computer apart and remote control, is pretty standard whisky tech. Traditional, in other words. The whisky itself represents the Highlands in Diageo's classic malts range, so is pretty well known these days. The 15-year-old has a light, new-mown grass kind of smell to it, very green and scenty. There is a hint of peat and some sweetness, but it's the dry, herby notes that hold sway, making Dalwhinnie a light, zesty kind of dram, something you could put in place of a Fino sherry at the start of a meal, or take diluted perhaps instead of a dry white wine. Not really that similar to most Speysides then, and practically on another planet compared to an Islay dram. After saying goodbye to John at the airport, there's a quick dash to Toby and Harriet's farm, so Oliver can dump his bags. Then he, Anne and I zip round to Bruach Laddie. We're running a little late, and it's on this journey on a cheekily tightening bend sculpted into the dunes north of Bowmore that I discover the Land Rover's ability to set its tyres a-squealing. My passengers forbear to make similar noises, but I suspect it's a close-run thing. We proceed a little more circumspectly after this and arrive safely at Bruach Laddie, which faces across Lochindal towards distant Bowmore. Bruach Laddie is a distillery on the way back. It was closed between 1996 and 2001, and has anyway tended to be one of the Islay also-rans. Most malt drinkers would know it's an Islay, even if they might not be certain how to pronounce it. With Bruach Laddie and Bunnahabhain, luck has handily put the 2 arguably most tongue-twisting whiskies on the one island, and even had them start with the same letter. Your average malt tippler might also have a vague recollection of a light blue bottle label and a rather un-Islay-ish lack of peat on the nose, but that would be about it for anybody who wasn't already a committed fan of the stuff. This could all be about to change. There's a new guy in charge called Duncan McGilvray, who has a reputation as an adept marketeer. There are new and very interesting-sounding expressions on the way. New technologies and old traditions are blending harmonically, and there's a general air of optimism and energy about the place. Maybe it helped that we visited on another sparklingly sunny day, though I think the sunniness was more in people's disposition. It also matters a great deal to the people we talk to, and should probably matter a fair bit to us consumers, that the distillery is owned not by some giant impersonal multinational, but by a consortium of people who live on Islay itself, so any money made here is likely, largely to stay. I get out my little black and red alphabetically indexed notebook and prepare to start covering the story. Notes. A note. Taking notes. This is not like me. I usually just remember stuff, or very occasionally jot briefly in my diary, if I happen to have it on me, or scribble something in the margin of my telephone list or CD list. Long ago in my wallet, I used to carry a tiny notebook which I'd made myself. It was smaller than some stamps I've seen. I can write very small, but that was back when I was about 20 or so and having loads of ideas all the time. Now I'm officially a boring old bastard of nearly 50. I don't have the same number of ideas these days, and so have no pressing need to have a notebook always to hand. Mind you, quality, not quantity. A lot of those so-called ideas back then were just god-awful puns. What I should really do, of course, is use a personal digital assistant. One of those tiny handheld computerette thingies you can write onto and use as sketchpads, diaries, GPS displays, and God knows what else. And I do have one. I just don't use it. It's a Palm Tungsten T, which I was going to use to write this book on, as Rog, Brad and I trundled our way through the forest and across the Taiga on our way to Vladivostok on the Trans-Siberian. I had thought of taking my laptop, but I'd heard things get nicked a lot on the train, so I preferred something I could carry on me at all times. I'd coveted the full-size but collapsible keyboard that connects to these things since I'd seen fellow skiffy writer Charles Stross using one in an Edinburgh pub a couple of years ago. In fact, I nearly bought one of the keyboards just on aesthetic principle to own as an object, because they are simply so damn neat, even though I didn't particularly want one of the computers themselves at the time. The keyboards fold down to a size barely any larger than the handheld itself, and then unfold once and then twice, with bits gliding and snicking as a little sprung-loaded cradle clips up to support the tiny computer. Beautiful. Nowadays, as well as these fold-outs, you can buy keyboards made from flexible plastics, which you can roll up, but even if they're lighter and better, it's the jewellery-like intricacy of the fold-out that intrigues me. Anyway, I have one of these things, but I haven't yet started carrying it around. I have a bad habit of buying glitzy bits of new technology in a fit of retail-feeding frenzy excitement, and then losing interest in it for subsequent months, or even years, by which time it's usually obsolete. Later, Rog borrows the handheld, folding keyboard setup to write stuff while he does the Trans-Siberian all by himself. Brad, too, has had to drop out. We're shown round Bruach Laddie by David Barr, the bottling's operations manager, a pleasant guy with various tattoos on his arms from his time in the Merchant Marine. They are proud of their bottling plant at Bruach Laddie. It's the only one in the island. The other distilleries ship their malts to the mainland to be bottled, and uses local water to bring the whisky to the right strength. Before all that, of course, it's the mash tun, washback, stillhouse standard tour, with a bit of the history of the place thrown in. Now, obviously, I'm not going to detail in this book all the different tours around all the different distilleries, because that would be boring. You probably do not really need to know, for example, that Bruach Laddie currently produces 300,000 bottles per year, or that the temperature of the second of the three waters introduced into the mash tun is 79 to 80 degrees centigrade, or that the distillery dog is called Tiny, all of which, along with much, much more, I duly noted down on my tour. I've given a rough guide to whisky making, and it doesn't vary much between distilleries. Where it does, and I think it's worthy of note, I'll let you know. Otherwise, just make the relevant assumptions. The stuff I'm looking for as I make these journeys is the interesting bits and pieces that always crop up during every tour, especially if you ask questions and keep your eyes open and senses engaged. The Grace notes in a familiar theme. What I find intriguing is stuff like the fact that now they've got their new bottling plant, next on the list of improvements at Bruach Laddie, is a whisky academy they intend to open in the summer, in an old debonded warehouse to teach people about whisky in depth, or the fact that a family of 7 dolphins seem to have adopted the place, showing up at the same time each year in the bay across the road from the distillery, or that it has the tallest stills on the island. Taller stills give the vapours inside a harder job getting out to the bit where they'll be condensed and so tend to produce lighter spirits, or that what they call their computer in the mash room is a blackboard, and yet they have webcams set up at various sites throughout the distillery so you can watch what's going on, live, from anywhere in the world. It later turns out, as I discover through a Guardian article in early June, that Bruach Laddie only got the broadband connection that makes the webcams possible due to a mistake by British Telecom. The contract was signed and legally binding before BT realised that the distillery wasn't where they thought it was. So, the outgoing signals have to be bounced from Islay to Northern Ireland, admittedly only about 20 or so miles away, then away back over to Edinburgh, before disappearing into the web. It's this mixture of tradition and newfangled that's going to keep cropping up over the next few months, and nearly 100 distilleries. Very old tech and very new tech existing together and helping, in the end, to make and promote a drink that has itself changed and evolved over the centuries, sometimes with the grain of change in society, sometimes not. Evolution in the way the stuff is made, marketed and appreciated, and indeed in the taste of the finished product itself, helps keep whisky interesting. At one of the earliest stages of the process at Bruach Laddie, we're invited to taste some of the heavily peated malt they intend to use for a future expression. This comes as a surprise because the Laddie, as it's sometimes known, is not a very peaty whisky at all, certainly not compared to the reeking giants of the island's south coast. The peatiness of malt is measured by the parts per million, ppm, of the aromatic chemical phenol it contains, and modern maltsters are able to produce accurately and consistently pretty much any degree of peatiness a distiller requests. Of the Islay whiskies, Bunnahabhain has the least peat at 5 ppm, while Ardbeg has the most, 50 ppm. In between come Bowmore with 20, Port Ellen, as was, with 25, Cull Ila with 30, Laphroaig with between 35 to 40, and Lagavulin with 40. Bruach Laddie is usually the second least peated whisky, with 8 ppm of phenol in the mix, but the malt we are given a few grains of to chew on is absolutely loaded. It has 10 times as much as they'd usually use here, fully 80 ppm. It'll be a while before this monster of a dram thumps onto a bar or counter near any of us, but, always assuming that it doesn't overwhelm the seaside freshness Bruach Laddie is famous for, but works with it and adds to it instead, it should be a mighty piece of work, worth waiting for. While we've been here, a couple of guys and a digger have been tearing up a large part of the central courtyard Bruach Laddie is built around, demolishing old foundations in preparation for putting down new ones, allowing glimpses of old brick-lined drains and sections of ancient wall. They're still doing this when we leave late to head for the south of the island, where we're due to meet Toby for lunch and have a look around Ardbeg. If Bruach Laddie feels like a place still very much in development, Ardbeg exudes an air of having already achieved the sort of transition the Laddie is aiming for. They produce a lot more whisky here. I'm not going to mention the bottles per whatever much more honest. 35,000 bottles per week, or over 6 times what Bruach Laddie does. This is the result of a lot of rebuilding, both physically and, more to the point, promotionally. Quiet through most of the 80s, Ardbeg is now owned by Glenmorangie, who have built the Ardbeg brand into something accepted, once more, as being worth mentioning in the same breath as Laphroaig and Lagavulin. They spend 35% of their budget on advertising and promotion, Most companies spend about 16%, and this has to make a huge difference. This all makes it sound a bit too corporate, though. The feeling you get when you're in the place is that it's been lovingly restored to and beyond past glory. The restaurant in the visitor centre is exceptional. We meet Toby, apologise for being late, and have yet more wonderful Islay food. I'm convinced I can feel my belt tightening as we eat. Toby explains that a lot of Islay produce is almost but not quite organic, because the farmers have agreements with the RSPB and the Nature Conservancy people, that they'll let the vast flocks of migrating geese use their fields when they come through. This means that they have no choice but to use fertilisers to bring on their crops and harvest them before the geese get here, otherwise the birds would nick the lot. Fooded, we meet up with Stuart Thompson, the distillery manager. We'd actually said hi the day before when Martin and I were wandering around the place taking photos, and Stuart was watching one of his children learn to ride a bike. A lot of distillery managers live on site. Stuart has been busy over lunch with a party of French food and drink writers on Islay to sample what the island has to offer. We end up in one of the warehouses, sampling a couple of astoundingly good whiskies. One is a 12 or 13-year-old, about 62 proof, out of a bourbon cask. Very phenolic, slightly carbolic, but zesty, and, once it's pointed out to me, yep, has notes of American cream soda, which was my favourite sugary drink when I was young. This is deeply wonderful whisky, and tasting it in the fume-heavy coolness of the dark warehouse, while the clear spring sun beats off the pure white walls opposite, and illuminates the golden liquid in the sampling column, can't help but heighten the experience. Oliver and I swap superlatives, but I'm not sure that Stuart hasn't made a mistake here. I'd have led with whatever comes next and finished with this, because this is simply wonderful. One of the best whiskies I've ever tasted. I am, however, wrong, and Stuart knows exactly what he's doing. The second whisky is 28 years old, is down to about 46 proof, and is from a Fino sherry cask. Most sherry casks used for whiskies have held Oloroso. This stuff is just colossal. One taste, albeit a taste that takes a few minutes, from first amazed sniff to last lingering sensation at the back of the throat, and it goes straight to the top of the list. Very peaty, smoky and salty, but that's just the start. There's a rich creaminess here, too, powerfully but sharply sweet in a way that would swamp a less muscularly peated dram, but which here is part of a kind of dynamic of phenolic smoke and something like musky perfume. It's a changing dynamic, too, like having some immensely complicated integrated equation of taste, working itself out in your mouth, developing as it's held there to swirl from wood smoke to sea spray to sherry and back again. One moment it tastes like barbecued licorice, next it's changing to honey-glazed fruit. Though at the time, my principal impression was, wow. I look at my empty glass, then at Oliver, the editor. This is the best whisky I have ever tasted, I tell him. You mean we've found a perfect dram? He looks worried. This could be a short book. I smile at Stuart and nod at the cask. Is it possible to buy any of... Stuart is already shaking his head. All already spoken for, I'm afraid. I nod sadly and tell Oliver, I think the search has to continue. Your readers will appreciate the efforts and sacrifices you're so determined to make for them. For a moment I think I detect a hint of irony, but surely not.
This ends Disc 2. Raw Spirit, In Search of the Perfect Dram, Disc 3.
4. To Jura. Jura, an unbagged island. Always wanted to go there, never been. Jura lies aslant between Islay and Argyll and is very sparsely populated, well, by Homo sapiens anyway. There are only about 200 human residents. There are, however, zillions of red deer, though from what I could gather, these don't seem to have developed the same skills regarding ambushing innocent Land Rovers as their demoniac cousins on Islay, presumably through lack of practice and opportunity. Jura's a steeply, roundedly, mountainous, deeply rugged island that looks like it's almost been torn in two by the Atlantic gales. Actually, for the purposes of the geographical and historical background in my novel The Crow Road, it was torn in half. I decided I wanted to locate the fictional town of Gallinach near Crinan on the mainland. I needed a place of a deep-water port with easy access to the Atlantic, and I didn't want to edit out the Corryvreckan, so I blithely cut Jura in two. You get to do this sort of thing when you're a writer. Jura is a short ferry ride from Port Ascaig, on Islay's east coast, close to the Cull Ila distillery, so, as we're here, the weather's fine and there's a whisky book to be researched, it has to be done. The perfect trip will include a visit to the distillery, a look at the house where George Orwell wrote 1984, and then a hike to the northern tip of the island to see the tidal race there between Jura and Scarba, that wide, roaring whirlpool called the Corryvreckan, where Orwell once nearly drowned. We managed the first two of these, missing the Gulf of Corryvreckan because we need to make the last ferry. Meanwhile, we visited Cull Ila, the slightly less remotely sighted but even more precipitously shore-pitched neighbour of Bunnahabhain, a couple of miles up the coast. Standing between the big modern still house and the sea, the view is stunning whichever way you look. To Jura, its mountains mounded high and hazed across the waves, or back at the great coppery bulks of the four great stills, gleaming behind giant windows in the maritime light of an unseasonably warm spring. And practically has to be prized out of the visitor's waiting room, mesmerised by the vista. Yet again, this is a whisky that could well be a total star by now, if it had had a bit of marketing oomph behind it, and maybe a bit more consistency in its younger bottlings. It's oily and seaweedy, hardly a surprise so close to the water, toasty and brisk. Cull Ila is probably the least familiar, least lauded Islay, but find a good one and it'll stand up to almost anything. Arguably, the very distinctive toastedness of Cull Ila has mitigated against it being well known as a single malt, just because it is so in demand as a constituent in blends. A couple of months later, Jackie, one of the tour guides at one of Cull Ila's sister distilleries, Blair Athol, assures me it's especially good with a cigar. So there. The Isle of Jura distillery at Craighouse is a friendly place. Most of the small or out-of-the-way distilleries are. All the same, I start with slightly iffy memories of Jura malt, because I once bought a bottle when I was coming back to dear old Blighty from France on a truck ferry after a couple of months spent hitchhiking around Europe back in the early 70s. It was not a very good bottle of whisky. Drinkable, but poorer than most blends, which is a pretty damning thing to say of a single malt. Happily, only the wasted bottle shape remains the same, and the malt itself is peaty, floury, salty again, and smooth. The bottle of the new superstition expression we buy is all of these, plus smoky. Willie's definitive dram definition. Willie, one of the guys at the distillery, comes up with what Oliver and I agree is the best definition of what a dram actually is. A measure of whisky that is pleasing to both guest and host. Favourite memory of the Jura distillery? They had a wooden ball on the end of a bit of string, which could be swung against the neck of one of the stills, a bit like you'd swing a bottle of champagne against the stem of a ship being launched, though less destructively, obviously. This was a leftover from the Islay, well, Islay Jura in this case, whisky festival of the year before, when the guys thought it would be fun to show people how, in the old days, a distiller would work out how far up the still the mixture was bubbling. Nowadays, stills have wee vertical windows like glazed medieval arras slits set into them, so you can just look and see whether the stuff's boiling away nicely, not boiling hard enough, more heat required, or about to boil over and make a mess of the heat exchanger, less heat needed. But back in the old days, before this high-tech glass nonsense, they'd just swing a wee wooden ball against the copper and work out from the dullness or otherwise of the resulting dong whether their liquid was simmering anemically, frothing nicely, or about to blow the place up. There is even a suggestion that all this whacking away at the copper stills with wooden balls might have led to the stills starting to get a bit dented, taking on the appearance of coppery golf balls, and that this might contribute to the character of the resulting whisky. I see. There is real, probably daft, pointlessly conservative and very superstitious stuff going on here. Some distillers really do insist that when coppersmiths replace an old still, they only last about 15 years or so with all that heating and bubbling, even with repairs and riveted-on patches. They deliberately make exact replicas of the old stills, down to the dents they received accidentally, and even down to the patches and repairs themselves. But hold on, what about the way the whisky they made tasted before they had the patches? And are these patches cumulative? Do they all add? Will future copies of these stills be so accreted with patches, some from all their many generations of ancestors, that they look like patchwork quilts, but in copper? Oh well, who knows, and never mind. Following a very pleasant look round the distillery, the hotel across the road and the wee village of Craighouse, all resplendent in the sunshine, we stock up on a few snacking supplies at the village shop and head off to see Orwell's old place. After a little negotiation, there is a locked chain guarding the last few miles of the road, and permission to proceed beyond is far from automatic. We take the rocky road to Barn Hill, where George Orwell wrote 1984. 5 deserted, dwelling-free miles of sheer vehicle torture, ending in a gentle, shallow glen of rock and heather, stunted trees and newly flowered whin, the rich yellow blossom yet to exhale the buttery coconut scent of early summer. The old, white-painted house forms a shallow U-shape when you include the one-time byres and stables on either side. The track winds on over the hill to one last house further north, the final outpost of humanity, before the Corryvreckan. We are greeted by 2 honkily suspicious geese, possibly the remains of a flock that was here in Orwell's time, and a view down across the unkempt remains of garden and lawn, over a slope-damp meadow of reed and coarse grass, to the still bare trees above the rocks and the shining curve of bay. The rugged shore of mainland Argyll lies in the distance under the haze, more an implication than a presence. George Orwell, Eric Blair as he was born, came here to write, not die. I had the impression before reading the latest biography, Orwell by D.J. Taylor, that he'd slunk here like some wounded animal dragging itself off to breathe its last. But this was not really what happened, and nor was Orwell as alone as I'd thought either. Orwell knew he was unwell, even if he was loath to admit to his friends that he might be suffering from tuberculosis, but the diagnosis was made after he'd come back to Jura, following an earlier stay at Barn Hill and a subsequent return to London. There was a stigma to tuberculosis at the time. People knew it was infectious, and I'd thought that Orwell had exiled himself to a determined solitude, which even then, when Jura had a few more inhabitants and the road was better, surely, he drove a motorbike down this, with lungs close to collapse and hemorrhage, must have been close to complete. The air was purer than anything in the cities, though, given that Orwell was a chain smoker, this would not have made that much difference. There was little chance of infecting anybody else with the disease eating away at his lungs, and he would have the peace to write. Yet he came here with a family of sorts, was involved in the local community and the seasonal tasks of farming life, and had various guests to stay. There were never as many visitors as he and they had hoped and planned for, due to the sheer difficulty of getting to Jura, and especially this part of it. But even so, it was a fuller and less doom-shadowed life than I'd imagined. A presentiment of death and a desire to cling to life informed Orwell's choice of the place nevertheless. Even in those very early post-war, post-atomic days, he was aware of the possibility of a nuclear holocaust, and saw that Jura might offer a greater chance of survival than most places in Britain if the bomb did drop. Orwell spent most of his last 2 years in hospital and died in London. Peering through the windows at Barnhill, I wonder if he turned his chair and whatever desk or table he wrote on away from that beguiling, ever-changing view to the south. But Orwell seems like the sort of writer, the sort of man who might have kept the view there to be looked at, and yet still never let himself be distracted by it. Anyway, apparently by this stage he was so ill, he was mostly writing in bed. We return from Jura to Islay for an evening of stories and laughter and lots of tears. The tears were mine. Belinda had made this wonderful lasagna, and Toby had produced a big bag of green chilies to spice it up, leaving the bag on the table where I could reach it too, so that we sat there tearing these fiery little chilies up and scattering them across the lasagna before wolfing it down. Everybody else was sensible and stuck with the lasagna as it was. The chilies were very strong, and I tore up so many, I swear my fingers turned green. The resulting dish was utterly delicious, but then, laughing so much at one point, I had to wipe the tears away. I used my chili-tearing fingers to do the wiping, which was a major mistake. I'm convinced that the effect was so intense my eyeballs developed a sense of taste. I could taste green. My eyes streamed. My nose did too. I washed my hands, kept dabbing with a napkin, and thought of dousing my eyes with yoghurt. Capsaicin, the hot stuff in chilies, is soluble in fat but not in water, so this might have worked. Complicity readers know this stuff already. But I opted for just keeping on eating, even though I could hardly see for the wash of tears, and waiting for the symptoms to pass, which they did, after a quarter of an hour or so. I think it was around here, people having been primed for how daft I can be, that the Toby's party at the balcony scene story got told. The Toby's party, the balcony scene story. End of August 1987. Brighton, on the south coast of England. The World Science Fiction Convention, entitled Conspiracy. This seemed like a neat name for an SF con, until it came time for two of the guests of honour, the Strugatsky brothers, Arkady and Boris, to apply for visas to leave what was then the Soviet Union, and travel to the UK to attend the con. Its breezy, just-for-a-laugh title did not play well with the humourless pre-modernists, non-ironicists of the KGB, or whoever was in charge of issuing visas, because they did not get the joke, and did not issue the Strugatskys with visas either. Doris Lessing was another GOH, and gamely stood in for the non-flying Strugatsky brothers on some of the programme items they should have featured in. Given that Alfred Bester had also proved unable to attend, the con was having a jinxed time with its GOHs. Bester, author of at least one of the greatest SF novels ever written, had an even better excuse for not turning up, having recently died. Willed his estate to his bartender. Class. But a fine con, all the same, with thousands of SF fans from all over the world enjoying a long, sunny weekend. Enjoying it mostly in the bars, or at panel items in windowless function rooms, certainly, but enjoying it all the same. It was only about my second or third convention, and I was having a great time. Toby was my paperback editor at the time, in charge of the crowded and bustling satrapy that was Futura, part of Emperor Bobbing Bob Maxwell's vast imperial domain. Toby had a party in his suite, a fairly palatial set of rooms on the 4th floor of the Metropole Hotel, facing the beach and the sea. Not that it was really a party to Toby, not technically. It was just a drink for a few friends, dear boy, dear girl. After about 6 hours, when the few friends numbered in the treble figures and the bar in the sitting room had been restocked 3 or 4 times, and I mean a bar here, not a mini-bar. Each refill required a porter with one of those vertically stacked hand barrows fully loaded. Toby almost admitted that it was really a party, but then insisted that, a few freeloaders he didn't recognise apart, this was still just a drink for a few friends. The few drinks continued. I think it's probably the best party I've ever been to. Dawn. Most people had gone. Maybe a dozen were left. Amongst them myself, and Rog Payton, and Dave Holmes of Andromeda, Birmingham's main SF bookshop. The 3 of us were standing in the balcony of Toby's bedroom, talking about whatever, when my attention was drawn by a nearby balcony, that of Toby's sitting room. More specifically, my attention was drawn by the relatively short distance between the balcony we were standing on and the balcony of Toby's sitting room. "Dave, hold this, would you?" I handed Dave Holmes my glass. Now, especially while I lived in London, I used to enjoy the very much non-Olympic sport of drunken urban climbing. For a while I assumed I'd invented this recreation, but on reflection I'm sure I wasn't the first to partake of its heady, dangerous mysteries, foremost amongst which, of course, is how anybody can ever get so drunk without actually being unconscious or dead that they think this might be a good idea in the first place. I'd get drunk and climb things. City things, like buildings. Well, bits of buildings. I'm not claiming I used to shin up Centre Point or scale the Houses of Parliament or anything. Reversion to childhood thing. I was always climbing trees and scrambling up rocks when I was young, and usually going a bit further on and up than my pals. This was not so much the result of a spirit of competition as the consequence of possessing an "oh shit" reaction that kicked in after most other people's had. I was always fairly tall and skinny, and I convinced myself that because my mum had been a professional ice skater, I must have inherited a brilliant sense of balance, and this gave me an edge. Even so, climbing, drunk or sober, should never have held this attraction for me. It nearly killed me when I was a child. The experience ought to have traumatized me out of such larks and left me with a profound fear of heights. North Queensferry is sited on a stubby little peninsula sticking out from the south coast of Fife. Behind the village is the Ferry Hill, Ferry Hills. Depends which map you consult. When they were building the rail line to link up with the Forth Bridge back in 1890, the engineers decided to put a cutting through the raised ground, but the rock proved unworkably friable. Soft sandstone with scaly boulders of only slightly harder sandstone embedded in it, and it kept falling into the cutting. They dug down about 60 feet, but after the umpteenth rock slide gave up and built a tunnel underneath instead, taking the same line as the cutting, which thereafter just sat there, this weird, rock-strewn, overgrown canyon, a quarter of a mile long, through the Ferry Hills. One day, back when I was 7 or 8, I was climbing up the west side of the cutting with some of my pals. Almost at the top, I grabbed this big boulder sticking out of the cliff face above me and started to pull myself up. The boulder came out of the cliff like a rotten tooth, and both the boulder and I started to fall towards the floor of the cutting, about 50 feet below. I let go of the boulder. It crashed into the rocks beneath. I was caught by a whin bush growing out of a narrow ledge a few feet below where I'd started falling. I got very scratched, and there may have been a degree of whimpering involved. My pals formed a human chain and hauled me to safety, and by the time I got home, my legs had pretty much stopped shaking. Naturally, being a considerate little lad and not wanting to upset anybody, I delayed telling my parents what had happened, waiting a decade and a half or so. I submit that any sensible kid would have learned a lesson from that. Patently, I didn't. When I left my friend Dave McCartney's flat in Belsize Road, where I'd crashed for a few months and found my own place in London, living first in a flat in Islington Park Street and later with Anne on Graham Road, my favourite route for handy climbing opportunities was along the section of the Grand Union Canal, east of the Angel. It was a more interesting way home than the adjoining roads, and if you suddenly realised you needed a pee, well, I think the drunken urban climbing thing all started when there was some work being done under a bridge, and the towpath had been closed off with a wall of wooden boards. I was annoyed that my route was blocked, but then just went hand over hand along the top of the boards, legs dangling over the canal, until I got to the far end and resumed my walk. Another time I climbed over a wall into a factory yard and up this piece of industrial paraphernalia that looked like something out of an oil refinery and smelt like a tannery. It was about 6 or 7 metres tall and had some sort of series of stepped, shallow, open tanks at the top, into one of which I inadvertently put a foot while standing up to get a better view. The boot concerned fell apart over the course of the following week, and that sock was never quite the same again, but my foot was all right. I had, perhaps foolishly, confessed this eccentric but relatively harmless pastime to Anne, who proceeded to persuade me, with a degree of forthrightness I had not previously credited her with, that drunken urban climbing was basically unbelievably stupid. When I was sober, I realised this myself, of course. Anyway, I made a promise to her, no more climbing. And I kept my promise, I'm proud to say, until, standing on that balcony overlooking the pebbly beach of Brighton as the horizon went from black to grey, and that clear summer's night becoming morning, I spotted a loophole. While Dave Holmes held my drink, I swung my legs over the side of the wrought-iron balcony, reached across for a handhold or two, and made the easy traverse to the balcony outside Toby's sitting room. A traverse, you see? Completely horizontal movement, no height gained at all, and therefore, by definition, not climbing. Promise unbroken. Huzzah! Dave was still looking for a place to put down both the drinks he now held, and Rog Peyton had, after staring open-mouthed, not entirely believing what he was seeing, made a grab to stop me, but I was already gone, holding on to the outside of the railing on the other balcony and looking in at the sitting room where I could see John Jarrold sitting on a couch talking with a young lady. The couch was positioned at about 45 degrees to the opened balcony doors, and this is where the slightly stupid bit comes in. I said, "Hey there, Mr. Jarrold," and waved. When I had John's attention, I switched hands and waved with my other hand, then did this again, each time leaving a short interval when I had both hands off the railing and was, effectively, feet not quite balanced on the outside edge of the balcony stonework, starting to fall. Before, I caught myself and waved. Wave, switch, start to fall backwards, grasp railing and wave, wave, switch, start to fall backwards, grasp railing and wave. I did this a few times before John, staring at me, worked out what was wrong with the picture he was looking at. Meanwhile, Rog and Dave H. had given up shouting at me and were stumbling through from the bedroom to the sitting room. When John realised that he could see the railings between him and me, he jumped up and ran for the balcony. Realising the fun was over, I'd put both hands on the rails and started to swing a leg over, but he more or less pulled me to safety anyway. All good, clean fun, really, though I did apologise to all concerned if I'd upset anybody in any way. And there it might have ended, but for the fact that by a hideous coincidence almost at the same time as I was doing my traverse, a robbery was taking place next door, in an adjoining suite, one of those being used by the Con administration. Stuff was nicked. The thief was seen briefly. Thankfully, the clean-shaven swine looked nothing like me, or that might really have confused matters. The police were called, and I thought I'd better wait and mention to the cop, who appeared to be about 12, that I'd been sort of climbing on the face of the hotel at the same time as the robbery had taken place. Witnesses vouched for me not having taken a quick detour to any further away balconies, having a big bag with swag written on it, or wearing a stripy jumper and a black eye mask, and so it went no further. I went to bed, creeping in beside Anne without disturbing her. Plenty of time later in the morning, I thought, for her to hear all the grisly details, roll her eyes, and add a cast-iron subclause to the no-climbing agreement, covering so-called traverses involving what I believe climbers airily term exposure. I got up before noon. Anne snoozed on. Went for a breakfast Bloody Mary, as one does on such occasions, and the first person I met as I turned away from the bar looked surprised and asked, "Oh, they let you out on bail, did they?" A lesser man might have spluttered his drink. Having more respect for a healthy breakfast, I managed to swallow quickly before saying, "What?" I discovered over the next half hour or so just how quickly rumours mutate and propagate. Only about 6 or 7 hours had passed since the whole sordid balcony episode, and yet already it was common knowledge around the Con that A, I was an international jewel thief, and B, I'd been seen by various extremely emphatic witnesses who swore blind they'd seen me, dressed in a Spider-Man outfit, climbing the hotel from the ground up to the 4th floor, or C, I'd been clearly observed by several people of unimpeachable trustworthiness, dressed in distinctive SAS black coveralls, abseiling down from the roof of the hotel, down to the offending balcony. It wouldn't have mattered quite so much, but a lot of Americans were leaving the Con for home that day, and so took this travesty of the truth back with them. And then Mike Harrison, heroic writer and rock climber, gave me a climbing lesson on one of the low walls overlooking the pavement outside the bar. There were a lot of handholds on the carved stone foliage decorating the plinths. I jumped off from about 2 feet up and landed awkwardly, doing something painful to my instep. Limped the rest of the Con. From 2 feet up. After my death-defying 4th floor antics, I ask you, the ignominy. Time for a little stock-taking as we head back home from Islay. It strikes me there are different ways to get to know a country, or any complicated area of space. I feel I know the landscape of Scotland fairly well. I've driven over most of it, flown over a lot of it, walked various bits of it, sailed round and to and from various other areas, stayed in all its cities and many of its towns, climbed a few of its mountains, boated in a couple of its rivers, and canoed a bit. I'm moderately well up on its history, though I could, probably should, know a lot more. I think I have a reasonable grasp of the differences between the various regions of Scotland, the variety of attitudes and accents you encounter, shading gradually from one to another as you travel from one part to another. I've talked to Neds and nobles, got sense and gibberish out of each, and have tried, admittedly not with any great degree of intensity, to keep up with Scottish cultural life. But there's always more. And there's always different. I guess a dedicated mountaineer, a Munro bagger, could have the same mixture of Scottish general knowledge I've just confessed to, but have a radically different idea of what Scotland is, what it represents, just because of their sport. They'd think of peaks unclimbed and climbed, and the vivid memories of specific routes and peaks. Their image of Scotland's geography would be biased towards the west, the centre, and northwest. Indeed, its physical geography would matter more than most other types of geography. I imagine a golfer has a different view entirely, with their internal map of the land's most important areas being almost an opposite of the mountaineers, skewed to the south, the east, and northeast. A union organiser might have a mental chart that differed radically again, prioritising the central industrial belt or industry-specific sites like ports or electronics factories. Every job, every field of academic study, every interest gives people a biased, internally fabricated model of the country they inhabit, a weighting of meaning that will differ subtly from every other person's, and yet bear similarities of layout to those they share those jobs, pastimes, or hobbies with. So, whisky. More to the point, the making of it. The marketing of Scotch is everywhere, and its distribution worldwide, but its production is legally limited to Scotland, its focus concentrated on this one relatively small country, and within that small country on barely 100 generally modest, usually out-of-the-way sites, many of which employ only a dozen or so people. Of course, there's whisky from Ireland, bourbon from the States, and Japanese whisky, which is Scotch in all but name, and they're fine drinks in their own terms, and, as with individual whiskies, some are fine in absolute terms. But this is a book about Scotch, about Scots, about Scotland, and getting to know about the making of whisky, its history, its relation to the land, and what it means to people both here and abroad, is a way of getting to know more about the country where it's made, and the people who make it. And there's a further quest involved here too, besides this search for the perfect dram. I've never tasted it, never been offered it, never really heard anything about it, but I'm convinced that somebody, somewhere, must be making illegal whisky. Whisky the way it used to be made, before it became first outlawed and then legalised, before it became taxed, before it became, and this is very much a relative term given the small scale and considerable art involved in the process, industrialised. There has to be a secret still out there somewhere. Probably there are many. Surely there have to be several. I'd like to see a still in action, but I settle for a taste of the product. I mean, providing it isn't likely to blind me or anything. I'd like to talk to the people involved, if I can convince them I'm not going to expose them or report them to Customs and Excise, but it's that taste I'm particularly interested in, because it'll be a taste, to some degree, of the past, a link to the place where the whisky we know now came from. Apart from anything else, I'd like to know why there's so little illegal whisky in Scotland. In particular, why is it so uncommon compared to its Irish equivalent, poitín? Go to Ireland for long enough, blimey, stay in Scotland for long enough, and you'll be offered poitín sooner or later by somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. But in over 30 years of sometimes casual, often determined, and occasionally assiduous drinking in pretty much every cranny and indeed nook of Scotland, I can't recall ever being offered hooch, which was actually made in the place, and none of my friends have either. This strikes me as odd. Given the nature of some of my friends, it's practically preposterous. I'm almost tempted to believe that the more likely explanation is that I've been offered whiskeen, or whatever it might be called, dozens of times and accepted it fulsomely on each occasion, only to, for some reason, forget all about it by the following morning. Though this is, of course, a patently absurd suggestion, and I'm mildly surprised I've even thought of it. Come to think of it, just ignore it. Actually, I'll probably take this bit out of the first draft. In fact, I know, I'll remove it tomorrow morning when I look back at what I wrote the night before. Gosh, this research stuff is fascinating. Now I know, from reading other books about whisky, that Scotch poitín is called Pitrig. Pitrig. It's an old word, and has already fallen almost completely out of use, but that is the technical term for what I'm looking for. Actually, as a word, I quite like it. In common with a lot of writers and not a few readers, I kind of collect words, and Pitrig seems like a good one to have in the collection. But no sign of the stuff itself. Not so far, anyway. I've made a few inquiries and dropped a few hints, but to date nobody has come up with anything. I didn't really think there'd be too much chance of illegal distilling on Islay, just because there's so much of the legal variety. You'd think that anybody with those sorts of skills could make a good, worry-free living working on the right side of the law, and Islay always feels quite civilised compared to some bits of Scotland, the bits I usually associate with whisky production. It really does feel like it's part of Scotland's central belt in places, certainly compared to the other Inner Hebridean islands, let alone the Outer Hebrides. But then, maybe if you're a distiller in your day job and you find the whole process technically fascinating and don't just want to get away from it of an evening and put your feet up in front of the telly, you would try setting up a portable still somewhere in the wilds, just to see if it can be done, and whether your skills translate to a smaller scale. After all, Islay is quite rugged in places, with its own relative remotenesses. I took a solitary drive out to the O, the nearly circular peninsula sticking out like a growth from Islay's southeast corner, pointing towards Ireland, and it got really rugged and interesting down towards that fabulously fractured coast, all sea stacks, cliffs, ragged gullies and caves, fronting the greyly shining sea, and fringed by rocks covered with yellowing foam blown off the waves. You could hide a still on the O, no problem. Goodness knows, the extravagantly cratered single-track road would be enough to put off any excise man concerned about the springs and shocks on his government-issue car. And though this is the 4th time I've been to this not exactly vast island, there are still a few roads I haven't driven, and lots of trackless hills and lochs scattered about which I've been nowhere near. These hills are walked on and worked on by shepherds, foresters, estate workers, and gamekeepers. But even so... Whatever. If there is anything going on, nobody, probably very wisely, is talking about it. Certainly not to a daft, bumptious distillery-bagging scribbler from Fife. Book or not, research or not, I'm just a tourist here, but it's a good place to be a tourist. Some of the ancient, semi-desolate flavour of this long-lived-in place came out when Anne, Oliver, and I took a turn off the main road from the Jura ferry and drove up to a small loch set in the low hills near Ballygrant. Finlagan is where, on a small island set in the loch and connected to it then by a drowned causeway and now by a new wooden walkway, there was once the political and spiritual headquarters of the Lord of the Isles. This was from a time when Scotland was supposedly united, yet still contained various chieftainships and clan lands, which were something close to little primitive principalities in their own right. Most separate, almost independent in practice, was the lordship of the Isles. Back then, social, political, economic and military cohesion was most easily guaranteed by the relative ease of access to and from the sea, not the land. One good ship would take you round any coast with material and matériel, but getting to anywhere through the forests, crags and bogs meant hacking out a specific path, or using the tracks an enemy would know much better than you. So the sea, and Scotland's multitudinous lochs, provided an easier highway, if you had the talent for it. Finlagan was the centre of a small maritime empire for a time. You can stand in the old chapel, in the remains of the old houses and fortifications, and look around in the silence, at the rushes bowing in the wind, and the swans gliding by, and stare down at the old carved stones capping the graves, and try to imagine the people who've passed this way. The gravestones, with their staring images of the long-time dead, are covered with sparklingly clean perspex, supported by thick little metal legs, to keep the weather off. They look like very low and slightly surreal coffee tables, and oddly, like art. Back home, we watch the continuing war on TV. Still no nukes turning up, still no biological agents, still no chemical weapons. The ugly mutations, the poisons, the corrosiveness are present, though, just not where people are looking for them. Gary Young, an award-winning Guardian journalist who's just moved to the States, is on Channel 4 in a short program about the effects of the war in the US homeland. He reports on a lawyer who wore a T-shirt saying, "Give peace a chance," to a shopping mall in mid-America. The other side of the man's T-shirt displayed a peace symbol. He was told by a security guard either to take the T-shirt off or to leave the mall immediately. The lawyer protested that his right to free speech was enshrined in the US Constitution. For all my many issues with present-day America, I've always admired the seriousness and genuineness with which Americans take, uphold, and believe in this right. But no dice these days. The security guard summoned a cop, who promptly arrested the lawyer. And so we bid farewell to the land of the free. 5. The Heart of the Water. Now then, Glenfinnan. There are quite a few places that can justly claim to be the midge capital of Scotland, and Glenfinnan is several of them. It also rains a lot. When my friend Les first moved to Fort William to start work as a teacher, it rained every single day for the first 6 weeks he was there. Not a continual, apocalyptic, biblical downpour, obviously, well, not every week, but at least one shower in every 24-hour period, and usually a lot more than that. Even for a man raised in Greenock, that's a lot of rain. I suppose I ought to explain here, for those of you not well versed in the geographical ranking structure of Scottish iffy weather areas, that Greenock has something of a reputation in the west of Scotland for being a rainy old place. The west of Scotland has something of a reputation in the rest of Scotland for having more than its fair share of precipitation too, and it is probably fair to say that Scotland itself is perceived as being a tad rainier than the rest of Britain, while Britain as a whole is not necessarily a prime contender for the first word your average foreigner would come up with when asked to free associate with the word desert or arid. Basically, Greenock is the Manchester of Scotland. People make jokes about how much it rains. There's always somewhere. In Norway, it's Bergen. When I first went there, hitchhiking around Europe back in 1975, I heard my first, and for a long time only, example of Norwegian humour. An Oslo man goes to Bergen on holiday. It rains without pause for a fortnight. At the end of his holiday, as he's entering the station to take the train back to Oslo, shaking out his brolly, wringing out his tie, whatever, he sees a small boy and says, "Tell me, small boy, does it always rain in Bergen?" And the small boy says, "I don't know, I'm only 5 years old." Oh well, maybe you had to be there. If you're wet through and living inside a permanently anchored dark grey rain cloud with only the prospect of a half-year-long winter when the heavy rain turns to heavy snow to look forward to, I guess you too would grasp at anything to relieve the gloom. Even so, 6 weeks without a totally dry day was probably some sort of record even for Scotland's west coast, and might, just possibly, have excited comment in Fort William. If anybody apart from Les had been counting, Les began to think he might have made a mistake. However, as the year wore on, a subsequent pleasantly hot and sunny summer, well, technically a brief but welcome Indian summer. OK, actually a warmish and not unduly damp weekend sometime in late October, alleviated some of this feeling of doom, and after a few years watching the rain clouds drift slowly up Loch Linnhe, from a flat in Upper Achentor, Les and his wife-to-be, Aileen, decided to look for a house to buy. Aileen, also a teacher, was brought up in Cumbernauld, where it rains so little that the weather is probably only a few places higher on the average inhabitant's list of conversational standbys than it would be for your standard Scot. Naturally, after all that rain, they were looking for a change, and so settled on a place a mere 15 miles down the road from Fort William, but with a profoundly different microclimate, and in a wholly different league when it comes to heavy drizzle, lashing rain, day-long downpours, and sudden but prolonged thunderous tumults of water crashing without respite from leaden skies. In Glenfinnan, it really knows how to rain. People notorious for having had the bad luck to have been born and raised in Fort William during a particularly catastrophic sequence of above-averagely rainy decades of seriously god-awful drenchingness, and hence no strangers to having apparently unending successions of black, moisture-laden cumulonimbi queuing up above their town to deposit megatons of water, apparently targeted specifically on that individual's cagoule hood, have been known to blanch and stagger when confronted with the prospect of spending longer in Glenfinnan than the amount of time it takes to drive, splashing through it. Glenfinnan has been, for several proud sequences of years, officially the rainiest place in Britain. There is, allegedly, a small village in the Lake District that occasionally beats it, in the "we're wetter than you are" stakes. However, this is only believed to happen when the rain-measuring device in this sorry hamlet actually slips into the lake concerned, and thus gives a false and indeed unfair reading. Or so the proud, damp inhabitants of Glenfinnan will tell you, loath to surrender a distinction which, while they are unable to work to help achieve, they most certainly suffer for to be allowed to claim. Having said all that, I've been going to Glenfinnan for nearly 20 years now. I absolutely love the place, and an amazingly high number of my memories of it seem to be of stunning, glorious, breathtaking scenery, baking under a high sun set in a totally cloudless sky of surpassing blueness. Yep, beats me too. But hey, if it didn't rain in Scotland, we wouldn't have all that water to make whisky with now, would we? In fact, arguably, if all that at least partially rain-engendered Gaelic misery hadn't needed relieving in the first place, whisky would never have been invented at all. Sitting in your cold, sodden hovel, wrapped in the ragged remains of a barely glorified blanket, ankle-deep in animal excrement, and choking on peat smoke while your wife wails a lament for her sisters who died giving birth, and your children cough consumptively as they quietly work out how soon they can run away to the lowlands, or America, and leave you with all the work to do, is a pretty damn surefire way of turning a chap's mind towards some sort of means to alleviate the sheer bloody awfulness of existence via the ingestion of home-grown, mood-altering substances, if that's what it takes. But enough about Glenfinnan's second greatest scourge. The rain's not that terrible, after all. Wear a jacket with a hood, or carry a brolly, and you'll be fine. The real question is, what about those bastarding midges? The midge. Microscopic megascourge. The Highland midge, there are other types, but let's stick to the main culprit, is a tiny little winged insect with the ability, en masse, to ruin evenings, days, weeks, and entire holidays for human beings. They are basically microscopic vampires. Newly impregnated females need a drink of blood to nourish the next generation of midges, and they seem to have a preference for large mammals, especially large mammals with not much hair. Us, in other words. Really, they're feeble, fragile little things, unable to fly faster than about 6 miles an hour. So a modest breeze sends them to ground, and running away if you can is surprisingly effective. Plus, they're damaged by bright sunlight, so tend to avoid that too. Despite such weaknesses, they have a powerful negative effect on the tourist trade of the west of Scotland, and on the quality of life of most people who live there. They'd ruin the summer for the rest of Scotland too if they could, but they're only really happy where the land receives more than about 1,250 millimetres of rain per year, and in Scotland that basically means the side that faces out into the prevailing westerly airstream. They breed best in peaty, acidic soil with lots of standing water. They love still, overcast days and balmy evenings, and they tend to appear between the end of May and the start of September, and they are, collectively, voracious. The Highlanders of old had an especially horrendous punishment, which consisted of stripping the convicted person naked and leaving them staked out overnight, during the midge season. A midge will only take about a 10/millionth of a litre with each bite, so even after a few tens of thousands of bites, the victim was never going to be bled to death. But they did, allegedly, stand a very good chance of going mad. Anybody who has ever been subject to a sustained midge attack for even a few minutes, especially when they start to get into your eyes and up your nose, will sympathise. There are, however, two saving graces. One for people who only visit the Highlands for short periods, the other for everybody. The first is that it's the body's own reaction to the midge bite that distresses, rather than the bite itself, and that reaction takes 2 or 3 days to develop, so if you're only on the West Coast for a weekend, you may never notice the damn things. The second is that some wonderful person has invented a midge trap that actually appears to work. This device wafts out carbon dioxide, which is what the midge homes in on, thinking it's the exhaled breath of a big juicy mammal. Then a sort of modified vacuum cleaner sucks the little bastards into an extremely fine mesh net. This can clear a significant area of even a really badly midge-infested site and could even conceivably, just possibly, let people in Highland hotels and back gardens sit outside of an evening. If this all works in the real world, and not just under controlled conditions, the inventor deserves to become a multi-millionaire and have statues erected to him, or her, from Stranraer to Ullapool. Anyway, Glenfinnan is midge central. We went out one evening, years ago, and left a light on and a window open at the McFarlane's house. When we came back, there were so many midges on the angles between the walls and the ceiling. It was as though somebody had taken a can of black spray paint and sprayed slowly from one corner to the next. We all just stood and stared, aghast, until Aileen, unknowingly anticipating this new midge hoovering device, got the vacuum cleaner out and removed the little horrors that way. Actually, midges would drive you to strong drink too, for the anaesthetic effect, if nothing else. I've even heard of people smearing whiskey onto their skin to act as a short-lived deterrent to the little fiends, though it has to be pointed out that A, it had better be a blend, B, this should only be done under conditions of extreme desperation, and C, there's little proof it works. We're back home, between Islay and Speyside, via Glenfinnan. The war continues. Bush and Blair meet at Camp David to assure everybody it's all going splendidly, and those pesky weapons of mass destruction will be found, gee, real soon now. I find myself looking at Blair and hating his self-righteous, bush-whipped ass, the way I only ever hated Thatcher before. I look at Dubia and just see a sad fuck with scared eyes, a grotesquely underqualified for practically anything daddy's boy, who's had to be greased into every squalid position he's ever held in his miserable existence, who might finally be starting to wake up to the idea that if the most powerful nation on earth, like ever, dude, can put somebody like him in power, all may not be well with the world. Dubia is that worst of all things, at least at this level of power and influence. A cast-iron, 100%, complete and total loser, who somehow lucked out and made it to the very top. However, enough. The next leg of the whiskey book researching tour beckons. There were pals to see, vehicles to be driven, roads to explore, people to meet, distilleries to tour, drink to drink, and fun to be had, and bottles of whiskey waiting to be bought at each of the distilleries I visited. I must not get upset at the thought of my taxes helping to pay for this war shit. Hell, I'd just try harder when the time came to convince the tax people that the bottles of booze were absolutely necessary for my research into the book's subject, and therefore a legitimate business expense. I had thought of claiming them as expenses off Random House, but Oliver the editor had gone a little pale when I tested the air in this direction, and so I thought I'd probably better try the taxman instead. For this leg of the malt researching multi-tour, we were going to take the M5. I have always liked big, fast saloons. A BMW 5 Series is a moderately big car. Not long ago, it would have been regarded as a just plain big car, and the quickest type of 5 Series is the M5. With the M5, you get all the benefits of the generic 5 Series. It's a well-designed, well-built, dynamically well-sorted and very reliable motor, with the usual extras people have come to expect in a new car these days. Except in the M5, you get all that, plus a stonking 5-litre, 400-horsepower V8 engine, nestled under the bonnet to make life interesting. There are various uprated bits to cope with the extra power, but it's the engine you'll tend to notice. Well, until you need the brakes, which are equally powerful. The M5 was the first car I'd had the patience to specify, order, and then accept delivery of. I suppose I had just become accustomed to buying second-hand when there's no real weight. A car is either available or not. When I had the money to afford a new car, i.e. too much, if you're a private individual and being sensible with your money, arguably you'll always buy second-hand, and especially when I had the money to afford a new car that was fairly high performance and therefore not usually readily available straight off the forecourt, I'd get frustrated that I was going to have to join a queue and wait for up to a year, and so usually ended up taking a demonstrator model or a cancelled order for somebody else. This latter option led to a 911, which had what Anne insists to this day was an orange interior. I still maintain it was terracotta, but the degree of garishness was one small factor in trading that car in for the M5. We ordered it in black, with black and blue leather, and something called privacy glass rear and side windows. Only the windows were really a mistake. They're a bit darker than we'd anticipated, and make the car look like a gangsta's wheels, but never mind, you don't notice them when you're driving it. The M5 is fast in a generous, raspingly, burblingly bounteous way. It sweeps through corners like a sports car, and then surges towards the horizon on a tsunami of torque and a creamy purr of sound. I am, as you might have gathered, a fan. Blame caravans. I can still remember the sinking feeling I used to get years ago, driving in summer along a road I knew fairly well, and seeing a caravan in the distance, knowing that there were few or no safe overtaking opportunities ahead, and that I was going to be stuck behind this giant off-white rear end for the next half hour or so. I got balefully used to this happening, puttering along, watching the blinds in the caravan rear windows swinging gently to and fro, as some struggling escort in front tried to haul it round a bend. This at least gave me time, lots and lots of time, to meditate on the bizarre and even deceitful nature of caravan nomenclature. Caravans must have some of the most thoroughly inappropriate names on the road. They're called things like Typhoon and Buccaneer. What they should be called, of course, is stuff like a nice cup of tea, or matching tartan blanket and thermos flask, or nice out again, isn't it? Reginald and me were thinking of popping down the pitch and putt later if the rain holds off. Do you fancy coming? But no, they get called Bohemian or Ninja Stealth Bomber Hyper Extreme or something. Anyway, the point is that I had all this time to contemplate such cerebral matters because the cars I could afford to drive back then were so slow. It was only when we got to a long, clear straight that it became possible even to think about overtaking the offending cream lumberers. But no more. Nowadays, I whip past their white with a hint of beige arses with a throaty rumble of snarling engine note and a nonchalant 1-2 of the wrists. When I see a caravan ahead now, I think, ha-ha, prey. Having said all that, the M5's got a towing hitch. It's not for caravans specifically, however. It's for trailing boats. For this next week of distillery visiting, I was going to enlist the help of my friends Les and Aileen from Glenfinnan. As it's the start of April, it's also about the time when our boat would anyway be emerging from its winterization process in a big boat-filled shed in Grangemouth, and have to be trailed to Lochshiel, where it spends its summers. so I'm combining the two tasks. The boat is an Orkney 520. It has a very small cabin you can squeeze about 4 people into if it's raining, a more generous open-deck area, a 30-horsepower motor and depth-gauge fish finder. Most people probably use boats like this for fishing. Not that we do much fishing. We call it the boat. It was called the new boat for a while the boat we now talk of as the old boat was still just the boat. But now, what was the boat is the old boat, and what was the new boat is just the boat. Hope that's clear. The old boat was a Drascombe lugger I bought off a policeman in Glasgow years ago. It was a more versatile and characterful boat than the Orkney, but it was showing its age. We retired it to Fife when we bought the Orkney a few years ago. Then last summer I took it down to Cornwall to one of my cousins with whom, hopefully, it'll start yet another new life. The great thing about the lugger is that as well as having a small, very small, engine for putting around and being rowable, if a bit heavy for rowing any great distance, it has 2 masts and 3 sails. And not just your standard namby-pamby effete white sails either. These were tan sails, manly sails, butch sails, sails that looked like they'd been dipped in Forthbridge paint before being hoisted to the winds. The lugger isn't fast using any of its 3 power sources, but it has always felt sturdy and reliable, and it's fun, just because boats are fun. It's even moderately safe for single-handed sailing because it's loose-footed. This means that there's no dirty great lump of wood hanging out underneath the bottom of the mainsail, so it's much harder to knock yourself out than it is on an ordinary sailing boat. We all had many happy seasons coasting down Loch Shiel under those tan sails, but the Orkney is more practical and gets where it's going a lot quicker. Actually, it feels like a speedboat to Les and me after years of waiting for the lugger's original 4-horsepower motor to break surface tension and actually move us anywhere, though we still haven't tried the water skiing experiment yet. The other thing we haven't got round to is Les and Ian's Guide to Sensible Sailing, a video to demystify the confusing world of nautical terminology. Les and Ian's Guide to Sensible Sailing. Sample dialogue. Les: Now, Ian, I believe some people would call this a sheet. Is that correct? Ian: Well, that's right, Les, they would. However, I think you'll find that the correct technical name for what you're holding there is, in fact, a rope. A sheet is something you put on your bed. Les: I see. And if I put this rope over here, that would be on the port side of the boat near the bows, yes? Ian: No, port is a drink, made in Portugal, by the way, so it's quite easy to remember where it comes from. No, that's what we call the left side of the boat, at the front. You get the idea. We took it too far, of course. Masts became sticks and sails big flappy things. I mean, really. It's yet another amazingly good day. One of the compensations of trailing the boat and so having to stick below 50 is that there's more time to look around at the scenery. I drive this route via Lochern Head and Glencoe a lot, but it never ceases to amaze. The air is so clear, the sunlight seems bright as midsummer, but because it's early April, the snow still coats the mountain tops, sparkling like icing sugar. The ragged scatter of lochs across Rannoch Moor are deep blue on one side of the road, light blue and glittering on the other, already surrounded by fresh-growing grass and rushes and a carpet of tiny, early flowers. A single day like this isn't so unusual, but this is just the latest dry, warm day in a very dry winter and a positively sunny and almost balmy early spring. It's been a year of unseasonable weather all round, it feels. In late February, Anne and I were in Cyprus with our parents, staying in a villa near Pesuri, looking out across the British base at Akrotiri in one direction and the Troodos Mountains in the other. We weren't exactly expecting Death Valley heat in February, but apparently the snow we got was unusual too. The locals were out taking photographs of the stuff because it hadn't snowed in Pesuri for nearly 30 years. When I arrive at Glenfinnan, there's not a cloud in the sky, and Loch Shiel is just lying there, barely ruffled in the faint breeze, disappearing into the pale distance between the surrounding mountains, shimmering. Loch Shiel, an appreciation with reservations. Loch Shiel is a great loch. Well, I like it anyway. It's never more than a mile wide, but it's 19 miles long. Fairly deep too, at 120 metres. At its head is the village of Glenfinnan, where our friends the McFarlanes live. Their house looks out to the water and the place where we moor the boat. Then along the shore, past the lodge, the Glenfinnan House Hotel, to give it its full title, and effectively the local, to the stone tower that is the monument to the 1745 rebellion. Everybody seems to assume that the figure at the top of the monument is Prince Charlie. It isn't, just a representative Highland chief. Beyond on a clear day you can see Ben Nevis. There's a National Trust Centre for the monument, the Glenfinnan Viaduct, as seen on postcards, shortbread tins, and in Harry Potter films throughout the world. Another hotel called the Prince's House, a photogenic Catholic church with a bell in the grounds which you're allowed to ring. A pier and a railway station. And that's about it. No shops apart from the souvenir shop and cafe in the Trust. There is a shed that doubles as a post office, but only when the wee detachable sign's displayed. At the other end of the loch there's the even tinier village of Acharacal, and between the two, nothing but scenery. Loch and mountains the whole way, the hills descending in height as they head southwest. There is a forestry track on the southeast side, but it's locked at both ends. Only the forestry people and the postie have keys. On the northwest side, it's trackless. There are beaches, fish farm cages and platforms with incongruous wooden sheds perched on them, numerous little islands, submerged rocks to avoid, and rivers to explore. At the far end you could conceivably shoot the rapids, if you were in a canoe, and end up in the sea. A century of global warming could well turn Loch Shiel into a sea loch. Every year, Les and I say we'll take the boat back out of the loch and onto the trailer, and go to another loch, or even down to the sea, and every year we find there's ample to do on Loch Shiel alone, without having to go anywhere else. This does mean, though, that we're unable to describe ourselves as a pair of old sea dogs. We've settled for being loch puppies instead. Back in the early part of the 20th century, when the local roads were either non-existent or little better than tracks, there was a steamer service linking the far end of the loch with the railway station at Glenfinnan. These days, the good ship Sheilas plies the waters during the season, and very relaxing it is too. It's generally insect-free out in the loch, and anyway, the Sheilas, though it always seems very quiet and even sedate as it putters along, is easily faster than any midge. I do have slightly mixed feelings about this stretch of water, all the same. When we had the Drascombe rigged, we discovered Loch Shiel has extremely capricious winds. Capricious is what Les christened them anyway. I believe my term was fucking annoying. You could be tacking happily across the loch in a fine strong breeze 1 second, only to have it disappear utterly in the next moment, and then, a random, and therefore completely unpredictable amount of time later, just as you were beginning to think about firing up the motor, the wind would come back. Usually from exactly the opposite direction from before, necessitating some rapid resetting of sails. We put this meteorological eccentricity down to the numerous tall mountains at the Glenfinnan end of the loch. They get in the way of the wind and make it swirl. Sometimes the wind wouldn't come back at all, and we'd be left sitting there in perfectly calm water, as though we'd been deposited in the world's biggest mirror. This led to behaviour that Les designated, rather unkindly I thought, as speculative sailing. Speculative sailing consists of sitting in one's boat in conditions of absolutely zero wind speed, with no appreciable movement whatsoever, save possibly that of the general mass of water in the loch moving from its head towards its distant outflow, worth, a good millimetre per day or so, under a sky that is either cloudless, or if clouded, utterly still. Then, when one's chum, played here by Mr. Leslie MacFarlane, understandably bored after an hour or so of languishing becalmed like this going nowhere, suggests starting the damn engine. Oneself has to jump up, point 3 or 4 miles down the loch and saying something like, "Why, no, look, there's a wee sort of ruffled-looking bit of water way down there. See? There is. No, really, and it's sort of heading this way. Let's just leave it a bit longer." Pitiable, really. My other resentment dates from the time of Joni's party down the loch. This was last summer, 2002, as I write this. Donald John and Joni, like Les and Aileen, are both teachers who live in Glenfinnan. For Joni's 50th, Donald John thought it would be a laugh if the party was held at one of the pebble beaches a few miles down the loch. So people set up a makeshift pier, an oil drum-sized barbie, a couple of shelters in case it rained. It didn't. And we all took boats and drink, food, and fold-up camping furniture. Anne and I went with Les, Aileen, and their daughter, the lovely Ailey. A very fine time was had. My principal memory is of Ian MacFarlane, no relation, piping energetically while his dad Charlie tramped back along the shore with an unfeasibly large tree trunk perched on his shoulder, bound for the fire. That and Donald John's T-shirt which bore the legend, "The liver is evil and must be punished." Later, in the post-party gloaming, on the beach in front of the house, we started to unload the boat. I think I must have overloaded myself with whiskey, obviously, but also with 2 camping seats, a camping table, a cool box, and my camera, because I fell in. The water was only about a foot deep, but this was quite sufficient to ruin my camera, drown my mobile, soak me to the skin, and fill my waders. Allegedly, I sort of teetered for a second or two, which supposedly made it even funnier. Ailey was heard laughing from the house. She claims seeing me fall in the water is the funniest thing she's ever seen. But then she's only 15, so what does she know? The camera was eventually repaired, but the mobile was a goner. I wouldn't have minded so much, but I'd oddly replaced it the previous year, after an unfortunately similar incident while canoeing with Les on Loch Eelt, just up the road. So, Loch Shiel and I have issues, but it's still a great loch. We get the boat safely into the water. The engine starts first time, and we zap down the loch a few miles to a pebble beach and back, just to make sure everything is working. There are maybe a dozen other boats on the loch, which is a lot for Loch Shiel. This, it turns out, is because it's one of the 3 annual Glenfinnan fishing competitions. Then it's time to sit in the garden with a beer. Pre-mid-season, no worries. After a very fine dinner of venison and a sensible amount of fine red wine, a red wine frenzy is always a danger on such occasions, Les and I have a couple of cask-strength whiskies, just to get into training for the week of intensive researching ahead.
This ends Disc 3. Raw Spirit, In Search of the Perfect Dram, Disc 4.
The cask strength. Drinking cask-strength whiskey, especially if it has only been roughly filtered, gives you a chance to get back to something more like whiskey as it used to taste. Not so long ago, there was very little whiskey available at cask strength. Too much of even the best whiskey had been chill-filtered, watered down, and, in some cases, mixed with caramel to produce a darker colour. None of these processes will absolutely ruin a malt, and the whiskey manufacturers would argue that in each case they were simply giving the whiskey-buying public what they wanted. But it was certainly the case that this was an imposed taste. If you wanted your whiskey without any of these processes having been applied, you had to live near a distillery, or a very good off-licence, know somebody in the trade, or resort to buying your own cask. I was told about the whole chill-filtering, caramel-adding thing by a guy in Caden Head's whisky shop on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, not long after I'd moved back to Scotland in 1988. I just bought a flat on South Bridge, and I was exploring the area when I found this shop that sold nothing but whisky. Much of it stuff I hadn't seen in other off-licenses, or even heard of at all. The guy was almost messianic in his zeal, and I duly left the shop clutching several bottles of cask-strength, completely unadulterated whisky, and with a certain degree of righteous ire that our national drink had been interfered with, emasculated and basically laid low by blandly vicious corporate suits with dollar signs in their eyes. Something of all this duly got into Complicity, a novel I wrote a year or two later. Cameron Colley, the journalist who's the central character, works on a story about this, and is personally and professionally affronted that his tipple of choice isn't as hairy-chested as he'd always assumed it was. So what does chill filtering do? It takes out of the whisky certain oils that would otherwise make the stuff go cloudy when it's chilled. The story I heard was that this was the fault of the American market. Most people in the States take their whisky with ice, and, because the whisky has been watered down to get it to a consistent strength, this makes the resulting mix look cloudy, like there's something wrong with it when the oils come out of solution. The remedy is to chill the stuff before it's bottled and run it through a fine filter. At one time the filter was made of asbestos, which wasn't something the industry used to publicise heavily. There's no evidence that anybody ever came to any harm through drinking asbestos-filtered whisky. It's more guilt by association, though you do have to wonder if anybody ever contracted asbestosis from handling the filters themselves. The whisky will now remain clear when ice is added, but the oils that have been removed will no longer be there to be tasted or contribute to the feel in the mouth. The watering down bit is just to get the whisky to a standard strength, and means the manufacturer doesn't have to keep altering the print on the label that tells you how strong the whisky is. It also makes life easier for the tax people, as they do their calculations. This is the least problematic alteration, always assuming that the water that's added is stuff you'd want to drink neat in the first place. Most Scottish water is quite soft and drinkable straight from the tap. If you wanted to be really purist about it, you might want to specify that the water added to your whisky should come from the same source as the water that went to make the whisky, via the mash tun, etc., in the first place. However, even the most nit-picking taster is usually happy with water that simply and neutrally dilutes without adding any taste of its own. Adding caramel is done to make whisky darker. Some whiskies are just supposed to be dark according to the public's perception and the manufacturer's promotional efforts. If the whisky isn't dark enough, some distillers will add caramel. It's done in relatively tiny amounts, and caramel itself is a pretty innocuous material. Just heated sugar, basically. So, if it imparts any taste whatsoever, it's surely completely swamped by the flavours left over from the barrel's earlier bourbon, sherry, or whisky fills. What it boils down to is that adding caramel is cosmetic and, if you're any sort of purist, does seem a bit like cheating. The trouble with whisky as a product is that it's so variable. Each barrel will produce a different whisky, and each charge of the still will have created a subtly different spirit in the first place. Even the season of the whisky's production has been known to make a difference to the final taste. This is why the blender in a distillery or at a bottling plant is so important. Even with a single malt, they will mix together different barrels to create something as consistent as possible over time compared to earlier examples. The blending of different whiskies from different distilleries to produce blended whisky is an even more complex task. There are blends with dozens of different whiskies involved, and up to 100 plus is not unknown. Les and I drink our whiskies from glasses, based on Spanish copitas. No, I don't see how we can avoid this. I'm going to have to say something about how whisky should be drunk. Drinking. You'd think it would be obvious. Now, real purists will tell you that nosing a whisky and tasting it are quite different things and require different glasses. This, I submit, is taking things too far for us civilians. Frankly, a fine malt taken from an old enamel tea mug will taste 10 times better than an indifferent blend sipped genteelly from the most carefully designed whisky glass, always providing the enamel mug is clean to start with. Natch. Take your whisky from a tumbler if you want, though the old-school cut glass or crystal tumbler is more about making room for the ice than letting the whisky breathe. But a brandy glass is probably as good as anything, and lets you get your nose into the glass for a good sniff. Proper professional nosers, tasters, will tell you the best way to sniff a whisky is to draw in the aroma while keeping your mouth slightly open. Apparently this improves the sensation. I haven't noticed the difference yet. I was only told this last month at Macallan, but I'm going to persevere. So, what to add if you don't want to drink it neat? Look, if you've bought the damn stuff, you can drink it however you like, but adding, say, cola or lemonade to a fine malt whisky is a bit of a waste. It's rather like buying a Ferrari and never taking it out of first gear. You want to ask the person concerned, why did you waste your money doing this? Are you just showing off? Look, I have a small belt and a barely used syringe. Let's just inject your favourite dram and see what that does. Malt whisky is expensive. It's expensive because it's made in small batches by skilled people and has to sit for years and years and years doing nothing except taking up warehouse space, evaporating slowly, and getting tastier. It will not get you any more drunk than a much cheaper similar strength blend, so what you're paying the extra for is the taste, and that taste's going to be completely overpowered by the sugary fizz you're adding. If, at the end of all this, somebody still wants to drink their malt with ice and soda, well, that's their choice, and every measure and every bottle sold is helping to keep the industry going, people employed, and a way of life thriving, no matter. The way I was taught to take whisky is first to use your eyes to check out the colour. Then swirl the stuff around the glass to see how thick or thin it is, observing its legs, the little rivulets that run down the side of the glass after you've swirled it. Next, have a good sniff, open-mouthed, or whatever. Then take a sip, completely neat. How much you sip can depend on how strong the whisky is. Cask strength can be very strong, over 100 proof, and hence a bit nippy, straight. In effect, your own saliva will dilute the whisky, so the stronger the stuff, the smaller the sip. According to taste, mix with water. Adding the same again is a standard measure, though a lot of people think this is exactly double what's ideal. In any event, some cask strengths in particular might need quite a lot of watering down. Then, just drink. And savour, if you will. Roll the stuff around in your mouth. Feel it there, and in your throat when you swallow. Don't knock back in a single gulp unless you're at an airport and they've got to the stage of calling you by name and threatening to close the flight. Or unless you have just been told you've won the lottery, or are going to become a father. Obviously, you won't be celebrating being told you're going to be a mother. Not with alcohol, anyway. Have a fag instead. Les and I met in Greenock High School. At the time I was writing these truly awful stories about a character called Dahomey Brezhnev. Sick, and yet again, sick. These were bizarre, poor, and just plain bad for lots of reasons, but principally because I was really into puns at the time, and was trying to squeeze as many puns into each story as I could. The stories became pun-driven, pun-led. I made the stories up as I went along, and at every junction of the tale, whenever there was a choice about what was going to happen next, I invariably went for the route that seemed to promise the highest number of puns. And that's one of the good ones. Here's an example of those puns. One of the characters in a later Dahomey Brezhnev story was called Toss McKeever. Told you. As the stories went on, I tried to compress more and more puns into each one, and it became a matter of authorial honour to have a greater concentration of puns in the story I was working on than I'd achieved in the one before. I'd count all the words in each story, then count all the puns, divide one by the other, and so arrive at the story's pun-to-word ratio. This quickly became by far the most important attribute the stories possessed. It was easy to measure, it was precise, it felt almost scientific. Sometimes I think I might have made a really average bureaucrat. Characterization, plotting, moral themes, plausibility? These were just words. And not even very good words either, by this way of thinking. Plotting might have a punning link to gardening or something, but characterization is just a dead loss. Ditto moral, though there might be a way to separate the in moral from the rest of the word, and so... No, too contrived even for me. Themes could stretch to a lame, lisp-oriented pun about seams. Plausibility? No, just useless. This weakness for puns and juvenile wordplay is something that I am not quite totally over even now, 3 decades later. There was, in the first draft of Chapter 3 in this book, in the subsection Whiskey, the How-To bit, the unfortunate sentence at the end of a paragraph, still, waste not, what not. Thank goodness I took it out. I am probably not as ashamed as I ought to be that I can still remember how immensely proud I was when, in Dahome's final short story, The Apparently Interminable Adventures of, I got the pun-to-word ratio down to below 1 in 10. Deeply sad. I kind of knew it at the time too, but I didn't care. It was fun. All I can say in my own defence is that at least I was never stupid enough to imagine for a nanosecond that any of this stuff would impress girls. I enjoy doing this sort of thing for its own sake, and if a few of my male pals thought them worth a groan or two, for a groan is about as generous and positive a reaction to a pun as you're likely to get, then that was okay too, though still not the reason I was actually doing any of this. Even so, in a vain and misguided attempt to get more people to read these appalling pieces of nonsense, I'd started illustrating them with collages constructed from photos ripped out of the Observer magazine. These were, and are, by far the best things in the little schoolbook-based pamphlets that each of the stories appeared in. Some of the collages are almost inventive, and a few arguably witty. Possibly because of my fiendish word-playing, more likely because of rude pictures featuring swimwear models, Les asked to see some of my work one day. Unaccountably, disinclined to quickly return it and back away smiling reassuringly while not making any sudden movements, and vowing never to acknowledge my existence ever again, Les instead appeared to think they were actually worth looking at, if not worth reading, obviously. I was flattered in the extreme, and we became friends. The day after the successful boat putting in, we say goodbye to Ailey, who is off to Iceland on a school trip. Actually, I said goodbye the night before because she was getting the bus from the school at 6 a.m. or something awful like that, and after beer, wine and whiskey, even taken in relatively modest quantities, 6 in the morning seemed a bit beyond the call of duty for groggy farewells. Les and Aileen are such brilliant hosts, and so used to putting up their many friends, they keep a visitor's book. This is generally just an excuse for drunken ramblings, outright lies, boasts about pool, golf, card and other scores, hopeless attempts at contemporary humour, and unspecified, incomprehensible gibberish, interspersed very occasionally with genuine appreciations for the fine hospitality received, usually from people who don't stay there very often and so don't understand that the visitor's book is really supposed to be for drunken ramblings, outright lies, etc. Given that writing is my profession, it's a never-ending source of worry for me that my contributions to this ongoing round-robin work are rarely amongst the funniest, and, true to form, I do my cause no good on this occasion, leaving a comment about Ailey going to Iceland and failing to come back with the 12-pack of frozen beef burgers I'd requested. In reality, I asked her to bring back a handful of black volcanic sand, and bless her, a week later she does. Sunday we spend down the loch in the boat under the still, unreasonable warmth of a cloudless sky, exploring some of the land down by Glenaladale, then heading for the far side of the loch and threading the boat between some of the tiny islands just off the southeast shore, reconnoitring at a putter, then belting through at full speed just for the hell of it. I could tell you exactly where it was, but it's 4 hard-to-pronounce Gaelic words in a row, and frankly, it's in none of our interest for me even to try. At Glenaladale, despite the fact I am 49 and Les very nearly is, Les rarely allows an opportunity to pass when he can remind me I am a whole 3 months older than he is. We spend a significant amount of time and effort skipping stones, trying to hit large stones with small ones while the former are in flight, throwing stones at logs, using thin or circular stones, spun, in our attempts to produce ducks' farts, and sweatily heaving the largest rocks we can manage up to the tops of small cliffs, so we can throw them into the water, and so produce really big splashes. Look, growing up is about this sort of stuff no longer being the only way you're allowed to have fun, not about having to give it up altogether. 6. Whiskeyland Worldville. Monday. We're bound for Speyside, booked into a hotel just outside the village of Dulnane, near Granton-on-Spey. Aileen takes first go at driving the M5. Aileen is Leslie's younger and fitter wife. We know this because it was reported as such in the Lochaber News, following the incident when the boat drifted off from one of the sand beaches far down on the southwest shore of the loch, and Les had to swim after it. Long story. Aileen's a popular PE teacher who seems very happy in her job, but she should, I'm convinced, have been an agent, or some sort of negotiator. I've never met anybody better at striking a bargain, making a deal, haggling for a discount, or getting various bits of kit thrown in for free, who wasn't a professional. And I've met a few professionals who lacked her natural gift. Aileen's skills in this area are, amongst those who know her, legendary. No matter how hard-nosed a salesperson might think they are, Aileen will find a way around them. She's negotiated deals where I would never have imagined it was remotely possible, like the time when she and Ailey were in London and Aileen somehow persuaded the people who ran the open-top bus and riverboat trips that they should have a reduced rate for people doing both. Housewife from the sticks gets one over on cynical big bad city tourist operation. Nope. Still beggars belief. One of her more remarkable deals was, fittingly enough, with the Ben Nevis distillery just outside Fort William, when she was trying to attract sponsorship for the Glenfinnan volleyball team. A friendly chat with a very pleasant and helpful people at the distillery, and she walked out with a crate of whiskey for the team, plus a load of miniatures. The distillery didn't even want its names on the team T-shirts or anything. They were happy with a mention in the programme. In 1995, on a very hot, still magnificently sunny day, a bunch of us were running the ice cream tent at the Glenfinnan Games. I'm implying that we all helped out. In fact, I'm ashamed to admit the reality was that, without us really intending this to happen, honest, the womenfolk ended up doing the actual serving and taking the money, while we guys, and supposedly new men, stayed at the back of the tent in the shade, sitting on the cool boxes, fanning ourselves with games programmes and guzzling the cold beers, which had somehow found their way into the cool boxes along with the more commercially relevant tubs of ice cream. The 95 Games were a big occasion because they were marking the 250th anniversary of the raising of the standard at Glenfinnan at the beginning of the 1745 rebellion. The one that started in Glenfinnan went by way of Derby and was finished on a bleak bit of moorland outside Inverness called Culloden. Usually the Glenfinnan Games attract under 1,000 entrants and spectators, which is still not bad for a wee village. But in 95, they were getting on for 10,000 people swarming over the place. Loads of locals, myriads of generally slightly bemused tourists, dozens of history junkies and far-flung nationalists who jetted in from all over the world for the event, bunches of TV, radio and press people. Thanks to the sun, the setting and the crowds, the photographs were front-page splashes in various Scottish newspapers the following day, and an awful lot of those very serious-looking guys who dress up in authentically bulky and brownly dour Highland dress, carry formidable-looking claymores, swords and nail-studded shields, and who, as a rule, sport extreme beards. Beards of such rampant abundance they look entirely capable of concealing within their tangled topography an entire redcoat murdering ambush party of tooled-up Highlanders. On Games Day 95, these guys mostly had very red faces, partly due to sunburn, and possibly partly due to the presence of so many unashamedly English tourists, I don't know, and partly due to the fact that those heavy, dark, historically authentic plaids, which I'm sure really are what my ancestors used to wear, but which I confess always remind me of giant brown nappies, are fine for keeping you warm in the teeth of a swirling Highland downpour of severe lashingness, but are not really optimum apparel for days when the sunlight is beating down like a golden sledgehammer and the tarmac is melting on the roads. They were, accordingly, some of our best customers at the ice cream tent, which was, by a coincidence, right next to the Drambuie marquee. Drambuie's link with the event was more than just gratuitous. After the Jacobite defeat at Culloden, Prince Charlie escaped back to Paris via Skye with the help of Flora MacDonald. He died in Rome 40 years later, after living in Paris and Florence mostly, and after having made 2 or 3 secret visits to London in the 1750s. There were mistresses and wives, and he never entirely gave up hoping he might really become Charles III of Great Britain. Died with his boots off. Not such a bad life considering. Certainly more agreeable than being torn to bits by grape shot and musket fire during the battle itself, or being butchered afterwards while lying wounded, or trying to run away. Anyway, while on Skye, he stayed with the Mackinnon family and drank Drambuie, which, as Walter Schobert points out in his exhaustive The Whisky, Treasury, very likely represents the way whisky used to be drunk back then, at least amongst the toffs. That is, as a fine malt mixed with honey and herbs. There seems to be some dispute over whether Prince Charlie already had the recipe and gave it to the Mackinnons as a thank you, or they already had the recipe and just, eventually, made canny use of the romantic connection. I prefer the latter. But in any event, Drambuie probably had more right to be there at the 250th anniversary bash than anybody else. Come to think of it, I have my own link with Drambuie. That cancelled Order 911 we had with the orange terracotta interior had allegedly been ordered by a director of the Drambuie Company. Hence the, remarkable colour, maybe. Aileen, who I think it would be fair to say has something of a sweet tooth, set up a very welcome and mutually beneficial deal with the girls who were serving in the, by now, sweltering Drambuie tent. Some of our ice cream for some of their liqueur. We chaps particularly appreciated this, as we'd just run out of beer. Like I say, she'd have made a great agent. We turn left at the Ben Nevis distillery with its highly photogenic Highland cattle. I can remember when Highland cattle, also known as hairy coos, were relatively rare sights unless you were deep in the Highlands or way out in the islands. Now they seem to be everywhere. Apparently, a lot of places keep them just because they look so great. They are, effectively, pets, and in some cases because they get tourists to stop to take photographs or video, and so perhaps thereafter take in the attraction that has positioned them so cunningly. If this is cynical, well, it's a relatively innocuous form of cynicism, and Highland cattle just do look wonderful. As a piece of architecture, Ben Nevis Distillery is nothing special. A bit overly industrial, though the lines are softened by lots of barrels in the grounds. Established by the very tall Long John MacDonald back in 1825, it was closed for 5 years in the late 1980s before being rescued and reopened by the Japanese Nikka firm. Japanese whisky really falls outside the remit of this book, but I think it's briefly worth making the point that Japanese whisky can be very good indeed, and that Japanese firms which have taken over or bought into the Scottish whisky business have generally treated the industry, the people, and the product itself with more respect than a lot of our own homegrown entrepreneurs. Hopefully, with an experienced film like Nika behind it, Ben Nevis will continue to flourish and develop. The 10-year-old I bought is an enjoyably big, chewy thing, like eating a nut-sprinkled chocolate liqueur. Past the entrance to Inverlochy, the old Inverlochy Castle nearer the town is that rarity among Scottish castles, a moated one, or in Inverlochy's case, a once-moated one, as the moat is just a shallow depression on the castle's 3 landward sides, the 4th facing the River Lochie. Off the top of our heads, as we're taking a look round the impressive but only recently de-scaffolded ruins, Les and I can only think of 2 other moated castles in Scotland, Rothesay and Carlaverock. Old Inverlochy was off-limits because of safety and remedial work for so long that we'd both kind of forgotten about it, but now it's open to the public again, and it's a large and impressive sight, worth seeing. The newer Inverlochy Castle, a little further out of town, is a very grand country house hotel indeed. It doesn't actually have that many rooms, but that's because they've wisely kept the apartments pretty much as they were when the place was a private house. Big. Anne and I once stayed in a room about the size of a tennis court. You had to stand up and take a good look round, or shout, to determine whether you were alone in there or not. We've stayed at Inverlochy a few times, once with Mum and Dad, and on a couple of occasions with the McFarlanes. Hearing that the place is occasionally frequented by some very famous film stars, Les and I always make a point of playing a frame or 2 of snooker, just in case we bump into Sean and Clint and get to thrash them in a doubles game, but it hasn't happened yet. Usually when the 5 of us have stayed there, we've had a private dining room. No way is this because we are noisy and might upset the other, more respectable guests. Our most recent stay at Inverlochy was last year, when Bentley, for some bizarre reason, suddenly took it into their heads to let me have one of their extremely expensive motor cars for a couple of days. Even the invitation to drive the thing was classy, a framed piece of art made up to look like the cover of one of my books, back in the black and white days, with the word Bentlicity emblazoned on it. How could I refuse? A shiny silver-grey Continental T was duly delivered to our house, and Anne and I immediately zapped off to Inverlochy before Bentley could change their minds, inviting Les, Aileen and Ailey to be our guests. The Continental T is by far the most expensive car I've ever driven, with the possible exception of the Formula 1 car at Manicourt. At not a kick in the arse off £250,000, this was a seriously pricey machine. And more money, a lot more money, for less car. The Continental T was the short wheelbase go-faster coupe of the range, while the longer 4-door version, even with the same turbo engine, cost over 100 grand less. I mean, what? Went like the squits off a Teflon shovel, but you always had the feeling you were basically torturing the tyres, forcing them to deal with nearly 3 tons of very accelerative car, moving smartly along a twisty road. No sat-nav, bleep parking, or room for anyone older than about 6 in the rear seats, but it did have a 2-stage horn, one loudness setting for town, and another more strident one for country. As a car for saying I have so much money I just don't give a fuck, this struck me as very much the one. At Spian Bridge we turn right, heading cross-country for Speyside on the A86. This is another great road. Not a great wee road, just a great road. There's a sort of modern Highland open country, A-road standard, which consists of long, usually fenced straights, punctuated by clear sight-lined, constant radius curves and torque-testing gradients, all of it through impressive scenery, and this baby, from Spian to Kingnussy, is an exemplar. It's a classic example of the breed too, in that, in places, its spacey, high-speed wonderfulness suddenly runs out, to be replaced by that sort of twisty, randomly variable width, but effectively 1.5-lane carriageway, which is great fun to drive if there's nothing slower in front of you, and exquisitely frustrating if there is. The A86 has mostly been brilliantly upgraded over the years, but there are still some stretches where you basically need somebody's cooperation if you're going to overtake them. Still, great views of Loch Laggan, Craigmeggy, and at Kinloch-Laggan, Britain's largest inland beach. I've always found this to be a slightly surreal sight, just because it's so far inland, and at 250 metres, more than a little above sea level. That surreality only comes from knowing where you are, though. We'd been passing that freshwater beach for years before a flippant remark of mine, that the tide was out again, revealed the fact that Anne had always assumed this was a sea loch, and there was nothing remotely unusual about all that sand. Oh, well. A few hundred metres after the slightly surreal beach, there's a wee gatehouse by the river that seems to be everybody's favourite example of Scottish baronial in miniature, itself just around the corner from the modestly proportioned but highly snapworthy falls, where the River Pattock performs a 180 between Inverpattock Lodge and Feager. It's all exceptionally photogenic round here, and filmic. This particular bit we're passing is where they do the outdoor stuff for Monarch of the Glen, and back in Glenfinnan, Les and Aileen sat and watched them shoot bits of the original Highlander film right outside their window many years ago. There's been a lot of film and TV stuff since. My friend Brad's Rockface series, for example, and the film of my book, Complicity, to name but one not quite straight-to-video British film of the last few years. Plus, recently, quite a few locals have been taking part in the filming of the second and third Harry Potter films. Last year in this, 100+ children from Lochaber High School were HP extras, mainly for the Hogwarts Express scenes, that viaduct again, and Ailey was one of them, wizard's cloak and all. Les and Aileen also got to be part of the fun, as two of the legally necessary chaperones a film company needs when employing that many children. The only real problem the third HP film caused locally was really due to the exceptionally dry winter. The steam train playing the part of the Hogwarts Express locomotive set fire to the hill behind the viaduct. This usually only happens in the summer, when the sporadic clattering of the helicopter scooping water from Loch Shiel to drop on the gaily burning heather, bracken and sun-dried grass on the hillside becomes all just part of the primordial Highland scene. Ailey was and is a serious fan of Harry Potter, and I felt really happy for her getting to be part of the films, but I was secretly deeply miffed that I'd finally been out-extra'd. Until now, I'd been the only one of our group of friends, plus now their children, who'd been in a cool film. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. By the sign for a wee place called Ferset, we passed the place where I rolled a 911 a few years ago. This was all my own fault, and there was nobody else involved. We'll come to this properly in what happened to my car. We press on, crossing the youthful upper reaches of the River Spey at Laggan. Aileen seems to be enjoying driving the M5. I know, let's do the new funicular that goes up to the top of Cairngorm, I suggest, somewhere around Newton Moor. Is this strictly in accordance with the terms of your brief, Mr. Banks? Les asks. Les usually addresses me as Mr. Banks when there's a hint of criticism involved. What do you mean? There's no distillery at the top. I think about this. Ah, who cares, I argue. The funicular railway up to the top of Cairngorm is a hoot. There was a terrible kerfuffle about building it, an even greater kerfuffle than there was over building the gondola system up Anoch Moor, on the northwest shoulder of the Ben Nevis Massif. Both are there for skiers and ordinary tourists, plus the gondola is equipped to take mountain bikers and their bikes up the 2,000 feet to the top station, so they can plummet down the laughably graded track back to the bottom again. Watching lunatic mountain bikers skittering down the rocky excuse for a trail, more like a dried-up 45-degree riverbed than any sort of path, is probably the single most vicariously hair-raising thing you can do while in Lochaber. Highly recommended. The Anoch Moor gondola system also happily ferries hillwalkers to the top, whereas the Cairngorm trains won't. Various notices in the bottom station tell you that in the summer there is no access from the top station onto the hill itself, and people with serious backpacks will be asked to leave them behind or be refused passage. This was one of the conditions that had to be met before the funicular system got the go-ahead, the idea being that such restrictions would keep non-dedicated trekkers off the summit, where the delicate flora and fauna might suffer from the added numbers of walking boots trampling the heather. People who are absolutely determined to get up there can, of course, just hike from the bottom. I don't want to see native species die out, or all of Scotland become like the Lake District, but I still can't help feeling the place needs more stuff like this. A few more gondolas, funiculars, mountaintop restaurants and so on. And don't get me started on a lack of decent alpine-style roads in Scotland or dead ends that should be joined up. The day we visit Cairngorm, there's still enough snow for skiing and boarding, and plenty of people are doing both, so the ways out from the visitor centre onto the hill are open. The weather is positively balmy for Cairngorm, which pretty much has the very worst weather in Britain. We do the standard tourist things, take photos, browse the shop, I add to my growing collection of wooden train whistles, and buy a notebook that you can allegedly write on in the rain, which I'll almost certainly never use, and have a fairly bog-standard chips and beans with everything lunch. We stand, breathing in the clear mountain air before taking the funicular back to the car. Les looks around as though trying to gauge something. "Altitude?" he asks. "Eh? What?" "You mean you didn't bring your altimeter?" Les says innocently. "Dearie me." "It's in the car," I say lamely. Altitude problem. The altimeter is something of a sore point. I bought it many years ago in Nevisport in Fort William. I have a weakness for these outdoors gear shops. I have far too many hiking jackets, pairs of gloves, Swiss Army and other knives, torches, compasses, camping stoves, sets of binoculars and other assorted outdoorsy paraphernalia. I long ago collected all the 50,000 scale maps covering Scotland, and now I seem to have started doing the same thing with the orange-covered 25,000 series. Les claims that there must be a bell that goes off when I enter one of these establishments, and possibly a red flashing light as well, probably in the staff room or manager's office, maybe even a sign that illuminates, "Attention, a fool and his money have just entered the building. Opportunity, opportunity." The altimeter is his first and favourite example of my gratuitous overspending. I saw it in the shop, and just wanted it. It's a proper piece of precision engineering, and it had an orange lanyard and everything. I justified it to myself as a safety measure. Out on the hill you might think you knew where you were on the map by compass bearings and all that sort of stuff. See, but double-checking via the contour lines would definitely help confirm that you really were where you thought you were. Sold. However, I didn't want to be too extravagant, so I even looked at the price first. £39.99. Very reasonable for such a quality piece of kit, I thought. I took it to the counter, and the shop assistant rang up. £139.99. I stared at the figures glowing on the till readout, and then at the price sticker on the altimeter itself. Yep, the first numeral on the sticker had printed across the left-hand edge of the little box the price was supposed to be printed inside, and it really was £100 more expensive than I'd thought. I couldn't even get away with just keeping quiet about this piece of gratuitous overspending, because Les was there at the time, at first looking on incredulously, and then trying to suppress his laughter. He didn't quite get to the stuffing the hanky into the mouth stage, but it was a close-run thing. I never did take the damn altimeter hill walking. It lives in the M5 now, slotted into one of the cup holders. It works off atmospheric pressure, and every time I pass the Schlod summit sign on the A9 south of Inverness, or the sign at Rannochmoor summit, both of which have the courtesy to tell you exactly how high you are, though not in a druggy way, obviously, I dutifully reset it. Apart from that, it's of no earthly use to man nor beast, but it still looks kind of cool. I did once take it on the flight from Barra to Glasgow, wee daft plane, unpressurised, and was able to confirm that when the captain said we were cruising at an altitude of 4,000 feet, we really were. Handy or what? In the afternoon, we head into deepest Speyside, via some fun little back roads and the primly quaint but very pleasant town of Granton-on-Spey, its grey granite buildings positively sparkling in the sunlight. We have to refuel, and Les expresses some horror at how quickly this comes around in the M5. "I'm getting 22 miles to the gallon," I protest. Les and I are both of an age when we still think in terms of mpg rather than km per litre. For a 5-litre engine, that's bloody good. Actually, it probably means I'm not driving the car hard enough. I've been known to get 350 miles out of a full tank on a long run, and an M5, that's probably some sort of record. "Yeah, but our A6 gets 800 miles between refills," Les says. "It's a diesel," I screech, not unreasonably, I think. "Yeah, so?" Dear Enzo, preserve us true petrol heads from the smugness of oil burners. Les likes fast cars as much as I do, but I can see he's on the cusp of being turned by that damn 5-cylinder diesel. The sooner we get him behind the wheel of the M5, the better. "Well, anyway," I splutter, "I mean, it's just not fair to compare. Hold on. Wait a minute. Where's Aileen?" Uh-oh, I think I saw a sweet shop back there. G on S has a great sweet shop called the Candy Box, one of those time-warp places where they measure boiled sweets out of big jars and sell stuff you thought they'd stopped making years ago, as well as having lots of intriguing-looking modern sweets and some terribly tempting Belgian chocolates. Aileen beelines for shops like this, the way I go straight to outdoor outlets. Astoundingly, we don't bump into anybody who knows Les the whole time we're in Granton. This is genuinely remarkable. I've never known anybody more prone to meeting people he knows where all concerned least expect it. Usually this happens abroad in the middle of nowhere, and I speculate that maybe we're just too close to home. Then Les reminds me that actually he did bump into another Lochaber High School teacher while we were at the top of the funicular. We eventually drag Aileen out of the sweet shop before she can do a deal on buying the whole stock for less than trade, and sweep off along a wee road through the woods towards Glenfarclas Distillery, though only after promising her there are bound to be things like whisky-flavoured fudge and similar goodies to be had in the distillery shop. The three of us plus my notebook take the tour at Glenfarclas. The tour costs £3.50 each, which seems fairly close to standard for distilleries with decent visitor centres, though there are exceptions. As a rule, you get vouchers with the tickets which entitle you to get almost all the money back if you buy a bottle in the shop afterwards, which is not such a bad deal. It would be nicer, and feel more like proper Highland hospitality, if all distillery tours were free and ended with a complimentary dram. But visitor facilities cost money, and the charges don't seem to have put many people off. Besides, at the end of the Glenfarclas tour, you get to see the beautiful wood-panelled room in the visitor centre, which is constructed from pieces salvaged from the old Empress of Australia. The liner was built in 1913 and broken up in 1960 in Ward's ship-breaking yard by Inverkeithing, a mile or so away from where we live, in sunny North Queensferry. I have to declare a personal connection here. Quite a few of my family on my dad's side worked in Wards over the years. Whatever, the tour at Glenfarclas is worth doing. It's not a huge distillery, but it does have what looks to me like a pretty enormous malt mill, equipped with dirty grate magnets to weed any metallic stuff out of the barley, and the big, bulb-shaped stills are the biggest on Speyside. More interesting than all the technical stuff, though, is how truly autonomous, cohesive, and family-run the distillery is. The Grant family have owned and run Glenfarclas for 5 generations, with the 6th generation learning the ropes right now. It's a reflection of the fact they have to do all their promotional and other bureaucratic work in-house, rather than leaving such overhead-heavy stuff to be done by a central HQ somewhere else, that while the distillery itself employs only 8 people, the office side needs 15. Mash tuns, washbacks, and stills just fill the warehouses up. It takes dedicated desk work to keep the whisky moving out of them, onto the market. A true independent in an industry that has grown increasingly corporate over the centuries, and especially over the last few decades, it would arguably be something to be treasured, even if the whisky they made was only good. But it's much better than that. The Glenfarclas 105, the 105 proof translating to 60% alcohol by volume, has long been one of the best strong whiskies widely available, and it's hard not to make comparisons between its robust, self-confident style and the independence of the firm that makes it. Given that the effectively cask strength 105 is only about 8 to 10 years old, this is a sweet, full and amazingly rounded whisky. The bottle I bought was the 21-year-old, which is even more developed, smoother, only to be expected given that it's 43% rather than 60%, and quite spectacular in its complexity, packed with spicy, fruity flavours, all wrapped in a subtle smokiness. In a sense, it ought to make no difference who makes a whisky or where it's made. All that should matter is the taste, and that's it. Yet, part of the reason for visiting a distillery is that seeing where the stuff is made, meeting the people who make it, and often breathing in the scent of the place where it rests for umpteen years, undeniably adds to the experience in the future, just for the simple reason that that is what we are like. We are connection-making creatures. You might be on the other side of the world, sweating in a climate Scotland hasn't seen since the Precambrian, when most of its land mass was somewhere over the equator, but the smell of a dram from a distillery you've been to years before will suddenly whisk you back to a collection of black-walled buildings on a chilly hillside in Angus. It's a subjective encounter, drinking a whisky. You're bringing as much to the event as the drink is, maybe more. Just as touring a distillery adds to the sensation of drinking its product subsequently, bringing in resonances that have nothing directly to do with the smell or taste or feel of the liquid, so knowing you're making a link to a proudly independent family firm, not a vast conglomerate, however well run and relatively benign, allows you to enjoy the dram with just a little extra relish. In any event, on taste alone, Glenfarclas is one of the Speyside greats, and deserves to be ranked with the more heavily promoted brands. We stay at Muckrach Lodge. The owners turn out to be called Macfarlane too, though they don't seem to be any sort of close relations to Les and Aileen. I mean, not that we'd actually have asked for a discount if they were. I have a brother-in-law who's a Penfold, but do I ever ask for a discount on Penfold's Grange Bin 95? Faced with the irresistible attraction of the Muckrach's full Scottish breakfast, pretty much the complete whangy, a typical Highland hospitality gone mad, wide-spectrum belly-banging mega-break, I go into hotel mode, which consists of having one of these big-boy breakfasts. Well, you tell yourself you're paying for it, so you might as well eat it. A snack for lunch, usually just soup, and then the equally generously proportioned evening meal. The temptation is to have a big lunch as well, because your stomach is getting kind of used to these enormous portions, but this leads to expanded waist syndrome, and is a thoroughly bad thing. I suspect a lot of tourists go into hotel or B&B mode while they're here. We get down to some serious research. Speyside is the focus of the Scotch industry, its epicentre, its spiritual headquarters. If the industry was ever going to have a theme park, may the thought perish, this is where it would be. Whisky Land. Whisky World. Around here they have the Whisky Trail. They have a castle trail too, which both Les and I feel we should do one day, but one interest at a time. And around here it seems you can barely drive a mile without seeing a distillery. Sometimes the whole thing, strewn across a hillside, sometimes just the pagoda roofs poking up above the trees, or the steam-bannered chimneys standing out over the long roofs of a few acres of bonded warehouses. Sometimes all you see is a brown tourist information sign pointing the way, and sometimes there's just a very discreet sign by the roadside for trade visitors and contractors if a distillery is not set up to accommodate tourists. A lot are, though, and personally I find them very civilised places to be. There is now a kind of visitor centre vernacular, a recognisable getting-on for industry-wide style of layout and furnishing that might seem twee if you're one of these minimalist people who like their houses to look like operating theatres, but which kind of suits the nature of the process that goes to make whisky, and which is, anyway, changing gradually. There will probably be lots of wood and sometimes quite a lot of exposed stonework. There will be a darkened area where you can sit or stand and watch a visual presentation which will tend to major on sparkling streams gurgling across moody moors and over bulbous boulders, swaying sunlit fields of barley, gleaming great stills, old buildings wreathed in steam and atmospherically lit barrels and dark warehouses. Often there will be an example of an old illicit still, sitting glistening in a coppery sort of way in a corner, usually in a mocked-up bothy setting. Frequently there will be lots of old distillery tools, from when each concern was more self-contained than today. Adzes, malt shovels, rummagers, and the rest. Almost always there will be impressively massive old ledgers and enormous leather-bound books that are the genuine articles from 100 years ago, detailing aspects of the distillery's processes and general bookkeeping. In the bit where you do the tasting, there will definitely be lots of wood, various seats, benches and tables, almost always in wood, and sometimes there will be couches and chairs, usually in leather. These are intensely comfortable places to be. Ideally, you want to be able to sample the product as well, to have a decent taste or two, and not have to worry about driving. But even if you're unable to indulge, there are few more pleasant public spaces. For all the slightly formulaic feel of a standard visitor centre, and this may well be something that you'll only recognise if, like me, you're doing them by the dozen, there is a sort of honesty about them, just because they are so close to the production process itself. They are, in the end, anyway, all different, just as the malts themselves are all different. The people who staff them add an extra flavour to the mix as well. The awkward but knowledgeable ones who you can tell really just want to be back doing the technical stuff, opening valves, sniffing the air outside the spirit safe, waiting for the time to take the best cut of the spirit, but who can answer any production question you ask them. The totally enthusiastic types who really want you to know what a great thing they do here and how wonderful their particular whisky is. The usually slightly different manager or even owner who's unsure quite how to modulate their enthusiasm and how much depth of knowledge to go into, and the slightly wacko characters who at their best keep you wide-eyed and laughing, and at their worst still make you laugh, even if they do seem to be part of some bizarre Cairna Community light industrial outsourcing programme. I'm sure I've encountered somebody on a tour or behind the counter in a visitor centre who is just plain boring and uninterested, but obviously I've succeeded in forgetting about them. One of the pluses of going around lots of distilleries is meeting up with people who know each other, or are related to each other. It is a small industry. Less than 100 distilleries, each one often only employing a dozen people in the actual physical process, and usually fewer than that in the on-site office. The skills involved are very transferable within the industry as a whole, and because a lot of the distilleries are owned by larger concerns, people are able to move round within that company's sites and see how it's done elsewhere. I lost count of the number of times I bumped into somebody's mum, dad, son, daughter, brother, or whatever, once I told them that I'd been to all these other distilleries. "Och, you'll have talked to so-and-so." Come to think of it, when you're a writer, especially one who's managing to keep the wolf from the door, there aren't many professions you encounter which make you think, actually this must be quite a decent job. I wouldn't mind doing this. But working in a distillery is arguably one of them. That's not to suggest that it must all be sweetness and light incessantly, or that in the end you don't have bosses who may well be as stupid and or as malicious as bosses everywhere can be, or that your job isn't subject to the vagaries and volatilities of the market and the changing tastes of the international public, but given that most of this applies to most jobs, it could be argued that working in a relatively safe environment, in some of the finest scenery in one of the world's more beautiful countries, while helping to make something to be proud of, within a tradition stretching back hundreds of years, can be quite rewarding. Put it this way, I never did meet anybody who couldn't wait to get out of the industry and away. I'm sure they have existed, but maybe they've all already left to become fashion photographers or skateboard wizards or party planners to the super rich or Far Eastern golf course designers or something. Wandering round Cardew Distillery, heart of Johnny Walker, Scottish larch washbacks rather than the more usual Oregon pine, watching some ducks silently preening themselves on the neatly clipped grass by the side of the gently steaming pond, where the cooling water goes to relax, looking round at the smart cream-coloured buildings, listening to the quiet hissings and distant creaking noises of the place, surrounded by sloped fields and lines of budding trees, a pleasant glow manifesting itself after a modest tasting. Les was driving. Speyside suddenly seemed like one of the best places in the whole damn world. Standout distilleries? Architecture first. The Tormore is my favourite. Bit old-fashioned, given that it was built in 1958, but fabulously dramatic. Fountains, manicured lawns, topiary, ornamental curling pond. What? And an enormous great black chimney sticking up at the back that looks like a supergun barrel. The original idea was to make it look like a giant whiskey bottle, which would have been even more insane. Brilliant building and nicely matched outbuildings. Why this place doesn't have a visitor centre and tours is beyond me. The whisky itself has been criticised as being too metallic, though the 15-year-old I tracked down seemed all right to me. Moderately voluptuous, in fact. The Chivas Brothers' Alta Bain, 1975, reminds me of a Catholic seminary, for some reason. Severe and inward-looking, but elegant. I haven't tracked down a single malt from it yet. Ochroisk Distillery, 1974, is quite beautiful, in a modernist kind of way. All steep roofs and interesting angles. There's a slightly gratuitous-looking sort of ground-floor turrety thing that I'm not so sure about, but otherwise, visually, it's a peach. This is where the Singleton is produced, a very pleasant, smooth, medium-bodied dram, like an all-sort that's been briefly dipped in sherry. I was kind of hoping to find a genuine, undiscovered gem in amongst the folds and the rolls of Speyside, a hugely flavoursome, shy beauty that hardly anybody has heard of, but it was not to be. The standout whiskies on taste, aroma, feel, and general all-round wonderfulness were ones that any malt drinker will know well. I have yet to find any Speyside whisky that is less than drinkable and perfectly pleasant. But of all the drams we tasted during that first week on Speyside, two of the best came from Glenlivet and Glenfiddich, and one of them produced an expression that went instantly into my personal top 10. Another exceptional pair were Aberlour and Balvenie, which may not be exactly household names, but they're hardly unknowns either. It's hard to overemphasize how important Glenlivet was not long ago, not just as a whisky, but as a defining standard, even as a region. The primacy of the whisky itself remains, but its nomenclative dominance has gone, and probably just as well for all concerned. One of the books I picked up second-hand for the reading part of this book's research was a 1976 paperback of David Daish's 1969 Scotch Whisky, Its Past and Present. Professor Daish's is one of the world's most respected and authoritative figures on whisky, so it's interesting that in the maps at the back of the book there is, as usual, one map for the whole of Scotland with the various distilleries numbered, and another inset map showing all the Speyside distilleries of the time, except the area isn't called Speyside. It's entitled the Glenlivet area. If there was ever a better symbol of the importance of the Glenlivet name at the time, I've yet to see it. Not so long ago, you could go into a bar which had a lot of whiskies, ask for a Glenlivet, and something like this would happen. A Glenlivet? Certainly, sir. Which would you like? We have a Glenbogus Glenlivet, Glendockery Glenlivet, Glenmunchkin Glenlivet, Glengeneric Glenlivet, Glen Nowhere Near. Do you just have the Glenlivet? Bar person strokes chin. Not sure I know that one. Glenlivet was known as a fine whisky when it still had to be smuggled to its markets, and its name was being taken in vain even then. When Scotch started to go legit, Glenlivet's owner, George Smith, was the first person to apply for one of the newfangled licenses. This did not, it has to be said, meet with the universal approval of his peers, and necessitated Mr. Smith carrying a pair of loaded pistols everywhere. His son was the J.G. Smith, whose name appears on the bottles to this day, and who moved the distillery from its earlier, even more remote location, a mile away on the shoulder of the hill to where it is today. It's not a very inspiring set of buildings, but the visitor centre is one of the best in Scotland. The tour is amazingly free, and the whisky is still one of the absolutely definitive Speyside malts. Light and fresh, but rich at the same time, and with a scent like a summer meadow. The one I went for was a 21-year-old archive, which was all that, plus, with a delicious hint of roast chestnut about it, refreshing and warming at the same time. When we finally started sampling this bottle in July, Anne, Dad, and I found this expression far too easy to drink. One of those worryingly superb, almost overly approachable drams that even people who don't usually like whisky are probably going to like to the extent of asking for another. And this, to be brutally frank, is only ever an unambiguously good thing, if you're a person of an exceptionally good, kind, and generous nature, which I have ambitions to be. It's what my dad is, but have not yet really achieved. Whatever, the Glenlivet is whisky to put a smile on your face. Aberlour is one of those distilleries which exemplify something of a contradiction in whisky-making. It's often the distilleries which physically stand out, which are the least bottled as single malts, the vast majority of their production going into blends. 95% is the figure you hear bandied about most often, while the distilleries which seem to shy away from attention, which in other words blend into their surroundings, are the ones most likely to be bottled purely as single malts. I guess it's partly age and size. The last heroic age of distillery building in the 60s and 70s produced some very striking and prominent buildings, which from the start were always going to produce whisky almost exclusively for blends. Aberlour is at the other end of the spectrum, practically camouflaged amongst the other rather nondescript buildings at one end of Aberlour town. If the buildings are undistinguished, though, the whisky is anything but. This is one of the best Speysides you can buy. Enormous, but not unbalancing, amounts of sherry, buckets of fruit, layers and weaves of spiciness, all of it silkily burnished. If Fabergé made whisky, you suspect this is what it would taste like. The Abunad batch number 8 I got, no age given, but generally reckoned to be a mixture of barrels between 8 and 15 years old, is a stonker. A powerfully, opulently spicy sweet cocktail of flavours that makes your head reel. The Balvenie is owned by the same people who own Glenfiddich next door. This seems almost unfair, but there you go. Standing more or less in the shadow of the ruins of Balvenie Castle, the distillery still has its own maltings, which makes it unique on Speyside. One word starts to tell you about Balvenie, and that's honey. Only starts to, though, because this is one of the most complex, balanced, elegant, and harmonious whiskies on Speyside, packed with exquisitely proportioned amounts of gingery sherry-cum-port, fruit, and spice, like the best Christmas cake in all the world. If there is one of the fairly well-knowns that is arguably still undervalued and deserves even greater exposure, praise and appreciation, the Balvenie is it. Glenfiddich presents as a trim, neat, well-manicured concern, with everything positioned nicely in its place. It has its own bottling plant, unusually, and a splendid shop, worth taking photographs of, all by itself. It was where we found one bottle priced at £5,000, which Les and I assumed must be some sort of record for a bottle you could buy over the counter at a distillery retail outlet, until we found one nearby, priced at 10 grand. Kind of suspect they're not the real ones out there on display. There are a lot of stills here, 28 at the last count, with the spirits still so small they need 2 per wash still. This small still thing may be important. We'll come back to this with Macallan later. They're coal-fired too, which is very traditional and also unusual these days. Glenfiddich is the best-selling single malt in the world, and it comes as a surprise to discover that it isn't owned by one of the big multinationals. It's really another family business, owned by William Grant and Sons, and they pretty much pioneered the single malt revolution in the early 60s. Respect is due for that alone, but the whisky has remained a standard. Floral, like most Speyside, with an accent on heather and a depth of honey that can make it seem halfway to a liqueur at times, a trait it shares with the Balvenie. They've kept innovating too, which I think is admirable. There are various different finishes, all of them excellent, and one which is, to my taste, simply astounding. It's the Havana Reserve, a 21-year-old, finished in old Cuban rum casks. This is a colossal, fabulously rich, endlessly smokily sweet and succulent whisky, bursting with flavour, strong in the nose, long in the throat. Just magnificent. And as though this wasn't enough, there should be more of it to go around than we have any right to expect, because it's banned from the USA. The state's punitive, mean-spirited and just generally disgraceful trade embargo against Cuba means that this particular Glenfiddich can't be bought between Canada and Mexico. Well, I'm sorry for US single malt fans, but frankly, hallelujah, all the more for us. It is my firm intention to buy a crate of this stuff in the next week or two, on my next visit to Speyside, if I can't find it closer to home. I might even buy 2 crates, and give bottles out as Christmas presents. The quest for the perfect dram very much continues, and there are some very strong contenders indeed still to come. Macallan, Springbank, and Highland Park, to name but 3, but as I write, this stuff is joint number 1 with the Fino-finished Ardbeg, tasted straight out the barrel as best dram so far. Zapping between the distilleries, we end up spending a lot of time on a wee road that parallels the A95, which has roadworks at a bridge necessitating these detours. On this wee road, there are signs saying, "Slow, young pheasants." These are the subjects of some discussion. Do you think they're meant to say, "Slow, young peasants"? Maybe they're directed at the pheasants, telling them to be slow. What they mean is, don't kill these young birds with your cars, leave them for us to kill with our shotguns. A bit cheeky if you ask me, typical toff arrogance. If I see one, I'm going to aim for it. What, a toff or a young pheasant? No comment.
This ends Disc 4. Raw Spirit, In Search of the Perfect Dram. Disc 5.
7. Break for curry. Anne has decided to join us. We head south and west back to Glenfinnan, to feed the cat, basically, then loop further south to the lower edge of the Campsies, north of Glasgow, to take in the Glengoyne distillery, before following a succession of interesting B-roads over to Fife. In the meantime, we've found time to squeeze in a visit to the Speyside cooperage just outside Craiglachie, which is geographically pretty much the centre of the Speyside whisky industry. This is worth seeing. What we basically have here is Barrel City. This is the wonderful world of cooperage, a veritable cathedral of barreldom. You can sit in giant barrels in the grounds, sit around barrels, sit on barrels, sit in barrel seats and buy barrel-related products, including, but not limited to, barrels. There's a tour, and you end up in a sort of gallery over the main floor of the workshop, watching these guys, a lot of tartan shirts, wheel barrels around, whack them with hammers, manoeuvre them into big machines that do unspeakable things to them. The barrels, that is. Pick up their hammers and bash them some more, and just generally hit, split up, force together, rip apart, remake, compress, rasp, plane, pressurise to near bursting, singe, sear, kick, wallop, and carbonise barrels, as though they had something against wood in general and barrels in particular. You ever want to get an idea how resilient wood is, you come here. It sounds noisy, even through the glazing protecting the viewing gallery. Actually, it even looks noisy. Some of the guys wear ear defenders. Some don't. I think I would. They have little sort of miniature anvils on metal posts on which they balance the metal hoops that go round the barrels and hammer away at those as well. These bashing blocks are eye-shaped in cross-section, like they're made from lengths of railway line. I find myself wondering whether these were taken from old torn-up railways in the neighbourhood, and whether each guy has to rip a length of line off with his teeth as some sort of cooperage initiation rite. The display stuff at Strathspey Cooperage is interesting too. I hadn't realised that the oak, Quercus alba from the US, making up 97% of the barrels used in Scotland, as opposed to the remaining 3% of Quercus aroba from Spain, that goes to make casks has to grow for between 100 and 150 years before it can be harvested, or that when the bourbon barrels shipped in from the States are reassembled, they're bigger. It takes 5 US barrels to make 4 hogsheads, each with a capacity of 56 imperial gallons. Hence a lot of the bashing and banging, I suppose. And it's a legal requirement in the US that bourbon barrels are only used once, not just some purist whim or tradition. I immediately start to formulate a mild conspiracy theory to account for this perversity. I mean, if Scotch benefits from being kept in old bourbon casks, why shouldn't bourbon itself? Why not at least experiment with second and third fill bourbon? Treating these labour-intensive barrels as effectively disposable seems just plain wasteful. I bet a smidgen of research would reveal that it's all a bit of, semi-appropriately, pork barrel politics. This law will have been passed because some timber magnate had entire forests of oak to shift and got the law passed to help make this happen. I'm wrong. It later turns out that it's a rare, if dubious, instance of a victory for American organised labour. The US Union sponsored the law so that there would be more employment for their coopers. I find this quite heartening, though what real difference it makes that the Scotch industry has benefited from a, depending how you look at it, slightly daft law, promoted by some probably not terribly left-wing US unions, rather than some megalomaniac forestry owner or seedy cartel of timber conglomerates, is debatable. Craigillachi, the town, is home to the Craigillachi Hotel. Well, if you're going to have a Craigillachi Hotel, that would seem the logical place to put it, whose Quaich Bar offers 500 different malts. A couple of execs from the Japanese Hankyu department store who visited the hotel thought the bar was so impressive they had an exact copy constructed in Tokyo for the November 2002 British Fair. They even had one of the bartenders flown out to staff it. So there you are. Scottish bars travel well too. The fine weather continues. Speyside looks wonderful, and the distant glimpses of the snow still hugging the peaks of the Cairngorms just adds to the beauty of this warm early spring. The three of us enjoy using the M5 on these murray roads. The A95, when it opens again, is a good, open, quite fast if moderately busy highway, and the surrounding smaller roads are quieter, twistier, and rollingly scenic, diving and looping through forests and small towns, past fields dotted with dozens of tiny lambs and coloured various greens. It It occurs to me that maybe when it comes to roads, I'm too much of a mountain snob, a remoteness junkie. I suppose I associate the best, most rewarding driving with a degree of verticality or surrounding emptiness. I kind of dismiss the A9 because it's so busy and relatively boring, and frustrating, with its heavy traffic and still limited bits of dual carriageway forever collapsing back to two-way, and I rarely drive it these days, except where I have no choice. When heading from Fife to Glenfinnan, I have a sort of parallel route that avoids the A9 all the way up to Glengarry, where there is a good long bit of dual carriageway. This alternative route takes a good half-hour longer than using the A9 the whole way, but it's just so much more interesting to drive. Then, every now and again, when I do take the main road, usually because Anne wants to snooze and can't do that on the twisty roads, I notice the scenery around the A9, maybe just because there's a particularly flattering light, or because there's some moody-looking mist wrapping the forests and hills, or because it's time for the seasonal drama of autumn leaf colours, and I realise that actually it goes through some very impressive landscapes, that if I lived in Holland or East Anglia or even London or the Midlands, I'd regard this scenery as something close to breathtaking. I've just got too used to it, too accustomed to regarding the A9 as an honorary motorway, a conveyor belt that takes you to where the interesting roads and the real driving begins, but pretty much without merit on its own. Well, I'm spoiled. I know this. My commute consists of walking downstairs of a morning, and aside from shopping trips, almost all of the driving I do is for fun, because I enjoy it. I love pootling around the local roads of Fife and beyond on my motorbike, but my greatest loves are the Highland roads, and as a rule, I tend to feel that the further west and north you go, the better the roads get, even allowing for the single-track bits. The drive from Glenfinnan up to Dorney, near Kyle of Lochalsh, where we used to have friends and a share in a pub, another long story we'll come to later, was and is one of my favourite routes, especially beyond Invergarry. I'd better point out that this Invergarry lies in a Glengarry that is no relation to the Glengarry mentioned earlier. Scotland is full of places with the same name that are nowhere near each other. Scotland, land of contrasts. Not. Scotland is not really that big, but it is quite rugged, especially in the west, where sheer geological happenstance and millions of years of exposure to the Atlantic waves have combined to produce a coastline of extreme tatteredness. This, historically, made travel, except by sea and loch, as already mentioned, quite difficult. You can imagine that people didn't get out of their own glen very much, and that is the only excuse I can think of for the repetition of Scottish place names, if we aren't to accept that it isn't all down to basic Caledonian laziness and lack of imagination. I've just looked up a gazetteer of Scotland, and the third and fourth entries in the main section are two mountains rejoicing in the name of Abudenach. These are not even very far away from each other. The fifth entry is Abudenach Beg. Guess what? Also a mountain. Off the top of my head, I can think of two Comries, twin Kincardines, a brace of Crathies, a pair of Clovers, a number of Nigs, more Clachans than you can shake a claymore at, and 5 or 6 Tarberts, in Argyll alone. A lot of the time it's because these are simple descriptive names. Clachan means stone house. Whoa! Imagine the standard of living that made that worth pointing out. While Tarbert, means portage point, a place where by dragging your boats across a narrow neck of land you could save yourself some sailing time or avoid rough waters. Argyll, through its basic geography, it has more coastline than France, for Pete's sake, is littered with such sites and therefore names. But all the same. Anyway, they had to put in a new road between Lochgarry and Glenmoriston back in the 50s, when the push to produce lots more hydroelectric power meant more or less doubling the size of Lochgarry, Loch Loyne and Loch Cluny, drowning the roads which had grown in the old droving routes. The result was one of the best driving roads in Scotland, a glorious, sweeping, swooping ribbon of tarmac with no built-up areas between Invergarry and Shield Bridge, save for a vanishingly brief exception at the Cluny Inn itself. Beyond into Wester Ross lies glorious, mountainous, eye-poppingly spectacular scenery and, amongst the sorry nonsense of single-track so-called A-roads, which any other European country would surely have consigned to historic editions of atlases decades ago, roads of such beauty and grandeur, it gladdens the heart just looking at them on the map. Well, if you're a cartophiliac petrolhead like me, they have that effect. Just a shame there are no distilleries up in this whole rugged reach of Scotland, or on any of the outer Hebrides. None that we know about, anyway. So have I, over the years, my head well and truly turned by all this spell-binding semi-wilderness and tempestuous vertiginousness, been too quick to dismiss the more refined, gentle attractions of places like Speyside. Maybe so. All the same, I've always had a soft spot for the Borders and for Dumfries and Galloway, both as places of great, if, compared to the Highlands, rather restrained, rolling, rounded-off beauty, and as the homes of some brilliant, often quite empty roads. Speyside feels similar in a lot of ways. Busier than Dumfries and Galloway, certainly, but with a similar mix of forests and hills. Maybe I'm just getting older. Before too long, I'll be one of those wee old guys who wears a bunnet in the car. I'll drive with my nose up against the steering wheel while staring at the road from underneath the rim, ambling along in a big fast car I never really use, while looking out for a lay-by with a view of the water so we can get out the camping chairs and me and the missus can have a nice cup of tea. Goodness knows there are zillions of worse fates, but the prospect still fills me with a mild horror. A love of wild scenery, even if it's just to drive through rather than walk in, might stave off senility for a year or two. This is what I tell myself, anyway. Glengoyne is technically a Highland whisky, at least given the place where it's made, if not necessarily where all of it's matured, though this is anyway one of those occasions when you find yourself puzzling over where the Highland line does and ought to run. The Highlands, their identification and use. The Highlands are a bit like science fiction. You generally know with some certainty when you're in the relevant area, but as soon as you start trying to define it, you end up getting into all sorts of messes. There are places where I feel I can pin the start of the Highlands down to a matter of a few yards, like when taking the road north out of Gilmerton near Crieff, where the country suddenly changes as you pull away from underneath the trees, opening out as the road rises towards the heathered hills like something uncoiling after a long confinement. On the other hand, there are whole areas of Scotland where the Highlands seem to sort of fade in. The entire corner between Aberdeen and Inverness. I have no real idea where that fertile, well-cultivated, gently buxom farmland ends and the Highlands start. Plus, I have my doubts about the Flow country and a lot of that south-east-facing coast between Inverness and Wick. Sometimes it feels like we should scrap the idea of the Highlands altogether, but that only ever seems to make sense in moments of frustration at deciding what is and isn't part of the region in the first place. I suppose to some extent the definition of the Highlands has anyway changed over the years, moving north from places as far south as Stirling, as land was improved and fields spread, the clan system withered, and, probably most to the point, as the Gaelic language retreated. Glengoyne isn't the closest distillery to Glasgow. That would be Auchentoshan, but it is easily accessible from the city. It has a pleasant setting at the southern foot of the Campsie Fells, and it does welcome visitors. We pull up on another warm day, brave the main road that divides the car park and most of the warehouses from the distillery proper, and walk up the little glen at the back of the distillery by the cooling pond, where there's a dinky little visitor centre and shop, where I buy a bottle of the 17-year-old. We're kind of toured out, and so avoid the formal guided thing, though I take a photograph of the stills from the courtyard outside. The whisky itself, at least in the 17-year-old edition, is big and fruity, unpeated, quite fresh and sweetly oaked. It's matured in a different type of sherry cask from most whiskies, Palo Cortado. I'm quite a fan of sherries, well, dry sherries, but I confess this is one I hadn't heard of. The Palo Cortado probably has a lot to do with its orangey colour and citrus flavour. So, another healthily flowering branch on the great burgeoning tree of different whiskies. The more I taste all these novel expressions, the more I get the sense that single malt whisky is developing in a deeply interesting way, pulling in and making convincing use of barrels which have contained all sorts of different kinds of drinks. The ferry. We overnight at our house and the four of us head for the Omar Khayyam. This is a lazy choice in a way. Edinburgh is full of deeply wonderful restaurants, but Anne and I have settled into a routine that involves, if we're looking to lunch, going to Viva Mexico on Coburn Street, near Waverley Station, or for dinner, the OK, diagonally across from Haymarket Station. It's all because we live so close to the railway at our end and both restaurants are an easy waddle from the relevant station at the other. It wouldn't be quite so bad if I varied my choice, but I don't even open the menu in the OK. The guys don't need an order book, just a photocopy. 2 dry sherries, a bottle of the Sunnycliff, a very full-flavoured, vintage, consistent and good value Australian red, monkfish starter, chicken jaipuri, hot, and a tarka dal side dish. Anne at least varies her order a bit, but mine is practically set in stone. I keep meaning to try some of the other stuff on the menu again. Years ago I was positively promiscuous here before I decided I'd fallen in love with chicken jaipuri hot. But then I discovered, after tasting an example which one of my brothers-in-law had ordered, that my second favourite dish, after chicken jaipuri hot, is chicken jaipuri mild. Bit of a mixture of emotions there. Happiness mingled with a sort of disappointment. Still, somehow I cope. Well, ya bloody who. One good thing, one decent image to come out of the war, the sight of Saddam's statue being toppled. But even this is poorly done, messy and staged and unauthentic and incomplete. The pictures show the awful bloody thing starting to tilt, then they cut, and when we see it next, they have beefier chains on it, and it's a US vehicle doing the pulling, not the locals. The statue falls, but does not detach from its plinth, 2 big metal reinforcing poles inside anchoring it to the concrete. A US flag is put on top before somebody realises this might give out the wrong, for which a read accurate, message, and an Iraqi flag is found instead. There you go. We support the bastard when it suits us. We arm him to start a war against them and their fundamentalists in Iran, sell him chemicals to gas the Kurds in their homes. We even let the son of a bitch missile one of our own ships without getting too upset about it. Then we give him a good slap for invading another country. That is, after all, our job. Incite people to rise against him, get scared in case those darned Iranians might come out winners from that uprising, leave the uprisers hung out to dry, and whistle Dixie while they're slaughtered. Impose a decade's worth of sanctions that, if nothing else, make sure there'll be 500,000 fewer little towelheads in the world. Then decide it's time to avenge Daddy, secure the world's second biggest oil reserves, and show the world who's boss. And all for the good of the Iraqi people. Jesus H. Christ. When will these people do something for themselves for a change? Oh, and still no WMDs, used, deployed, anywhere near being deployed, or even found stored in some dusty desert bunker. Another sparklingly beautiful day, the sunlight dancing on the waters of the River Forth and flaring across the vast red pipes of the bridge, the sky pure blue. I shake my head as we pack the car's boot. This is like living in Southern California. The good weather's getting almost boring. Aileen passes by, toting bags and laughing. Are you mad? Is this a piece of your brain? Les asks. Les and Aileen are sun worshippers. The ideal year for them consists of 3 holidays in somewhere very hot indeed. The Canaries, Portugal, Greece, Egypt, with a very hot, for Scotland, Glenfinnan, summer thrown in. The way their holidays work, they can just about manage this. We've been on holiday abroad with them a few times, but I'm usually far too hot, red-faced, lathered in sweat, coated in sunblock, with the sun protection factor of kitchen foil, and wearing a broad-brimmed hat even when I'm in the swimming pool. Meanwhile, the McFarlanes are just about comfortable. It's not my fault. I'm a cold climate person. Anything much above 16 centigrade, and I think I'm in a heat wave. Weather that has everybody else shivering, blowing into their fists, stamping their feet and pulling on extra layers of clothing, will see me, in a t-shirt or shirt-sleeved, clapping my hands and declaring the temperature just nice. Les, on the other hand, ideally likes to have worked up a berry-brown suntan before he even leaves for his halls, and has, as I can attest, been mistaken for a Greek guy. In Greece. By Greek people. This does not normally happen to Greenock-born Caucasian chaps who live in Lochaber. We head north again, passing Brechin. This is where Glencadam used to be made, beside Brechin City's football ground. The 15-year-old I have is quite fresh, and tastes a bit like full cream milk poured over strawberries. Interesting, but not that inspiring. At Montrose, we end up by the seaside, by a funny little water park on the Esplanade. I am convinced I see a soliton. The water park is part of a larger fun and games area, with slides and climbing frames and so on, but you can find that sort of stuff anywhere. What fascinates me is this set of broad, gently sloped, interconnecting concrete channels, with little taps, gates and controllable fountains. To a long-time incorrigible dam builder like me, this is something like heaven, albeit a sort of restricted one. There are about a dozen kids splashing around in it, shoving the little dam gates this way and that, turning taps on and off or ferrying water from one channel to another by bucket, and a couple of young boys, maybe 8 or 9 years old, who are throwing themselves into the shallow pools and dancing over the fountains, spraying water at each other, getting utterly soaked. This looks, the 4 of us agree, cold. It's sunny, but there's a breeze coming off the North Sea, and even I'm glad I put my jacket on before we get out of the car. What a great place, though. Like having a dam channel system you'd have to work for days to create, all set up in concrete with water on tap. Whoever designed this was a genius, I tell myself. Then I see the soliton and just whoop for joy, because I've never seen one before. A soliton is a single wave that propagates along a channel over long distances, losing very little energy. It's all to do with the width and depth of the channel, and the wavelength and height of the wave itself. If these figures are all in a certain proportion to each other, a kind of harmony is established that sets up a soliton, and it'll just sweep calmly along a channel for a long, long time. They were first noticed in Dutch canals, where they could keep going for kilometres. This miniature example, assuming that's what this is and I'm not deceiving myself, eventually hits the shallows at the far end of one of the little concrete channels after 10 metres or so, but while it lasts, it's beautiful. I shout, woohoo! The way people who are of a certain age and have watched The Simpsons and South Park too much will tend to. Everybody else is looking at me like I'm a bit of a mad fella, but hey, I'm used to that. Via St. Cyrus to Fochabers, we have a fine lunch at a hotel called the Ramsay Arms, just through the town's impressive arch. I take a photo of the Fettercairn distillery. This is another whisky I've always been, to use John Peel's phrase, somewhat underwhelmed by, though it's not without its fans, and does well as a component of the White and Mackay blends. Maybe it's something to do with the old. It's marketed as Old Fettercairn, and somehow that first word just annoys me. In what sense, old? We know the stuff in the bottle can't have been made last week, for goodness sake. It's most commonly found as a 10-year-old. That isn't old either. The distillery was founded in 1824, but that doesn't make it particularly ancient. Lots of distilleries had been founded in the latter years of the previous century, and many of them are still going today. So what the hell's old about it? Still, could be worse, I suppose. Could be Ye Olde Fettercairn or something. Heading north again, we pass William Gladstone's old family home at Fask, just outside Fochabers. As a Prime Minister, Gladstone probably did more for the whisky industry than any other, repealing the punitive malt tax in 1853 and legalising the retail sale of bottled whisky. I recall reading, again in Michael Broadbent's Vintage Wine, about a wine cellar in the house that had lain unopened for 45 years until 1972. It was full of wine and port that had just lain there undisturbed at a nice, steady 8 degrees C since 1927, with perfectly drinkable vintages stretching back way into the 1800s, and it hadn't been opened in all that time because nobody could find the key. Toffs, eh? The B974 rises from the fertile coastal plain that is the Howe of the Mearns, Lewis Grassic Gibbon territory, towards the first low, rounded hills of the eastern Grampian Mountains, wriggling up out of the broad, wooded glens, stretching across the heathery moors and up to the summit at Cairnamount. This is a brilliant road, not busy, well-maintained, shrugging off the tight, blind, tree-obscured corners lower down, to ascend into sinuous progressions of open, sweeping, climbing curves and gently undulating straights. In a car with plenty of power and torque like the M5, even fully loaded, it's bliss. Faced with a tight bend followed by a steep upward gradient, the car just hunkers down, snarls politely, and rockets away. We're not actually travelling outrageously quickly, usually staying within 10 or so mph on either side of the speed limit, partly in deference to my 3 passengers, who I'm pleased to report have no complaints, but the sheer pleasure of stringing together the sequences of bends on the way to the car park at the viewpoint is just wonderful. We stop at the top to admire the view and take photos, though the best view is to the south, and it's a bit hazy and into the sun, so not great for photography. We set off again, heading gradually downhill towards the glen of the River Dee, through a succession of nicely cambered, generously open bends, gradually encountering stands and small forests of old Scots pine, their scaly red roots curling out of the sandy soil like dragons' claws. This is, very understandably, a popular route with bikers. You can tell that because every few miles, pretty much since Fettercairn, we've been seeing yellow roadside signs telling us things like 34 accidents on this road in the last year, with a little symbol of a motorbike underneath. I don't recall ever seeing signs like this anywhere in Scotland, so you get the impression that not only is this a very popular road with bikers, but that it really must be one where they have a hell of a lot of accidents. This is slightly mystifying. It's twisty, certainly, but so are hundreds of Scottish roads. There are a fair few deciduous trees in the lower reaches to the south that might cause problems in the autumn when they drop their leaves, and it gets slippy under tyre, but not that many. And once you get above the tree line, that's that problem gone. There doesn't seem to be any particular reason for the road to be especially prone to gravel or stones or mud, and it's not as though the views are so gobsmackingly wonderful that you'd end up staring open-mouthed through your visor at them and forget to steer back out of the corner or whatever. So what's the problem? Maybe it's one of those trial things, where they choose one bit of road to try out a new signage system. We've got one of those on the M90 north of the Forth Road Bridge, opposite Dunfermline. Thin posts on the far edge of the hard shoulder, whose tops flash when there's a problem ahead. I find myself wondering if the signs are digital and update themselves in real time. If you wrapped your RS1 round one, would it suddenly click up from 34 to 35 accidents on this road in the last year? Probably not. D-side, all very civilised and terribly nice. After the exposed heroics of the broad hilltops, the roads curl themselves up comfortably amongst the farmed, forested folds of the Dee's middle reaches, dappled under the new green leaves of spring. We take the 976 on the south side of the river, heading for Balmoral. Loch Nagar is a fine whisky, and a really neat, smart, manicured little distillery, sitting in the grounds of Balmoral Castle, like a model of a distillery put there for the royals to play with. A bit like Marie Antoinette had a pretend farm built in the ground of Versailles. I mean, it's not. It's a perfectly serious and professionally run distillery, producing a fine whisky, but there's still a sense of it bearing the same relationship to real distilleries as show gardens at the Chelsea Flower Show do to real gardens. It doesn't actually smell of new paint. You know that thing about the Queen thinking the whole world smells like that, but it's almost too tidy and well-formed. A lovely place, though, unless you abhor things being just so. It lies resplendent under a bright spring sun when we arrive there, and we see some butterflies jolting their unsteady way around the well-kept shrubs, the first of the year. For some bizarre reason, which I realised at the time I was not fully aware, or indeed in control of, we had over the past few days started to critique the toilets of the distilleries we visited. Something to do with being in critical mode, I suppose, and this rubbing off on the people I was doing the touring with. A week later my pal Dave would demand a separate critical category for distilleries' car parking spaces. Car parking spaces, I mean, really. I'd even drawn up a special table in my rapidly filling notebook for this purpose, under T, obviously, with columns for roominess, nice pong, decor, cleanliness, worth leaving a comment in the visitor's book for, and just generally brill. And so I can report that the facilities at Royal Lochnagar came out with a cut-to-the-chase, just generally brill commendation. The whisky, yes, finally we return to the whisky, is, at least in the 12-year-old version we chose, very redolent of the second full sherry casks it spends its time in, while showing malty and slightly smoky notes with touches of honey. If I lived in Balmoral, I think I'd be quite happy to have it piped the mile or so into the castle, to appear from a third tap in every bathroom. Well, maybe not for every guest. Apparently, Queen Victoria used to mix Lochnagar whisky with her claret. Oh dear. While we're wandering the grounds, enjoying the sunlight and breathing in the wonderful scents of the gardens and surrounding countryside, Les and I spot a weird-looking pyramid-like structure poking up from the trees on a nearby hill. We never did ask about it, but having now looked at my OS map, I strongly suspect it's a personalised royal cairn. There's Princess Beatrice's cairn. It's probably that one. Princess Helena's cairn, Princess Alice's cairn, Prince Albert's cairn. The hill is littered with them. Some family tradition, perhaps. Anyway, so now we know. Highway the hard way, a road bore writes. Ugh, I think I may be drooling, because now we come to the A939, in the M5. Actually, the first bit from Crathy isn't the A939, it's the B976, but it leads there, then on to the notorious Cockbridge to Tomintoul stretch. This is the bit of road that's always first to get blocked by snow at the start of a Scottish winter. Sometimes they call it the Lecht Road, after the Summit Pass, where the ski centre is. Dear goodness flipping michty me, what a road! Partly it's the fact it's such a gloriously clear, brilliantly sunny spring day and there's so little traffic. Most roads are at their best in these circumstances. Partly, though, it's the openness, the fact that you can see so far with no trees, no foliage, no lumps of landscape in the way to obscure sight lines round corners. This near agoraphobic bright sky exposure also lets you make certain there are no sheep preparing to wander across the road, or oncoming traffic that might prevent the use of the road's full width. Partly it's the long, rising, undulating, rarely perfectly smooth nature of the road surface itself, and partly it's just a succession of brilliant bends and just pure plain boffo straights, or near straights, lancing towards the horizon or propped against the sheeny slope of heather, aimed into a cobalt sky. This is a truly magnificent, spectacular, spellbinding, addictive road. If I was alone, I'd already be very seriously considering turning around somewhere ahead and coming back to do the whole thing again in the opposite direction, and then turning once more back this way to resume the route we're on. Les actually says something to this effect, and I laugh and agree, but really it's a petrol-head thing, and neither of us think it would be fair on Anne and Aileen. Just this one-way scoot is enough. Again, we're not going anything like scarily fast, so the whole process feels smooth, with no savage braking, mad boy acceleration, or limit-testing cornering. Really just a sequence of balanced stances the car takes up, pitching forward or back, and from side to side. All of it way within its capabilities. It feels strong and safe and secure, as though it knows exactly what it's doing, and is positively flattering my driving. We reach the Licht itself, the emptyish-looking pass where the ski centre sits. Broad expanses of pitted asphalt, braided with gravel washed off the slopes, a few cars and trucks, many grey shed-like buildings of folded steel, and a thin network of ski toes straggling off up the hill on both sides. It all appears a bit raw and desolate, already out of season at a time of year when, at the end of a long, hard winter, the whole place might still have hundreds of people skiing and boarding. We slow for the deserted-looking complex, treating it as a built-up area, then start the descent. In amongst such skiing territory, albeit Scottish-type skiing, with, as a rule, the concomitant freezing winds, short, steep, narrow slopes, and face-stinging sleet, it's hard not to feel you're settling into a sweet, curvy downhill slalom-like rhythm, carving the tyres from curve to curve. In an old car, or just something with narrower tyres and less grip, you'd actually feel you were using the shoulders of the tyres the way you use skis' edges, canting and cutting into the turns, the chirp and squeal of rubber on tarmac, a synonym for the swish and rasp of ski on snow. As it is, the M5's lawn roller broad tyres just tear stickily over the road, barely stretched. The route descends into the trees and a few mid-afternoon shadows. More wonderful driving, the sort that would be the highlight of most days, but not after the Licht Road. We arrive in Granton-on-Spey, just time to stock up on some sweeties. Then we head via Tomaton to Inverness and a bit of shopping. Tomaton Distillery lies just off the A9, on a stretch of smaller road that used to be the A9 before the road was improved in the 70s, under a bridge that carries the main railway line from Stirling to Inverness. This is the same line that passes close by Dalwhinnie, and like Dalwhinnie, this is a high-altitude distillery, lying at over 1,000 feet. It's not quite as snow-prone as Dalwhinnie, but it must be a good place to make lots of whisky, because it's a deceptively huge distillery, with 23 stills, though not all tend to work at the same time. The first distillery to be wholly owned by a Japanese company, and another case of the place basically being rescued from overseas. The tour and tasting are free, which, given that it's so close to the main road, should make it better visited than I suspect it is. The whisky itself is another of those undervalued ingenues that could stand a deal more promotion, full of sweet roasted nut flavours and smokily spiced. Arguably, the trouble is that there's room for only so many distinguished malts, even on the, by now, fairly well-developed and knowledgeable world market. If you put a lot of money behind a whisky like Tomaton, you might just take market share away from other whisky, without otherwise making much difference. More to the point, for any given owner, you might take market share away from one or more of your own whiskies. This is one reason why manufacturers like to promote a selection of their whiskies together, probably the best known dating from when United Distillers, now Diageo, bundled whiskies like Cragganmore and Dalwhinnie together in their classic malts collection. I suppose the solution is simply for the single malt market to get still bigger, so that there's room for even more whiskies at every level. There's a house in the road up to the distillery itself which has a white mile-post-style sign in the garden that reads, "This way is that way," on one face, and "That way is this way," on the other. This is not exactly Highland existentialism, but it beats garden gnomes. Inversnecky. Inverness was Europe's fastest-growing city in 2002, allegedly. Certainly feels like a busier place these days, though it's not all change. The bit by the river hasn't altered much since the Eden Court Theatre was built and the New Road Bridge went up. Not to mention the replacement railway bridge, required after the floods washed away most of the old one a few years ago. This is still a city where you occasionally see somebody fishing in the middle of it. The River Ness flows through the centre, heading for the sea, shallow enough by the banks for people to stand there, water splashing round their waders, their lines creating great lazy H-shapes in the air as the rod sweeps slowly back and forth. There's a huge, recently expanded shopping complex which we park in, and which I get lost in, but eventually, after some apparently compulsory clothes shopping, we make our way to Leakey's before it closes. Leakey's is a second-hand bookshop housed in an old barn of a church near the centre of town. It's packed with books, prints and maps, has a busy upstairs cafe, and lots of paintings by local artists. In the cold months it's heated by a colossal wood-burning stove, the size of a shed, which sits square in the middle of the place, radiating warmth and making it feel welcoming, even in the depths of winter. The place has become something of an Inverness institution and a landmark for bibliophiles and cartofans. The first time I came here, I bought so many old maps I could hardly carry them. This time, while I'm checking that there aren't too many of my books for sale in the fiction section, my arms full of more old OS maps, Les finds the food and drink section and the old whisky books. I snaffle the lot, bar a couple of doublers, and need help to get them back to the car. "You actually going to read all this lot, Banksy?" Les asks as we squeeze the motley collection of tightly straining carrier bags into the boot. Most cars would have sagged significantly on their springs under the extra weight, but the M5's made of sterner stuff. I look at him blankly. "Read them?" I think about this. "Well, some of them, I suppose." Les looks increasingly sceptical. I think some more. "Well, I'll sort of scan all of them. I mean, I can't claim I'm going to read every single word of every single one, not cover to cover." What can I say? I've been given an excuse to buy books. This isn't something I'm easily capable of ignoring. Even when I was a student and didn't have much money, I'd buy every book in my reading lists, as well as all the books I wanted to read for pleasure, or because I thought they were actually necessary for my coursework, for the simple reason that, like a reference book, a book on a book list didn't need to be read. A book you felt you ought to have but didn't need to read cover to cover was like a bonus for me. It meant more books on my shelves without the nagging guilt of not having actually read them all. At the time, I refused to let a book defeat me. I even made it all the way through Sam Beckett's Molloy, Malone Dies, the Unnameable trilogy. It took me about a month because I kept falling asleep, but I did it. I'm a little more relaxed about this sort of thing now. If a book hasn't grabbed me in the first 100 pages or so, I just let it go. At the time, and I do not exaggerate, I preferred to economise with my drinking money than cut back on the book-buying budget. OK, I was an atypical student. But anyway, of course I bought all the whisky books Leakey's had. I can probably, I remind myself, even claim them against tax, but the main point is, they're books. And I have a reason to buy them. I'm almost beholden to buy them. I owe it to the whisky book to buy them, to my publishers, to my readers. It would be dereliction of duty not to buy them. They were there. They were for sale. I'm writing a book on the subject they're all about. Isn't it obvious I have to rescue all of them? In the end, I do read all of them. Well, almost all of them. They end up covering a large part of a table to one side of my writing desk, with lots of little strips of post-it notes sticking out of them, denoting interesting snippety bits, which at the time I'm totally convinced I'll faithfully incorporate into this book, though when it comes to it, the vast majority of them get ignored. We stay at the Buncrew Hotel, along the Bewley Firth, east of Inverness. This is an old bishop's palace, set amongst a profusion of huge mature trees. It stands right by the water at high tide, and looks out over towards the Black Isle. It's that shade of traditional pink that apparently used to be produced by mixing whitewash with pig's blood. That's what they used to do in the old days, I have it in good authority. And it has the pointiest pointy turrets you ever did see. Does lots of weddings. Fine food, equally fine wine, a whisky or two, a good night's sleep, and another generous breakfast. We part at Glenfinnan the following afternoon, and Anne sleeps most of the way down the A9. All right for her. I have a day to recover from all this good living, then I'm back on the road and back to Speyside with my pals Jim and Dave for another week of intensive research. 8. Fear and Loathing in Glenlivet. This could be your best book ever, Banksy, Dave says. Nah, I tell him. It could just be rubbish. Dave pauses for a moment. Yeah, but it could be your best book ever, Banksy. Speyside, Part 2. This time with Jim. S. Brown, erstwhile computer operator and shift leader, then publican, and now help desk supremo for Inverclyde Council. And Dave McCartney, also one-time computer operator and shift leader, later manager, then publican, now enjoying a quieter life driving taxis. And the Jaguar. The Jag. All the fruity flavour of yesteryear. Full description of the car. A 1965 Jaguar Mark II 3.8 with overdrive. Dark blue with grey hide. Y wheels, fully restored, with added Kenlow fan, central locking, a decent CD multi-changer, and beefed-up speaker system. Allegedly a Coombs conversion, but with no louvered bonnet, and decisively only 2 carbs, not 3. Looks and sounds wonderful. The Jaguar has what appears to be a power-assisted fuel gauge. The needle doesn't just gently fall from full towards empty, it positively propels itself from one to the other under full acceleration, describing a shallow curve across the sweep of dial like the path of an artillery shell aimed at your wallet. It doesn't help that the car has an embarrassingly small fuel tank, but the main reason the Mark II appears to, and does, drink like a filter feeder is that it has an old-fashioned straight-six engine, and those 2 temperamental carburetors to provide it with fuel and air. The Jag is a relatively heavy car by modern standards, though there is an air of delicacy about the almost bubble-like passenger compartment. This is a very curvy car, and some of the controls. The suspension crashes and, from the sound it makes, would appear to be constructed largely from wood. The engine roars like a camel which has just inadvertently snagged its undercarriage on a barbed wire fence. It persistently smells of petrol despite the best efforts of various mechanics. It has a very occasional, but no less exciting for that, predisposition to throw itself out of third gear under hard acceleration, generally just when full power is required for a finely judged overtaking manoeuvre. Its windscreen wipers are a feat to the point of making the Land Rovers look positively powerful, not so much clearing the rain from the windscreen as flapping hysterically over the glass, utterly panicked at the fact there's water falling from the sky onto the car. There's no air conditioning or electric windows, though there is power-assisted steering, and it does have upgraded servoed brakes. However, it is the proud possessor of an electrically operated overdrive, a dash-mounted starter button, a handbrake on the wrong side, and, best of all, a foot-controlled dip switch. I think this is my favourite Jag eccentricity. To dip the lights at night, you have to tap with your shoe a stubby metal button mounted on the floor to the left of the clutch. I'm just about old enough to remember foot-operated dip switches, from when there was nothing especially unusual about such an arrangement. However, I still find this hilarious. Less amusing, but more heartening, is that when you drive an old car, and in some ways here, the older the better, you drive surrounded by smiles and general good humour. In an old car, unless you drive like an utter imbecile, you can generally forget about road rage. People grin when they see you. They smile, they stop and look, and sometimes they wave, and if they make a digital gesture, it's a thumbs up, not a finger. Part of this may be that an old car is seen as less of a threat, less of a declared, fully paid-up competitor in the day-to-day competition for road space and the battle to reduce one's own journey time. But part of it, I suppose, is a kind of veneration we feel for the old in general, a feeling that they deserve credit for the fact they've made it to here through all the trials, challenges, and vicissitudes that might have ended their existence earlier, and so should be indulged and given peace in a gentle retirement. Arguably nowadays, people feel this more towards old cars than they do to old people, which is sad, even shaming. Now that so many roads are so crowded and speed cameras seem to be everywhere, when there is, in other words, not much point in having a car that goes faster than anybody else's, this is a serious argument for driving a classic vehicle. You really do feel like you're living in a sunnier, more pleasant, more relaxed and stress-free world. Well, at least you do until they break down, which is one thing that classic cars are also very good at. This is when you realise that for all the blandness, homogeneity, and supposed boringness of the modern motor vehicle in general, and the family hatchback in particular, they represent a vast improvement in reliability, as well as fuel efficiency, compared to their automotive forebears. Even so, modern cars have bits fall off, and they grind spluttering to a stop too. It's just that, as a rule, they do it much less often. Somehow it's easier to forgive an old car for breaking down. Plus, if you have any mechanical aptitude at all, it will generally be easier to effect a running repair to a classic. Modern cars, and especially modern engines, are binary, digital. They tend to work either perfectly or not at all. And you'll only be able to fix one if you happen to have 30 grand's worth of electronic diagnostic equipment with you, and a sealed unit to replace whatever black box gizmo had just gone belly up. Classic cars are analogue. When they go wrong, they'll often sort of half work, at least for a while, enough to get you home, if you're lucky, and sometimes all it takes to fix them is a screwdriver or the reconnection of a wire. So, while the fact that they break down more often might reintroduce a measure of frustration into the ownership, driving experience, being able to get them going again without possessing a degree in electronics, and the facilities of a big city dealership's workshop actually feels quite rewarding. You feel reconnected to the world when this happens, able to make a difference, to identify a problem and sort it, rather than just impotently hand it on to somebody who will take it away, deal with it out of sight, and return it. There's also a kind of comfort to be had from having a vehicle that is most happy at legal speeds. It's an unfortunate irony that speeds and levels of road holding previously only attainable in expensive and exotic machinery are now easily reached in the average, modestly specified hatchback, just at the time that our crowded, high-surveillance highways have rendered the use of such abilities difficult, dangerous, and, sometimes even reasonably, illegal. So, a car that feels happiest at velocities of a non-nabbable nature makes perfect sense. The Jag is like this. It feels fine on the motorway at about 70 and happy enough at 60 on the open road, and so is the Land Rover, just because of its gearing and the fact that it has the aerodynamics of a light industrial unit. So too, oddly enough, is our old 911, though this is entirely because it's a soft top. The Jag, of course, comes from the time when our speed limits were set. Back then, people were happily revving Mark IIs up to 120 and above. However, despite the fact that my one's been fully restored and, according to our local garage, is probably in better nick than the day it rolled out of the factory back in 1965, I've never had it above 90, and have no intention of going anywhere near that figure again. The Jag feels its age at these speeds. It complains, it roars, and wheezes, and there are suddenly all sorts of new vibrations coming from practically every part of the car that argue against exploring further. The Jag is just starting to get unhappy at about 75. The M5, on the other hand, treats twice that velocity like this is the sort of speed it'll be happy with all day, thank you. By the time it's doing 150, just 5 mph short of its factory-set limiter, an unrestricted M5 allegedly hit over 170. It's growling a little louder, certainly, and you're aware that you're surrounded by a jet-like rush of slipstreaming air, but the car just settles down, seems to fix the horizon with a steely glare, and thunders on, composed and steady. Instead, it's the driver who's on edge, not the car. You're constantly just about to switch pedals with your right foot as a truck or slower car pulls out, and you have to brake. In fact, you're travelling so quickly you have to react pretty quickly the instant you see a distant sign announcing a limit on the autobahn. That the nearly 40-year-old Jag feels about right at our national speed limits, even given that it was a serious performance car in its day, the 60s equivalent of the M5, does highlight how daft these limits sometimes feel in a modern car. Not often, perhaps, and with decreasing frequency, but now and again, for example on certain wide, straightish, flattish Highland roads, especially if they're fenced or the country on either side is clear enough for the driver to spot any wildlife approaching the road, 60 feels idiotically slow. On the other hand, sometimes 60 feels far too fast, even when in theory it's what you're allowed to do. Like a lot of drivers, I have my own set of speed limits on roads I know well. Often they're a bit faster than the legal ones, but sometimes they're a lot slower. One route I take regularly passes through 3 villages with no posted speed limits, but I treat them like 30 or 40 zones according to the conditions, and I suspect that all other drivers who aren't complete nutters do the same thing. Ultimately, cars are useful but dangerous things, and we have to decide where we draw the line between allowing them to remain useful and attenuating the threat they pose. Having no speed limits would be one slightly insane solution. You just have to charge people with dangerous driving if they cause death, injury or damage, though of course by then it's too late for whoever was killed or injured. But then, if you're really, really serious about reducing those killed and injured on the roads, why not set the national speed limit at 3 miles per hour? No, seriously. Then if somebody found themselves in the path of a car or a truck or a bus, they could just stroll out of the way. You might manage a whole year with no road deaths whatsoever. Obviously the economy would collapse, and we'd all effectively become hermits, but then maybe it would lead to the revival of the railways with branch lines everywhere. Mind you, trains crash too. Maybe they should have a walking pace speed limit as well. And let's not even start on aeroplanes. I suppose balloons and dirigibles, so long as they're helium-filled, might be okay. The 3-mile-an-hour national speed limit is arguably an even madder idea than no speed limits at all, but it has a certain logic to it, and it forces us to confront the question, how much do we value human lives? What exactly are we prepared to give up to save some? However, let's not forget that this is all within the context of a society that doesn't get all that bothered over the fact that in excess of 110,000 Brits die every year from smoking tobacco, or the fact that alcohol abuse kills tens of thousands too. 3,000 people die every single day from malaria, but they're mostly children, and in Africa, so they don't matter, it would seem. One injustice doesn't excuse another, but let's at least admit that we prioritise and contextualise our outrage at unnecessary death. One conducts the Jaguar through to Greenock and thence to Dalmuir in Clydebank. In Greenock one collects one's friend, Mr. David McCartney. In Clydebank one picks up one's other chum, Mr. James S. Brown. The Jag is a quite different car to drive after the M5, but by Clydebank I've just about acclimatised. Clydebank is a semi-post-industrial district of high and low-rise schemes and mostly abandoned shipyards, which was bombed heavily in the Second World War and has picked up many more scars since. It has its pleasant areas, there's been some redevelopment, and Dalmuir itself is quite leafy in places. But the general area has its problem patches too. Poverty, poor health, and violence. Much of it drug-related. Substances. The usual disclaimer. As ever, what we call drug-related violence is really drug prohibition-related violence, and the drug which is by far the most commonly associated directly with violence is alcohol. In the hopefully unlikely event you sincerely believe that our current drug laws are mostly fairly sensible, but just not applied with sufficient stringency, please feel free, of course, to ignore this paragraph. as it has some connection to common sense, and therefore does not remotely concern you. The drive up Loch Lomond side across Rannoch Moor and through Glencoe is necessarily a little more sedate than it would have been in the BMW, but the Jag can pick up its skirts and make an overtaking dash when it needs to, all the same, and the engine sounds great when it's gunned, like a Tyrannosaurus fart, sampled and played back at 960 BPM. Standard overtaking technique is to drop out of overdrive and plant the right foot. It's an electrically switched overdrive unit, so you're not supposed to need to declutch when engaging or disengaging, but I always do, in deference to the Jag's age. Corners with lots of white paint are usually taken out of overdrive too, just to get the car better balanced on its rear suspension under power. And the M5 you just breeze through on a constant throttle opening with an area thought. This is one of the most noticeable effects of a really fast car asked to tackle ordinary roads at a relative dawdle. The corners seem to disappear and the road effectively becomes one long straight. Blimey, at legal speeds the M5 probably thinks there are only about 3 bends in the whole of Scotland. The three of us know this route well, but from Loch Lomond onwards it's still breathtaking. "Nice lake, eh, Banksy?" Jim says. Yeah, very fucking funny. I moved to London from Gourock at the very end of 1979 and started work as a law costs draftsman in April of 1980. For the first few months I stayed at Dave's flat in Belsize Road. He'd been the first of the people I knew in Greenock to move down to London. I was about the third or fourth, but eventually it seemed like almost everybody I'd known back in Inverclyde was living in London. Jim moved down a year or so after me. He ended up working for a firm called Save and Prosper, which I said at the time was a little like King Herod working for Mothercare, but then I can be cruel. Anne and I met at work shortly after I joined the firm, then moved in together the following year. In 1983 we went to live in Faversham in Kent, closer to Anne's parents in Canterbury, but still a reasonable commute to London. I will never be allowed to forget the fact that once when Anne and I had the house in Faversham and Jim still lived in London, the three of us were on holiday, driving north up the side of Loch Lomond, when Jim suggested stopping to take a photograph of the view, looking back the way we'd come, and I said something like, "Yeah, I think there's a lay-by just round this corner. You can get a good view down the lake from there." "The what, Banksy? A good view down the what?" "Oh, shit," I said. "I said lake, didn't I?" Anne was laughing quietly. Jim shook his head, a great big smile on his face. "Oh dear, you've been down south far too long, El Bonco." "And you're going to tell everybody, aren't you?" He shrugged as we pulled into the lay-by. "You've brought it on yourself, pal. I've no sympathy. Anyway, if I'd said something like that, would you let me off, eh?" I thought about this. I sighed. Fair enough. We stopped for a fag break at Fort William. Smoking is banned in the cars. It's another fabulous day, and the weather is getting positively warm. We stand in the Lochside car park at the southern end of the town centre, and look out at the loch and the hills on the far side. Dave is the oldest of the three of us, just over 50 now. We work out that 50 is our average age. Like me, he's bearded, though even greyer, almost white. Jim looks exactly like Robert De Niro and Jackie Brown, something I find startling. Not as startling as he does, though. "Really?" He looks quite pleased. "Oh, yeah," I tell him. "Though it has to be said that Robert De Niro looks pretty shit in Jackie Brown." Jim sniffs. "Well, fuck off, then." Dave is our official driver for the week and is even getting paid for the privilege, the vestigial remnant of the garrulous Glaswegian and the original concept for this book. Well, it is his profession, and taxi drivers don't get paid holidays. He walks round the car, kicking the Jag's tyres. "You sure this old thing's up to taking us round Speyside for a week?" "It's the youngest of the four of us, Dave," I tell him pointedly, "and it hasn't let us down yet, has it?" Dave concedes. "Not yet." "Exactly. And has anything fallen off?" "Aye, Jim says. That doobery off the rear quarter light. That doesn't count, it's just a bit off the locking mechanism. The locking mechanism, Dave says. Right, so the car can get broken into easily. Tut, tut, Banksy. Hope the boot locks. I look at him through narrowed eyes. Climb in and we'll find out. Oh, he's getting tetchy, Jim says to Dave. I am not getting tetchy. Aye, Dave agrees. First day and all. Thought it would go longer than that before he started getting tetchy. Look, I'm not. First afternoon, in fact, that's extreme tetchiness, even by Banksy, the king of tetch standards. Will you two stop it? I am not in any way... This could be a long week. Look, I am simply not... Aye, right enough. What with Banksy getting tetchy so quickly? I am not getting tetchy. I have to suffer more of this outrageous tetchiness slander in bursts all the way up the road, through the Great Glen towards Inverness. This road, the A82, is pretty good. Usually fairly busy, but with enough decent straights to allow some overtaking, unless there are absurd amounts of oncoming traffic. There is one bit at the side of the imaginatively named Loch Lochy. My, must have been a hard night's brain-racking in the smoke-filled bothy to come up with that one, where there is a cliff on one side of the road and the loch on the other. This is one of the few places where I've always reckoned it's relatively safe to speed, albeit only briefly and always providing the road is empty, just because there is so little likelihood of a sheep or a deer wandering out in front of the car. There are actually two straights, the southern one shorter than the northern, with the hotel in a sort of wiggle in the middle, which spoils what would otherwise have been an even more impressive length of road, but it's still a sweet stretch, and still no speed cameras. Amazing. The Jaguar takes even this section at a steady 60 or so, rolling along happily, its engine issuing a burbling roar as though it's perpetually trying to clear its throat.
This ends Disc 5. Raw Spirit, In Search of the Perfect Dram, Disc 6.
The Jag is a very relaxing car to drive, even though it takes a little more concentration than a modern vehicle. It's that suited to the legal limit thing again. You don't feel that you ought to be going faster just because the car can handle it, and because you're in no danger of being snapped by a speed camera or tripping a radar trap. You can stop worrying about that as well. It's almost as though you're driving in an era before there were such annoyances. Time warp driving. You get that in the M5 too, though only in the sense that it goes so fast there are times when you'd swear you've arrived before you set off. When I was a child and we drove this road, we really did keep one eye on Loch Ness, just in case we saw the monster. Well, simpler times. Back then you could still just about believe that a few fuzzily photographed floating logs, grainy footage of boats' wakes, one or two fairly obvious faked stills, and the testament of a handful of people could add up to evidence that there was some throwback to the age of the dinosaurs haunting the dark depths of the Great Long Loch. Then people got serious about it and set up viewing platforms with multiple still and film, later video, cameras, sonar sensors and underwater microphones, and the sightings stopped. The Loch Ness Monster seems to be one of those quantum creatures, maybe distantly related to Schrödinger's cat. Its existence is only possible when there's nobody there to observe it. A friend of mine called Ron Binns once wrote a book called The Loch Ness Mystery Solved, which basically went through all the evidence clear-eyed and unbiased and came to the fairly inescapable conclusion the whole monster thing was a load of old Highland bollocks. But because this wasn't what people particularly wanted to hear, you'll struggle to find the book in any Lochside tourist shop. Though last time I was there, they had a copy in Lochaber High School library, so it might have helped sow the seeds of a healthy scepticism in a few young minds. Our musical accompaniment for the week in the Jag is largely retro, majoring on people like Graham Parker, John Mellencamp and Steve Gibbons. Then at the chalet, we listened to music by the, at this point not quite dead yet, Warren Zevon. I brought what I thought was the best album of last year, By the Way, by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and albums by Black Rebel Motorcycle Club and lots of The bands like The White Stripes, The Hives, The Vines, and The Strokes. I've also brought some Led Zepp, Pixies, Godspeed You Black Emperor, and Early Ozrix, but most of these don't get played, and the ones that do don't really seem to meet with the positive reception I've been hoping for. Back to Inverness. We're only here because the self-catering chalet in Glenlivet we're booked into for the rest of the week can't take us until tomorrow. I thought self-catering would be a better idea for us three guys than a hotel, especially when Jim started talking about the size of the sound system we'd need to take with us. However, for this first night, we're staying at the Highland Hotel in the centre of Inverness. This used to be the Station Hotel, and Anne and I have stayed here a couple of times, once after a train journey from Kyle of Lochalsh, and once en route to Thurso by train heading for Orkney. I'd hoped to park the Jag in the wee square right outside the hotel entrance itself, but it's full, and I have to stick it around a corner in a car park at the back of the station. It was that or the nearby multi-story. Should have gone for the multi-story. The hotel, in a fit of wisdom which instantly marks it out as an extraordinarily sensible choice on my part, puts us in a sort of semi-private short corridor off the main part of one floor. There's a set of doors, then just our 3 rooms. I am relieved to see this. Our record in hotels is, variable, you might say. I have never in my life been banned from a bar, pub or hotel, but I suspect I've come close a few times, and the majority of these occasions have involved Jim and Dave. Nothing serious, you understand, just good-natured boisterousness, which may involve some exterior climbing, corridor wrestling, suspicious fumes, snorting noises, and loud music. Stuck out here on a limb of the hotel, I feel we are much less likely than I'd feared to cause offence to any other guests, the staff or management. We hit the town. Inverness has many bars. We favour quite a few of them with our custom, then head for the Shapla, Inverness's very favourably sited and most central curry shop. The city has a half-dozen or so subcontinental restaurants, a couple of which I've eaten in and would again, and all of which I've heard good reports of, but I still tend to head back to the Shapla, because it's handy, and it has a wonderful view over the river beside one of the main bridges. This is a great place for people-watching, car and bike spotting, and just generally taking in the sight of the Ness, flowing calmly between the curved banks, with their mix of low-rise and generally handsome buildings. In the past, at least, it's just as well the view's been there to distract the diner, because if there's a criticism to be levelled at the Shapla, it's that the service can be a little on the relaxed side. Happily, the food is worth waiting for, and in these fries with that days, a little deliberation over a meal is no bad thing, but I wouldn't try to nip into the place for some quick nosh before catching a film or a play. We take in the view, take in the curry, and take in another couple of bars afterwards before heading back to the hotel for a last drink before the bar closes. I have a whisky, naturally, and then withdrawing to Jim's room for a smoke. Sufficiently drunk I am by this time cadging cigarettes. It is decided that more drink is required, so we order a bottle of wine on room service. I am in the bathroom, which is quite grand in an old-fashioned white tile sort of way, when the wine arrives, and so get to hear, rather than see, a kind of kinetic pantomime as Jim attempts to take the tray with the open bottle of Chateauneuf du Pape and the glasses from the young night porter, and simultaneously pay him. Jim has forgotten that all this is supposed to go on the bill. The tray, I am later told by Dave, unbalances as Jim attempts the transfer, sending the bottle in one direction, the tray in another, and the glasses in a third, while the night porter guy watches the £20 note wave about in front of his face as Jim attempts at first to catch all 3 of the separately directed articles as they begin to perform their distinct parabolas towards the floor. Instinct thankfully causes Jim to prioritise the still almost entirely full bottle as the object most in need of his attention, and he succeeds in block-catching it, the right way up, against the side of the television, while hopping around and trying to break the fall of the glasses with one foot. The tray is sensibly left to its own devices. One glass breaks. The other two survive, bouncing off the bed and carpet. The night porter finally takes the 20 from Jim's outstretched fingers and, snorting with barely suppressed laughter, informs us he will return with another glass and a brush and pan for the broken glass. All of this sounds hilarious from the bathroom. I start laughing quietly to myself, and I'm still giggling when the night porter arrives with a brush and pan and replacement glass. I find myself going, "Hoo hoo hoo," pause, "hoo hoo hoo," a lot. I think there must have been some sort of positive feedback thing going on with the echo in the tiled bathroom, because after a while I'm laughing as much at the sound of my own laughter as at the scene I've had to create in my head from the sounds coming through the door. "You okay in there, Banksy?" Dave asks. "Ho ho ho," I tell him. "Pretty much." I wipe my eyes. "Was that another example of Brownian emotion I heard there?" "Oh, yes." "The fog, Banksy," Jim says. "It was the fog." "The what?" Dave asks. "The fog," I tell him. "The force of gravity was ever thus." "Ho ho ho." "You finishing that fucking bog, Banksy? Are you having a bath or something? I'm dying for a slash." "Ho ho ho. On my way out." "Ho ho ho." The bottle of wine does nothing to make the incident any less funny over the next half hour or so, and I keep bursting into giggles. Jim sighs. "Well, at least he's no been tetchy." "I don't know," Dave shakes his head. "I think I preferred the tetchiness." I'm definitely not laughing the next morning when two bad things happen. Before I get into this, I better report that the buffet breakfast was very good, and I bumped into a friend of Leslie's who was there for a union conference. The lesser of the two bad things is that the Jag has been comprehensively shat upon by what would appear to have been a well-coordinated flock of very large and thoroughly diarrheic seagulls. The more important bad thing is that Jim is called back to Clydebank due to a family emergency, and has to jump on a train heading south. This all blows up really quickly. Before it's really sunk in, we're waving him goodbye and watching the train pull out. He's told us he hopes to rejoin us in a couple of days, but it feels like the holiday is half ruined already. This was supposed to be the great reunion, the third part of the trilogy after two much earlier escapades. Longer ago than any of us likes to think about, we drove round the Highlands camping and youth hosteling. Then a few years later, when we were all living down south, we took a camper van from Faversham up to Scotland and through the Hebrides and the Highlands. There had been talk of a boat trip as the third big haul together, possibly on the Shannon in Ireland, maybe on the Caledonian Canal here in Scotland, but this had been postponed when the whisky-researching wheeze had suggested itself. Apart from anything else, Jim and I could never agree on who should be captain if we hired a boat. Jim claimed he should be in charge because he's piloted a boat on the Shannon already, with Joan and the two boys, whereas I insisted that I ought to be in command because I, thanks to my dad being a first officer in the Admiralty, had nautical blood. My clinching argument, I was quite convinced, was that I still had one of my dad's old peep caps, complete with anchor and crown and all that sort of official-looking naval stuff, and what's more, it even fitted me. But for some reason, this never carried the rhetorical or logical weight with Jim, which I thought it so obviously merited. Now we three are two, and while Dave is one of my very best friends and we've had some great times together, and I'm sure we'll have a laugh over the next few days, it simply won't be the same for either of us without Jim. There just seems to be a special chemistry when the three of us get together. Bastard. It's not Jim's fault, Banksy. I'm not talking about Jim, I shout. I'm talking about whatever incontinent pterodactyl was responsible for this. I gesture at the Jag's roof, bonnet, boot, windscreen and side windows, all of which are fairly comprehensively splattered. There's even some crap on one of the tyre sidewalls. It looks like somebody's thrown half a litre of white paint over the car from a second-floor window, then loaded up a handful of brushes with little gobbets of green, grey and yellow matte and flicked these over the resulting ghastliness as well. Dave inspects the car and nods. Aye, it is a bit of a mess. A bit of a mess, I yelp. It's practically a fucking respray. I mean, look at it. What do the fuckers eat to produce shit like this? Fucking radioactive waste? That could be it, Banksy, Dave says. Maybe it's a giant mutant seagull which flew down all the way from Dounreay just to target your car. Do you want to open the car up now so I can put my bag in, or should I just break in via this faulty rear quarter light? I think the stuff's glowing, I tell him, flipping the car open. Do you think it's glowing? No, but you better get it to a car wash. That seagull shit can damage paint. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dave dumps his bag in the back seat and looks at me warily. You're not going to get tetchy, are you? No. After all this nonsense and a visit to Safeway's car wash, which still doesn't entirely remove all traces of the radioactive seagull dump, arriving at the Glenord distillery just outside Muir of Ord comes as a particular relief and feels like a return to normality. Dave and I do the tour. Glenord isn't a very architecturally attractive distillery. It's abruptly close to the road and dominated by the massive maltings buildings right next door. But it has a good tour with helpful guides, and the way the place is laid out helps make the whole process particularly clear. Ord uses barley grown locally on the Black Isle. Confusingly, the Black Isle is not an island, but rather the fertile peninsula north of Inverness, lying between the Beauly-Murray Firths to the south and the Cromarty Firth to the north. The maltings provides the barley for other Diageo-owned distilleries in the area, and for Talisker on Skye, though this receives malt with 5 times the peatiness compared to Ord itself. The peat comes from Dramossy Moor, south of Inverness, and the water from the romantically entitled Loch of Smoke, mainly fed by spring water, and Loch of Birds, mainly rainwater. Ord is another 95% blend, 5% single malt whisky, but the latter, most commonly available as a 12-year-old, which is what I buy, presented in an attractively different, roughly square section bottle, is well worth a taste. Malty, lightly but distinctly peated and richly sherried. It's one of the sweetest expressions I've tasted, without being cloying. A very pleasant surprise. Ord is one of those whiskies which has changed a fair bit over the years, and in his astoundingly comprehensive, complete book of whisky, the patently extremely knowledgeable Jim Murray reckons they've ruined a distinctively earthy dram, which was very much of its region, to make just another sherried one, which could have come from almost anywhere. I can't comment directly, but it would be a shame if this was true, no matter how pleasant and drinkable Ord is. Anyway, if you want to try out some of the older expressions, look out for bottles labelled Glenordy, Ordy, or even just Ord. This is one of those distilleries which has been a little confused about its identity over the years. Oh yes, and until 1949, the place was lit by paraffin lamps. Bleedin' paraffin lamps. What was that about flash photography again? On to Glenmorangie, just outside the town of Tain, a nicely turned-out distillery much easier on the eye than Ord. The place is quiet when we get there, in mid-April, scaffolding up around the enormously high-necked stills. I've heard about these eccentrics and been looking forward to seeing them in the copper. I get a glimpse inside the still room, and yup, these really are the giraffes of the still world. Quite fabulously tall, double-decker bus in height. Quiet in the technical sense of having its annual refit, the place is still fairly busy with visitors. There's a coach trip doing the rounds as we're wandering about. Dave heads off to take more photos, and I walk down under the railway line past low warehouses. This is the line from Inverness to Thurso and Wick, a continuation of the rail route which skirts Dalwhinnie and Tomatin, and the same line which passes close enough to Buncrew for you to hear the trains in a quiet morning. The Dornoch Firth lies quiet and salty-smelling beyond the little tunnel under the railway. Somehow it's a surprise to be reminded that Glenmorangie is a seaside malt, though the scent of it is there in the whisky, if you look for it. The coastline, hill and mountain, forest and beach, dune and cliff, tapers off into the calm and milky skies to the north. I know this whole area fairly well from when I was a non-destructive testing technician, trainee, with a division of what was then called British Steel. A bunch of us stayed in a wee village called Port Mahomack and worked, if that's not over-dignifying my efforts, at the North Sea production platform yard at Nig, a few miles away from here back in the late 70s. The non-destructive testing we were doing consisted of using X-ray radiography and ultrasonics to check that the steel cylinders, which would make up the legs of the production platforms, wouldn't collapse in a North Sea storm and kill all on board. The job was technically interesting, and I met a few characters through it, but it was really just a way to make some money between writing books rather than any sort of career. Still, I have good memories of that summer, staying in Port Mahomack, drinking and playing dominoes, badly, with my workmates, taking long walks along the deserted coastline, climbing the odd castle and generally soaking up the atmosphere, because the whole area was the major inspiration for the landscape featured in The Wasp Factory, and I just have a great fondness for that book and everything associated with it. Back at the shop, I buy a bottle of the Fino Finish 18-year-old, partly in memory of that spectacular dram out of the barrel at Ardbeg. This is possibly a case of cross-distillery inspiration, given that Ardbeg is owned by the same people. Glenmorangie is another bestseller. No other malt sells better in Scotland. This makes perfect sense to me for all my apparent Islay fixation. Once again, I think it's largely about the sensational skill in the selection and handling of the finishings. Glenmorangie is still mostly matured in oak casks from the Ozarks, which have held bourbon for 4 years, but it bottles at 10, 12, 15, 18, 21 and 24 years, plus it has various vintage-dated bottlings. It has Ruby Port, Dry Oloroso and Fino Sherry, and Malmsey Madeira finishes, and has had other special finishes, for example in Malaga barrels, plus various other limited editions like the Claret, Tane Hermitage and Côte de Beaune red wine finishes, not to mention the cask-strength unfiltered traditional. It even has expressions specific to one warehouse, Cellar 13, the one nearest the coast. Heady, almost bewildering stuff, but it's this willingness to experiment that marks Glenmorangie out as one of the most important and innovative whisky makers, and one of the least stuffy too. The whisky itself might almost get lost inside this all-over-the-place promiscuity if it wasn't a beautifully structured, complex, and yet delicate dram in its own right. There's a lightness of touch, and yet a strength and depth about Glenmorangie, a sort of finesse in its subtle mixture of flavours that allows it to mix with all these other influences without either bullying them into submission or being overrun by their flavours. Glenmorangie is unusual in having to deal with atypically, for Scotland, hard water from the Tarlogie Springs. Quite a lot of salt has to be added to make it suitable for whisky production, just as you have to add salt to dishwashers in hard water areas, and it's an indication of how the balance of control is weighted between production water and the subsequent influence of the barrels and warehousing that nobody has ever accused Glenmorangie of having more than the faintest trace of saltiness to it, unless it's a still fairly subtle flavour imbued from that close to the waves Cellar 13. A sequence of smart advertising campaigns, the whole 12 Men of Tane thing and the Glen of Tranquility series, has kept Glenmorangie in the public eye over the years, and its position as one of the market leaders is entirely justified. An unfailingly intriguing and satisfying selection of whiskies. If you were stuck on a desert island and could only drink the output from one distillery, this would have to be prime contender. Another might be Bowmore, plus, if you're me, Laphroaig. Though, of course, we still have Macallan waiting in the wings. Perfect Dram? Best distillery? I may have to widen my brief unilaterally. I should point out that throughout all this, the last few chapters and the last few weeks, I'm still making my inquiries, discreet inquiries too, at least by my standards, regarding the whole secret still Petrique thing. I'm afraid, however, that so far I'm not meeting with much success. Actually, so far I'm not meeting with any success. Despite this, I remain undismayed. I have a feeling it's one of those matters where you work away for ages with no result, no change, no progress whatsoever, and then suddenly everything happens at once and it all comes right, and you meet with total success, just when you least expect it. Cheerfully unrealistic optimism can be such a comfort. South across the Black Isle and the Kessock Bridge. A handsome example of a cable-stayed bridge with an almost arrogant lack of cross-bracing between the towers. Through Granton, stopping for ice creams because of the heat, then on to our base for the rest of the week. We're in Chalet 3 at the Glenlivet Holiday Lodges. Almost disappointingly, the Glenlivet Holiday Lodges really are quite close to Glenlivet, only a couple of miles away from the distillery. There's a wonderful, very peaceful view to the southwest towards the hills of Cromdale, a bar or restaurant called the Poacher's Bar with a pool table, and a variety of forest walks starting pretty much from the doorstep. The track up to the place from the B9009 is a bit rough, but the Jag's old-fashioned deep sidewall tyres cope without a grumble. The chalet itself is fine, and even as a sauna, not that we use it. Only mobile reception is a problem, and we end up wandering around in the grass outside the chalet, waving our phones in the air trying to get a signal. The old red call box outside the Poacher's Bar gets used quite a lot as I call home and we try to keep in touch with Jim, who, when we do get hold of him, says he hopes to head back north on the Wednesday. Steaks at the bar, then a circular stroll along a forestry track where the trees have all been harvested, so that we walk surrounded by the bleached wreckage of stumps and shattered branches. Ben Rinnes rises browny purple to the north, a swept line of ridge leading to a tipped table of summit. Dave looks at me. "How's your brain these days, Banksy? Does it work? Is it alert, up for challenges?" I groan. "Oh, God, you brought that game with you, haven't you?" "Aye, but it's easy once you get used to it." "Is it still in 9 dimensions?" "Yeah, but like I say, it's easy once you get used to it." The poison pen method has been resorted to. Long story. Wine has been taken. Whiskies are before us, not to mention behind us, around us, and indeed inside us. Our fine and filling meal at the Poacher's Bar seems long ago now, and we're still drinking, and Dave's giving me a brief run-through of the rules to this game he's been working on for the last few years. He's up to about page 21 at the moment. He's brought a printout of the short version of the rules. I'm sitting at the wooden table in the chalet, feeling a little the better for wear, scratching my head and staring down at the 9 square 7x7 laminated cardboard boards that Dave's placed side by side on the table surface, along with all the relevant cards, pieces, and assorted gubbins the game obviously requires. This is all very confusing. I'm not at all sure I've taken in anything apart from alcohol and smoke for the last half hour or so he's been speaking. I become aware he's just asked me a question. He's looking at me expectantly. What? I ask, smiling reassuringly. You got all that? McCartney asks. You ready to play? I haven't the foggiest concept how even to start. Good grief, yes! I exclaim, slapping the table enthusiastically. What are we waiting for? Coffee and bacon rolls for breakfast, then into Dufftown. We take a photo at Mortlach Distillery, then we take in Glendronach Distillery, hidden away off the beaten metalling in a shallow dip between lots of trees and productive-looking fields. We have a natter to a very nice lady called Alison, who opens the shop up specially for us. I buy 15-year-old bottlings of Glendronach, Glenburgie, Glentochers, Glencadam, Milton Duff and Tormore, and a 12-year-old Ardmore. The Glendronach we had on site, I had but the merest sip, honest, was a rich, sweet concoction with some peat and smoke and quite a strong sherry finish. Very palatable, and I look forward to making its acquaintance, and that of its companions, all fine if unexceptional, again when we get to that bit of the cupboard under the stairs in my parents' house, probably sometime in the next 18 months. We have a bar lunch in Turriff, then swing back to Keith and the Strathyla distillery, where we have a sort of self-escorted tour with a handy pamphlet and lots of signs and explanatory posters about the place. Though at $5 a head for do-it-yourself it might seem a bit steep. Still, it's an attractive distillery of well-kept old buildings, nicely presented, and there's a distinct and even opulent Highland country house flavour to the visitor centre lounge. You suspect the £5 goes to paying off the investment needed to create all this. McCartney suddenly decides he's a fan of the car park, specifically the size of the car parking bays in the car park, which are brightly outlined with smart white paint and very wide indeed. Parking spaces you could reverse a Lincoln Continental into, with all its doors open and still not hit anything on either side. Well, kinda. I try to convince him that the weird kink in the line arm of the second spirit still is of more intrinsic interest, but he's still banging on about how all car parks ought to be this well laid out. We get to Glen Grant, just outside the town of Rothes, before it closes. McCartney grumbles about the car park not being quite so generously laid out as Strathyla, but somehow life goes on. The walk from the car park to the distillery proper is beautiful and peaceful, under tall mixed trees and in the midst of flowers and shrubs. The distillery buildings are a quiet riot of Scottish baronial, all turrets and crow-stepped gables. We're kind of toured out, so we just buy some 10-year-old in the smart modern pale wood and glass shop and head back across its wee bridge and up the side of the trickling stream to the Glen Grant Gardens. These are quietly gorgeous. The gardens are set within a small, sinuous glen behind the distillery. They were stocked largely with plants brought from India and Africa by James Grant the Younger, who was a major in the army. They were reopened in 1995 after being restored following decades of neglect, and Seagram, the distillery's owners since 1972, deserve wheelbarrows of praise for what they've had done here. They own Chivers and Strathyla, so maybe some of the Strathyla fivers have gone into all this horticulture. It's yet another hot day, and the slight climb up to a wonderfully Gothic circular gazebo on a rise leaves us glad of the shade and a seat, the better to take in the architectural use of antlers and giant pine cones in the building's roof, which is something you don't see every day. If it had been cooler and our bellies hadn't been rumbling in anticipation of the evening meal, I'd have liked to have explored more of the garden. But never mind. Definitely worth a visit, even if you can't stand whisky. If you do like whisky, then Glen Grant will probably already be familiar. A light, flowery dram, available at as little as 5 years, especially in Italy. What is it about Italians and very young whisky? The 10-year-old I bought is sort of firm and nutty and dry as a Fino sherry. A perfect mid-afternoon whisky, or with chilled water as an aperitif. We played Dave's game, which, when it started out, was based on one of my SF books, Accession, and had the same name. In its latest incarnation, it involves this 9-dimensional set of boards and seems to be awfully complicated. I'm drunk and stoned, and that surely isn't helping matters, but even in my present state, I have the distinct impression that were I sober, I'd still be seriously confused just by the game. The game isn't really in 9 dimensions. Even McCartney isn't quite that mad. It's in 3 dimensions, with 9 vertical levels. Trust me, this is more than enough to make it so deeply, fractally perplexing that it might as well be in 9 dimensions. So it is surrounded, I ask. Yes. But why can't it move out diagonally? On its own board or on higher or lower ones? Both. Troth. All of the above. Well, it just can't. That's the rule. But things can move diagonally in this game. Oh yeah, of course. Right. They just can't escape diagonally. Other things can, just not this. If it could move, that is. Of course it can't, but if it could, then it wouldn't be able to. Not with the pieces like this. Do you see what I mean? Aha. I sit back from the table thinking, may I ask a question, David? Yes, certainly. What? Are you trying to confuse me deliberately, or is it just an emergent property of this hideous nonsense you've set before us, you mad bastard? It's late on. We're both pretty drunk. Dave raises the bottle of Strathyla towards my half-full glass. Do you want a wee? Nah, I tell him. I'm all right. Yeah, Dave nods. So am I. He pours a full measure for himself. But that's beside the point.